Chapter 2353. The series of events that happened in the Three Lives secret realm was out of everyone's control. It was more like a filter. To filter out those who fit the criteria of the Three Lives divine stone. First, in the previous life's ocean, those who didn't come in with their loved ones or didn't even have a loved one fell into the ocean. No one knew if they were still alive or dead. Although they couldn't be sure, with so many people disappearing just like that, no one knew what would happen to the Three Lives secret realm. Some might die or even be sealed forever. Now, only 7 people, including Biyao, were left. However, in this stone of this life, Long Chen was sure that something similar to the previous life's ocean would happen. People would continue to be eliminated. When the Empyrean Heart Fire appeared, he was even more certain of his guess. In fact, the punishment this time was even more severe than the previous life's ocean. It should be the Empyrean Heart Fire. This Three Lives secret realm didn't seem dangerous at all. The scenery was beautiful, but it would be a big mistake to think that there was no danger here. The stone of this life could only stand within a radius of 100 meters. The Empyrean Heart Fire that came from the deities below burned fiercely. The divine characters turned into ferocious beasts and showed signs of climbing up the stone of this life. The heat made Lingxi uncomfortable. Long Chen wanted to let her enter the divine kingdom, but Lingxi refused. She said, "In this Three Lives secret realm, I want to face anything with you. Maybe it will be helpful for both of us." She wasn't talking nonsense. She really needed it. In this place, what was tested was not strength, but whether one was serious, responsible, and loyal to love. Things that didn't seem important were especially important here. Everyone frowned deeply as they stared at the heavenly god's heart fire burning violently below them. Neptune murmured, "We can't fly. Once the stone of this life below us disappears, we will fall into the Empyrean Heart Fire. We will probably be burned to death. The torture will be terrifying and we will be burned for a long time." The previous life's ocean didn't seem dangerous, but the Empyrean Heart Fire appeared here. Long Chen could feel it too. Without the stone of this life, anyone would be tortured to death, and he was no exception. There were rules set by the gods everywhere. His power had already been sealed, and it was difficult for him to support the fire of life. If Mo Xiaolang was here, he would be able to devour the deity heart fire. Unfortunately, he was on the Devil's Star. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly at the surging white flames. The meaning of the Three Lives secret realm is that the deeper one goes, the greater the punishment one would have to suffer if they were to be eliminated. In my previous life, the ocean had only disappeared, and no one knew if it was dead or alive. But in this place, it is already confirmed that one will die. Not to mention, it will be a painful and torturous death. This damned place. Sea God Emperor looked around, looking for a way to escape. Surrounded by the celestial fire, death was close at hand. Long Chen had the same feeling he had when he was surrounded by the 9-colored mist in the battlefield of the gods' game. Once he left the place he was standing, he would die without a burial. He was fine, but the important thing was that Lingxi was by his side. He had to protect his woman. As time passed, the answer would eventually come to light. Not long after, the remaining small stone of this life began to change. The golden divine characters in the sky landed on the stone of this life, forming a paragraph that could be understood. It was very straightforward. Hand in hand, be faithful to the end. This was the first sentence. Every man can choose a woman, and every woman can choose a man to live together. Those who are not chosen will be punished by the deity heart fire. They will be burned for a year, and then turned into ashes. The first part of the sentence was easy to understand, but the latter part was very scary. Long Chen carefully analyzed and thought, for example, I can choose to let Lingxi live, and Lingxi can choose to let me live. Then both of us will be fine, and so will Chen Xingyao and his lover. But on Sea God Emperor's side, on this side, there were a total of 3 people. Sea God Emperor would definitely live. He could choose a woman, and that woman would definitely choose him. As for the other one who was not chosen, he would definitely die. This was a choice for the Sea God Emperor, and it was also a huge problem. Long Chen was very happy. This time, he had once again become an outsider. The ones who accepted the test were Sea God Emperor and the other two. The dispute between the three of them had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't do anything. There were a total of 7 people present, 3 men and 4 women, so one of the women would definitely die. If it wasn't Emperor Shi, then it was Lu Ji. Lu Ji was sexy and alluring, and she was fatally tempting to the Sea God Emperor. Emperor Shi was the emperor of the Sea clan, and she had countless years of feelings with the Sea God Emperor. They were once childhood sweethearts, and they had spent half their lives together. Then, who would he choose? Among the people present, it seemed that apart from Emperor Shi, everyone else knew of Zhong Yuyao's existence, so only she thought that there were only 6 people here. When everyone fell into deep thought and struggled slightly in their hearts, Emperor Shi smiled coldly and said, "Isn't that perfect? There are a total of 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. Anyone can survive." At this time, the divine text had already disappeared, but everyone already knew what to do. At this time, Long Chen discovered that a golden character had appeared on his left hand, and a silver character had appeared on Lingxi's left hand. The 2 characters came from ancient times and were extremely complicated, but they should be showing the meaning of male and female. The same was true for the other 4. The requirement of the 3 lives secret realm was that when the 2 characters came together, the 2 of them would be able to survive together. This was the choice of the stone of present life. And below it was the deity heart fire, punishing those who were not chosen. In his previous life, the sea eliminated those who did not have a lover in the crowd, and the punishment of the stone of present life was for those who loved someone but were not chosen. To those who died, this was the most extreme double blow to their hearts and bodies. From this, it could be seen that the 3 lives secret realm was not beautiful at all. Long Chen was fine, but Qin Xingyao was going to be involved in their war. Lu Ji and Emperor Shi both looked at the Sea God Emperor. Emperor Shi was the first wife, so of course, she couldn't tolerate the Sea God Emperor choosing Lu Ji. In her opinion, although Qin Xingyao could replace her to let her live, in this aspect, she absolutely couldn't lose. If word got out that the Sea God Emperor chose Lu Ji today, what face would she have left? She sneered and said, "Isn't Qin Xingyao your husband? Just nice, although he's not very useful, he's still a man. Go find him." Qin Xingyao was shocked. He knew that he definitely had to let Zhong Yuyao live. But at this time, Lu Ji cast a vicious gaze over. In his body, the blue charm was releasing venom that could take Qin Xingyao's life at will. If Qin Xingyao died, even Zhong Yuyao wouldn't be able to live. So Lu Ji was threatening him, and the content of the threat was naturally for him not to reveal Zhong Yuyao's matter. The most poisonous woman's heart. Qin Xingyao's life was in the hands of the other party. He originally wanted to tell Emperor Shi that he had someone to choose, but under Lu Ji's threat, he had no choice. Moreover, Lu Ji was also threatening Long Chen because of this. She knew that Long Chen cared about Qin Xingyao's life and death, so she wouldn't tell Emperor Shi this secret. She had unintentionally put down the blue charm, but she didn't expect it to be so useful at this time. To be honest, for the sake of Qin Xingyao's life and death, Long Chen could only choose to watch the show. He only had this choice. He knew that Emperor Shiyao would definitely be very miserable. The appearance of the stone of present life's rules was just to torture her. The Sea God Emperor was bewildered by lust and had long forgotten about his wife. When the 2 of them could get along harmoniously, he would of course choose to apologize in exchange for their support, but when one of them had to die, he would only choose Lu Ji. He knew of Zhong Yuyao's existence. With Long Chen by his side, it was basically unrealistic for him to threaten Qin Xingyao to choose Emperor Shiyao. He naturally didn't know that Lu Ji had already used the blue charm to control Qin Xingyao. It was possible that she could threaten Qin Xingyao to choose Emperor Shiyao over Zhong Yuyao, but Lu Ji obviously wouldn't do that. With this opportunity, why didn't she let Emperor Shiyao die? Long Chen and Lingxi both knew all of this. He didn't care so much and directly stretched out his left hand to shake Lingxi's left hand. The two of them stood facing each other, and the golden and silver lights converged, forming a thin film of light on their bodies. Under this film of light, the scorching heat of the deity heart fire could no longer be felt, and Lingxi also became much more comfortable. Qin Xingyao didn't dare to make a move. Lingxi looked at Emperor Shiyao and couldn't bear to see it. The deity heart fire below was simply too terrifying. Little Shi, we have no way of interfering, unless we can break the rules here. But this is really cruel, perhaps this is fate. While they were secretly communicating, Lu Ji had already relied on her advantage to instruct the Sea God Emperor and herself to force Emperor Xiao to take a step back and choose Qin Xingyao. She gently placed her hand on the Sea God Emperor's side, revealing her graceful body. She stuck to the Sea God Emperor's body and said in a tender voice, "I think you should stay with Qin Xingyao. You are stronger, and I don't know what will happen next. If I leave him, I won't be able to protect my own life." The Sea God Emperor smiled foolishly, but his heart was covered in cold sweat. Scram! Emperor Xiao was so angry that she almost died. Originally, she had suppressed the killing intent in her heart with great difficulty and wanted to settle it after leaving this place. However, Lu Ji was relying on the Sea God Emperor's favor to become more and more excessive. Although she could survive no matter what, as the first wife, how could she be sent to be with another man? The two of them started to argue. The Sea God Emperor's head was covered in cold sweat. He naturally knew that Lu Ji wanted Emperor Xiao to die. He looked down at the two women and imagined that if he really had to abandon one of them, then he could only. There was no doubt that he was in pain at this time. On one side was his wife, and on the other was a peerless beauty. If he chose Emperor Xiao, even if Lu Ji died, there would be a rift between the two of them. Chapter 2354. Even though the Sea God Emperor had 1,000 reluctance in his heart, under Lu Ji's even more outstanding coquettishness and temptation, he felt the present life stone beneath his feet loosen, leaving him not much time to think. "Stop arguing!" The Sea God Emperor shouted angrily, interrupting the two of them. At this time, he had the greatest authority. Emperor Xiao was so angry that her face turned ashen. She said coldly, "Inuea, if you choose her today, don't expect me to contribute any more strength to your ambition after leaving. Our tens of thousands of years of friendship will also be over." She couldn't stand this kind of anger. This threat was originally fatal to the Sea God Emperor. At least, Emperor Xiao didn't know of Zhong Yuyao's existence. Putting aside this premise, the Sea God Emperor would definitely be afraid of whether she would help him in the future. But the current situation was that one of them had to die, and they had to die miserably. The Sea God Emperor had already been forced to his bottom line, so why would he care if Emperor Xiao would help him in the future? On the other hand, Lu Ji stuck to him with a coquettish voice and said, "Really, isn't it just a small matter? Is there a need to be so angry? I understand why he doesn't like you. Who would like a strong and self-righteous woman like you?" Lu Ji's words were right in the heart of the Sea God Emperor. Why were the other Sea Emperors free and unfettered, but as the number one Sea Emperor, he could only guard Emperor Xiao? Wasn't it because Emperor Xiao was too possessive and restricted him too much? She was too strong. This was also the reason why the Sea God Emperor hated her. Therefore, the appearance of the young and beautiful Lu Ji instantly attracted all of his attention. The resentment of the Sea God Emperor for many years erupted at this time. The two women's completely different performances made him abandon all his scruples and make a decision. "All right, let's talk after we get out. If you hate me so much, I'll choose Lu Ji today. When you understand and admit your wrongs to me, I'll forgive you." The Sea God Emperor narrowed his eyes and said this. In fact, his heart was faintly trembling because the decision he made at this moment would cause the woman who had accompanied him for half his life to leave this world in the most despairing manner. On the other side, Long Chen and Qin Xingyao looked at each other. They really didn't have a better idea. The sea god emperor seemed to have been poisoned by Lu Ji, and Lu Ji would not die. If they wanted to help Emperor Xiao, it was very likely that they would kill Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao. At this moment, even though they felt that it was not worth it for Emperor Xiao, there was nothing they could do. The ugliness of human nature was vividly displayed by the sea god emperor and Lu Ji. They had chosen the cruelest method to force her to death. Moreover, up until now, Emperor Xiao did not know about it. She only thought that it was a matter of venting her anger. He did not expect that the sea god emperor would actually scold him for this kind of matter. He was already very angry, and now he was even angrier. She had forced herself to calm down countless times and figure out why Lu Ji had the upper hand. She understood that it was because she, Emperor Shi, would not compromise with the sea god emperor. Now it was different. She had to fight again in order to kill Lu Ji. The prerequisite was that he had to leave this place. As long as she could leave this place, she would have many ways. So this time, she chose to compromise. She said, "Silver Crescent Fong, all right, I'll follow your arrangements this time." To be able to say this, it could be seen how much concessions she had made in her heart. However, she did not know what the consequences of this concession would be. Hearing this, the sea god emperor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He knew that he was going to personally bury the woman who had been with him for half his life. Thinking back to the many memories of his childhood, the two of them were childhood sweethearts, but they were opposed. Later on, the two of them relied on their hard work to grow up step by step, breaking all the shackles and coming together. They decided to stay together for the rest of their lives. Countless scenes flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to turn red, and he almost cried. "Don't think too much. I can do better for you." Lu Ji looked at Emperor Xiao in his arms and smiled coldly. She stretched out her jade-like left hand and used her palm to gently hold the palm of the sea god emperor. The sea god emperor was currently in a state of pain and suffering. He wanted to rush over and hug this woman who had accompanied him for half his life countless times, but the soft bondage of the woman in his arms made him unable to move. The sea god emperor's voice was somewhat hoarse. He couldn't tell the truth. Perhaps it was because Lu Ji had stopped him. Perhaps it was because the desire in his heart had shattered his tens of thousands of years of feelings. He was no longer able to control himself. More likely, his choice was Lu Ji rather than Emperor Xiao. In contrast, his most primitive thought was to let Emperor Xiao die. Those sad memories, no matter how deep they were still a joke. What oath of undying love? What lifelong companionship? They would all change. That's what he thought. Therefore, he didn't know when, but Lu Ji had already held hands with him. A film of light appeared on their bodies. This meant that Emperor Xiao was undoubtedly dead. She would be abandoned by the sea god emperor unknowingly and be burned by the Empyrean god's heart fire for a year until she died. Turning around, the sea god emperor and Lu Ji were already hugging each other. Anger burned all over Emperor Xiao's body. She didn't want to look at the two of them anymore. She endured to such an extent just so that she could take revenge after leaving. She had a premonition that with the current state of the sea god emperor, once there was a conflict, he wouldn't help her. Forget it, the so-called love is just a kind of fantasy, a kind of self-consolation. Most of the time, the person you imagine is not what you imagine. I'm already so old, how can I still be so naive? She gritted her teeth and didn't take it seriously. Now, she was standing in front of Emperor Xiao. If Lu Ji killed Qin Xingyao at this time, it would have the same effect. However, she wouldn't let the sea god emperor know that she had already used the blue charm to control Qin Xingyao's life and death. She wanted to see Emperor Xiao know the truth and know that it was the sea god emperor who had abandoned her. As long as Zhong Yuyao came out, Emperor Xiao would definitely understand everything and understand that it was the sea god emperor who had sent her to the Empyrean god's heart fire. Qin Xingyao, lend me your palm. Emperor Xiao stood in front of him, suppressing the anger in her heart as she said indifferently. She didn't know in whose eyes, she was very pitiful right now. Qin Xingyao shook his head and said, Emperor Xiao, I'm sorry. I was forced, and there was nothing I could do. He retreated in front of Emperor Xiao and retreated to Long Chen's side. At this moment, another woman appeared beside him, and that was the intact Zhong Yuyao. The human clan and the spirit clan had divine nations, but the sea clan definitely didn't. Therefore, Emperor Xiao couldn't imagine that he would have a lover. Qin Xingyao quickly shook hands with Zhong Yuyao. He closed his eyes and sighed. He couldn't face Emperor Xiao. He knew how painful Emperor Xiao's expression would be at this time. It was one of the most unbearable pain in the world. This pair of dogs. Long Chen had rarely encountered such a helpless thing. He and Emperor Xiao were neither relatives nor friends, and were even enemies. However, he felt that people shouldn't die in such despair. She had been deceived and abandoned by her husband who had been with her for tens of thousands of years, and all he wanted was a young and beautiful woman. The love he believed in was to protect to the death, not to let these two bitches ruin it like this. When Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao's hands joined together, Lu Ji was very surprised. She didn't know that Zhong Yuyao had actually recovered. However, her accident was simply a drop in the bucket to Emperor Xiao's shock and pain. Now, the entire stone of this life was trembling and cracking. It was as if her and the sea god emperor's lifelong feelings and protection were falling apart. They fell into the Empyrean heart fire and instantly turned into ashes. It was as if her heart had been ruthlessly split open and badly mutilated. She opened her lips slightly and stared blankly at the two people hugging each other. She saw the woman's smiling face. It was so proud, and the smile was so mocking. Then, she saw the man who had personally buried her. He didn't dare to look at her. He closed his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. At that moment, she hadn't died yet, but her soul had already dissipated. All the love, all the words of love, fell into the Empyrean heart fire like a piece of paper, burned clean. Her soul also fell into it, suffering over and over again. It was unimaginable what kind of torture and pain it was. Lu Ji's last smile, the appearance of the sea god emperor with his eyes closed, they were all bayonets, piercing her body and soul again and again. That kind of hysterical pain had already made it impossible for her to breathe. Boom. The last stone of this life shattered. Under the protection of the gold and silver light barrier, the three pairs of people floated in the air. Only Emperor Xiao herself fell with the shattered present life stone. Until she was engulfed by the Empyrean heart fire, her eyes were still wide open, completely lifeless, and her entire body was stiff, without the slightest bit of resistance. Buzz. All the rocks were engulfed by the Empyrean heart fire at this moment. Everywhere one could see was flames. Rumble. The Empyrean heart fire surged, almost closing in on Long Chen and the others. It was precisely because of the gold and silver light barrier that everyone was spared from the burning. However, Emperor Xiao's painful screams rang out at this moment. It was a heart-wrenching pain, a double torment in her heart and body. A figure was rolling under it. The dignified Ocean Emperor fell into this Empyrean heart fire, and his fate was the same. There was no exception. This kind of burning would punish her for a year before she turned into ashes. Long Chen finally knew how terrifying this three lives secret realm was. It didn't torture those who were not loyal to love, but those who were abandoned. Therefore, the Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji were fine, but Emperor Xiao was in pain. 1 year, never ending. From a human form, to a huge sea snake, rolling in the Empyrean heart fire. The pain she let out was so ferocious that it couldn't be described with words. Even Long Chen's eyes turned red when he heard it, not to mention Lingxi's eyes that were already red and swollen. Only Lu Ji was still showing her moving smile, as if she was proclaiming her victory. As for the Sea God Emperor, he closed his eyes and simply isolated himself from the sound. This way, he would be able to avoid the torture in his heart. However, there was no torture in his heart. Otherwise, even if he lost his eyes and ears, he would still be in extreme pain. Chapter 23:55. It was as if everywhere he could see was the Empyrean god heart fire. This was a flame that would not burn people to death for the time being, but it would bring extreme pain. And Emperor Xiao must have endured even more. Even her power was unable to be used under the suppression of the rules, so she could only endure that kind of pain. At this time, Long Chen and the other 6 were being pulled away by a wave of rule energy, heading towards a new place. In their field of vision, Emperor Xiao gradually shrank until she could no longer be seen. During this entire process, everyone gradually separated. Because of the matter with Emperor Xiao, everyone's mood was very heavy and they didn't say anything. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. Long Chen was considered an outsider, so he couldn't interfere. The Empyrean god heart fire gradually disappeared from their line of sight, and everyone gradually descended under the guidance of the rule energy. They were now going to a new place. During the descent, Long Chen discovered some new changes. The first big change was that the laws that sealed his power had been removed. This meant that Long Chen's advantage in terms of physical body no longer existed. From now on, if the Sea God Emperor hardened his heart and wanted to kill him, the possibility of him being able to resist was very small. The current situation was different from the beginning. Lu Ji controlled Chen Xingyao's life, which meant that Long Chen was the only enemy the Sea God Emperor feared. If the last place of the 3 lives secret realm hid something rare in the world, the Sea God Emperor would definitely obtain it. This was the territory of his Sea clan. The second change was that the divine nations had been sealed. This meant that Long Chen was unable to protect Lingxi in the divine nations and had to face it together. In fact, they had taken advantage of the loophole from the very beginning. This 3 lives secret realm was like a game. Long Chen and the others were the challengers, and the constantly changing rules of the game were set up by the creator of the 3 lives secret realm. Strength recovered, divine nations sealed. This was a great crisis for Long Chen. Of course, this was nothing. At this time, Long Chen could roughly see what was below. As of now, the other 2 pairs, Neptune Emperor and Chen Xingyao, had already left their side. They did not know where they went. They were probably separated by the rules of the game. Fortunately, we haven't been separated. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome here. We can't meet the Sea God Emperor now. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Long Chen said to Lingxi in his arms. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Lingxi knew that he was worried about her. There was also a dense fog below. This fog was actually formed by the arrangement of divine runes. It was also a type of rule that was specifically used to block Long Chen's vision. Beneath the fog was a mirror. That's right, it was an endless mirror. It was smooth and flat, with no end in sight. Although he was still very far away from the mirror, Long Chen could almost find himself in it. The sea of past life, the stone of present life, then this should be the last part. This place should be related to the next life. Regardless of whether it was the sea of past life or the stone of present life, their strong bond had not been tested at all. Long Chen did not dare to imagine what would happen if Li Xuanji also came in. The stone of present life would probably drive him crazy and make him regret it for the rest of his life. Just as the 2 of them were about to land on the mirror, something happened. Their left hands were originally holding each other's. At this moment, a strong gust of wind came out of nowhere and crashed into the 2 of them. This gust of wind appeared without any warning and was extremely violent. In an instant, the 2 of them were torn apart and sent flying in different directions. Little she. Long Chen was shocked. He was just thinking that he and Lingxi were not separated. He did not expect this to happen so quickly. Given Lingxi's current strength, if she were to encounter any danger on this boundless mirror, she would definitely die if she were to encounter any danger. Her strength was far from the level of people like Long Chen and the Neptune Emperor. Moreover, the 3 lives secret realm was very dangerous. The heart fire of the sky god had already scared everyone. Long Chen landed on the mirror, but Lingxi had already disappeared from his sight. He quickly took out his star amulet, but it was obvious that the rules of the game would not allow the use of star amulets, so the star amulet was also restricted. Without saying a word, he dashed in the direction that he was being swept from as fast as he could. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. This was the woman that he had sworn to protect for the rest of his life. She was a treasure that was more important than his own life. They had gone through a lot to get together, so Long Chen cherished their relationship very much. Putting Lingxi in such a dangerous environment, he couldn't find peace in his heart at all. What he didn't expect was that he would be given such a huge gift right after he arrived at the final part of the Three Lives Secret Realm. Back in the battlefield of the gods, Lingxi had also participated in the battle when he had a narrow escape from death. But this time, Long Chen was even more nervous than the last time. Even if she was injured in the slightest, it would be a deep pain in his heart. Now, he could even lose everything, but he could not lose the woman that he loved, the woman that had accompanied him through life and death. From meeting to knowing each other, and then to staying together for the rest of their lives. His strength had already recovered, so he ran at his fastest speed. His whole body was like a blood-red ray of light, flashing and disappearing. In an instant, he moved a great distance, searching for Lingxi's whereabouts. Lingxi was definitely looking for him. Chen. Suddenly, someone called him from the left. Over here. Long Chen was overjoyed. He dashed towards the direction of the voice without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he saw Lingxi looking around in a daze. When she saw him, she finally cried tears of joy. So it was a false alarm. Long Chen was already drenched in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he had acted quickly and quickly found her. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. If he couldn't protect her, his life would be ruined, and he would never be happy in his life. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lingxi. He hugged her tightly in his arms, feeling the familiar warmth in his arms. However, Long Chen quickly drew the god-slaying sword and pierced it into Lingxi's back. Then, he turned around and minced her flesh. The delicate young lady in front of him instantly turned into a cloud of green smoke, rose into the sky, and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Long Chen was panting heavily. He was no longer as excited as he was when he rushed over. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Although there are no flaws, my familiarity with little she is already deep in my bones. I only need one look to know if it's really her. At first, he really thought that he had met Lingxi. However, when Long Chen got closer, the feeling of unfamiliarity in his bones, despite looking exactly the same on the outside, couldn't fool him. Furthermore, Long Chen did some calculations. Lingxi shouldn't have been able to reach this place with such speed. The place where she landed should be quite a distance away from here. He thought of the word test. What I encountered, Lingxi will definitely encounter too. She will meet someone who looks exactly like me. If she doesn't recognize me, then maybe, he no longer dared to think any further. The only thing he could do was to continue searching for Lingxi and continue forward. However, at this moment, the mirror beneath his feet actually started to change. A huge crack appeared on the surface of the mirror. After that, the crack continued to change, forming a passageway before Long Chen. Does this mean that I've passed the test? Obviously, walking into the tunnel was the best choice for him. He believed that it wasn't just him. The other 5 people should be facing the same test, which was to see if they could recognize their lover. He should be the fastest. Even from a long distance, he could tell that it wasn't the real Lingxi. No, I have to go find her. He couldn't stop worrying about Lingxi. There were too many uncertainties in the Three Lives Secret Realm. He couldn't go in alone. However, the rules here clearly didn't give him the chance. He was forced into the tunnel, and he still hadn't defeated the power of the rules. The tunnel soon closed. No matter how Long Chen attacked, he couldn't get out. He could only move forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was gritting his teeth, panting heavily. Suddenly, he thought of Lingxi. Her love for me and her familiarity with me isn't any less than my love for her. In fact, it's even more than mine. If I can recognize her so quickly, she definitely can too. Since we love each other, I have to trust her even more. Perhaps, she's already waiting for me at the end of the tunnel. Because Lingxi wasn't as strong as him, he was worried about her. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't necessary. She had the ability to experience these things. As a man, Long Chen also had the responsibility to make her stronger, and not to protect her like a flower. He believed that Lingxi wouldn't want to be of no help at all. She had an incomparable desire to be Long Chen's helper. She was the second most talented person in the world, second only to Long Chen. It was just that she couldn't catch up to a monster like Long Chen. She can succeed. Long Chen had full confidence in her. He stepped forward and walked deeper into the tunnel. Lingxi was hurrying in Long Chen's direction when a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of her, charging at her. "Little Shi, I finally found you," Long Chen said excitedly. Lingxi stopped in her tracks. At that moment, Long Chen was already in front of her. Just as he was about to hug her, Lingxi's butterfly illusory sword appeared in her hand, and she pressed it against the man's forehead. "You're not Chen. Go away." Long Chen was stunned. "Little Shi, are you joking?" Lingxi wasn't joking. She directly stabbed the butterfly illusory sword into the man's body. "How did you find out that I'm not?" the man asked. "You're not. There's only one him in the world, and he's different from everyone else. No matter how well you pretend, you'll still be full of flaws in front of me." Chapter 2356. What appeared in front of Lingxi was a passage. She blinked her pretty eyes and thought to herself, "I'm sure that Brother Chen would have encountered the same mirror image that I had encountered earlier. He must have been very flustered after being separated from me. I wonder if he would be able to recognize that it wasn't me. Otherwise, he might have been possessed by the green smoke." This thought made her very uneasy. She wanted to walk in that direction again to see if she could meet Long Chen, but she was also thinking about what this passage represented. After a long time, the power of the rule came from nowhere and knocked her into this passage. She hit it a few times, but the entrance of the passage was already closed. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes, but she couldn't cry. "No, when he's not by my side, I have to work hard and not let him be sad." Lingxi clenched her tender fists and looked into the depths of the passage with her bright eyes. "I should believe him. Even if he is very anxious to find me, he is familiar with me. There will definitely be a passage on his side. Although he wants to find me, the passage will also pull him in, so it was very likely that all the passages led to the same place. Of course, she might have to face many tests in the 3 Lives secret realm alone, and some of them might even be fatal. But these were all things that could not be helped. For herself and for Long Chen, she had to stubbornly live on. As long as she survived today's danger, the future would definitely be better. She raised her vigilance and walked into the depths of the passage. The 4 sides of the tunnel were actually mirrors, up, down, left, and right. As she walked, the mirrors were filled with her, one after another. Lingxi had a feeling that she was being spied on, but every time she raised her guard and looked at the mirror beside her, the reflection of herself in the mirror was very normal. It was not only the 2 of them who went through such a test. All 6 of them were going through it. Among them, although Chen Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao had some interludes, in the end, their familiarity and trust with each other allowed them to survive this test. After being separated by that force, Neptune Emperor had now recovered his strength. Among the 6 of them, as the number 1 Neptune, he was definitely the number 1 person present. He had absolute control over the entire situation. Lu Ji. With his strength and speed, he was able to break free very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had moved a great distance. Soon, he realized that Lu Ji was also looking for him. In the distance of the mirror, the cold and elegant woman in a long black dress was like the most beautiful scenery. She was waiting for him. On the stone of this life, the sea god emperor chose to let Emperor Xiao die tragically in exchange for this sexy woman. Now, Lu Ji was his everything. He believed that since he had paid so much for Lu Ji, this woman would follow him wholeheartedly in the future. When they left the Three Lives secret realm, the two of them would no longer have to live in fear. In any case, Emperor Xiao couldn't get out. Oh my god. The sea god emperor hugged the woman tightly. He was reluctant to let go of such a soft and plump body. He couldn't help but caress her and chuckled, that damned law has finally disappeared. My power has also recovered. Don't worry, from now on, we are the rulers of this place. Let's go and see what secrets this Three Lives secret realm has. You're so bad. The woman in his arms said coquettishly. Haha. The sea god emperor's heroic spirit reached the clouds. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Now that the beauty was in his arms, if he could obtain a truly important treasure in the Three Lives secret realm, then his life would definitely undergo an even greater change. Let's go. The sea god emperor pulled Lu Ji's tender little hand and said. Where are we going? Lu Ji did not leave his embrace. Her other hand went around to the back of the sea god emperor and turned into a sharp knife. She slowly stabbed in, and a thick cyan smoke also surged in. Little scoundrel, what are you doing? The sea god emperor hurriedly pulled her hand out. He didn't blame Lu Ji, but glared at her and said, This is your little poison. Didn't I tell you that your poison is useless against me? Don't always play this kind of boring game. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. He watched as the woman in his arms turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared in front of his eyes. Lu Ji, Lu Ji. The sea god emperor shouted. At first, he thought that Lu Ji was playing a game with him. Impossible. With her ability, how could she disappear in front of me? Was that not her? It can't be. There's no difference. Being able to recognize whether the person you meet is the person you really like has nothing to do with strength. Lingxi was so weak, but she could discover it from a distance. The sea god emperor was so strong, but he couldn't see clearly in his arms. This was the rule of the Three Lives secret realm. Rumble. Behind the sea god emperor, a passage also appeared. What kind of green smoke is this? It disappeared after entering my body. Fortunately, it didn't cause any bad consequences. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seems that the tricks of the Three Lives secret realm can't do anything to me. I have to be careful next, lest I get tricked again. The sea god emperor looked around coldly. In the end, he still chose to walk towards the passage. At the same time, almost everyone had stepped into the passage. After a short hesitation, they all walked towards the depths. In the surrounding mirrors, there were their own images. Longchen wasn't in the mood to look at these. He sped up and walked forward quickly. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a light in front of the passage. It should be the exit. He quickly moved forward and came outside in the blink of an eye. It was still foggy outside, and there was only a mirror-like floor. At the first moment, Long Chen saw that there were 5 more passages around. Sure enough, all the passages would converge. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lingxi could successfully recognize the mirror image, she could come here. Long Chen was the first to come out. As soon as he came out, another person appeared in the passage beside him. It turned out to be the enchanting and peerless beauty, Lu Ji. This woman was really flirtatious. Every frown and smile had a suffocating flavor. However, Long Chen wasn't interested in her. Their eyes met for a moment. You came out so quickly. Lu Ji said lightly. Aren't you the same? Long Chen replied indifferently. Now that both of them had recovered their strength, Long Chen wasn't inferior to her in terms of combat power. Long Chen was worried that Neptune Emperor would appear in front of Lingxi. Neptune Emperor was an absolutely dangerous person now. Once a treasure appeared, that treasure was so important that he didn't want anyone to know about it or leak it out. At that time, he would probably kill someone, and Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, his god nation had already been sealed. He really didn't know how he could deal with the number one Neptune Emperor. The number one powerhouse of the sea race. A figure comparable to 15 dragon emperors. Neptune Emperor was already the pinnacle of the entire eternal god domain. He was the kind of person who stood above 10 billion people. Including the dragon sacrificial continent, he was the ruler of 1 trillion people. He was basically equivalent to a god. If Neptune Emperor came out first, he could only stay here. At that time, if Neptune Emperor wanted to kill him, there was nothing he could do. His heartbeat sped up slightly as he waited for Lingxi to appear. Finally, footsteps came from the passage, and it wasn't just one person. In the blink of an eye, 3 people came out from the passage. Of course, the first person Long Chen saw was Lingxi. With just a glance, he could tell whether the other party was real or not. The woman in front of him with slightly red eyes was naturally Lingxi. He hugged her tightly. I could tell at a glance that it wasn't you. Lingxi said with a smile, as if she was asking for praise. Amazing. Long Chen fiercely kissed her fair face. After experiencing such a thrilling experience, there was no time to be tender. Now was the beginning of the real crisis. The battle between the 6 people and the final test of the 3 lives secret realm should be coming. The other 2 people who came out were Chen Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao. They seemed to be fine. The 2 hugged each other and smiled tacitly. This test was nothing to them. If it wasn't for the fact that they had gone through life and death together for so many years, the 2 of them would have become one long ago. Chen Xingyao wouldn't have endured the humiliation of the sea race for thousands of years just to prolong her life. Only Neptune Emperor didn't come out. The fastest and strongest guy was actually the slowest. Of course, it might have something to do with the length of the passage. Long Chen looked at the 4 people around him. He reckoned that these people weren't deceived. He just didn't know if Neptune Emperor had been deceived. Staying here to wait for Neptune Emperor was definitely not the right choice. He signaled to Chen Xingyao and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Lu Ji shouted coldly, Chen Xingyao, stop right there. He didn't expect Lan Mei to be so restrained at this time. Chen Xingyao's life and death were in her hands. Of course, he could only listen. Chen Xingyao couldn't leave, and Long Chen couldn't leave either. From the moment Long Chen called him Uncle Chen, he had recognized him as a person. Chen Xingyao signaled Long Chen to leave first. However, Long Chen didn't do as he said. He was helpless and could only say, "What's the matter?" At this moment, Neptune Emperor walked out from the last passage. Seeing everyone, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lu Ji with vigilance and said, "I just met you, it seems." Lu Ji went up and said, "That was fake. It was just a small test. It's not worth mentioning. I have to settle my matters first." Her gaze fell on Zhong Yuyao. "She looks pretty good. Chen Xingyao, tell me, who made her recover? When did it happen? Lan Mei is in your body. Don't take your life as a joke." Chapter 2357. Lu Ji chuckled and said, "Who's friends with you? It's obvious that she has recovered long ago. However, you've been hiding it from me for the past few days. You should have left the Neptune region long ago, but you still followed me into the 3 lives secret realm. Don't think that I don't know that you've been working for the human race from the beginning to the end. During our transaction, you did something that betrayed me. You should pay the price." For her to threaten Chen Xingyao like this at this time, it could be assumed that she was not only targeting Chen Xingyao, but also targeting Long Chen who was behind him. Now that they were in the core area of the 3 lives secret realm, this conflict would directly determine whether the Sea God Emperor could make up his mind to kill Long Chen. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the mirror-like ground shook again. It was obvious that something new was about to happen. The place where the change occurred was 100 meters away from the front of the tunnel. A large area had collapsed, and below it was an endless void. It was pitch black. At this moment, in the darkness of the void, something gradually emerged. At this moment, everyone temporarily put aside their conflict and focused their attention on the thing that was emerging. It turned out to be an ice sculpture. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture emerged from the mirror-like surface and the mirror-like surface returned to normal. That ice sculpture turned out to be a divine dragon that seemed to be soaring above the 9 heavens. This was a divine dragon that Long Chen had never seen before. In terms of temperament, power, dragon might, and bloodline level, this divine dragon was obviously the best. Although it was just an ice sculpture, Long Chen could sense that this divine dragon might even be at the level of the ancestral dragon. This was a very special divine dragon. Its body was similar to that of an ordinary divine dragon, but it was more angular, like steel. Ordinary divine dragons had 2 horns, but this divine dragon had a sharp horn on its forehead. Unlike other dragon horns, this sharp horn was actually a divine sword. That's right, it looked exactly like the blade of a sword. The long sword seemed to be the core of this divine dragon. Although it was just an ice sculpture, there was still a terrifying murderous aura bursting out from the long sword. It was definitely an ancient divine sword that could pierce through heaven and earth and crush the untainted universe. But that was only part of it. His dragon scales were complex and thick, like shields. Each dragon scale and each shield had a different pattern on them, but each one of them was something that even the best Tao treasures could not compare to. His dragon claw didn't look like a claw, but completely looked like a blade. It was the sharpest curved blade, sharp and sinister, a peerless killing weapon. His dragon teeth were not like teeth, but sword points, the sharpest part of the blade. The entire row of sword points combined showed a terrifying biting force. His dragon tail was a long spear. It was sharp, slender, and densely packed with spikes. The tip of the spear was the sharpest, just like the long sword between his brows, which was as frightening as it was. It was just an ice sculpture, and even Lingxi could destroy it. However, the pressure emitted by this ice sculpture made even the sea god sovereign not dare to breathe for a moment. The others were even more intimidated. A dragon sculpture had actually appeared in the 3 Lives secret realm. Moreover, it was such a mighty and domineering divine dragon, as terrifying as an emperor. This divine dragon was more like a ruler, different from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the space-time traveler of the void cosmic dragon, and the creator of the Tai Chi living dragon. The sword was the dragon's horn, the dragon's scales were the shield, the saber was the dragon's claw, and the spear was the dragon's tail. This divine dragon, no matter how one looked at it, was tough, domineering, and perfect. Everyone was so shocked by the majesty of this divine dragon that they even forgot about everything else. However, the crowd soon discovered something else on the divine dragon ice sculpture. There was another ice sculpture below him, but it was not as mighty as the divine dragon ice sculpture. It was a long snake, coiled around one of the dragon's claws, heading straight for the dragon's head. Its head was pressed tightly against the dragon's head. Compared to the mighty divine dragon, this little snake was not eye-catching at all. So much so that no one had noticed it at first. Even if they had seen it, it would have been difficult to pay attention to it. However, it was precisely this little snake that made the mighty divine dragon seem a little different. What are these dragons and snakes? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Ji, why does this snake look a little similar to your Blue Devil tribe? Neptune Emperor noticed this. Lu Ji seemed to be in a daze, but after hearing Neptune Emperor's words, she shook her head and said, "It's just a little similar, but there are tens of thousands of snake species. It's normal to look similar." Neptune Emperor did not probe further. However, Long Chen remembered that this 3 Lives secret realm was opened by Lu Ji, so this little snake must be related to Lu Ji. Or it could be the ancestor of the Blue Devil tribe during the era of the Divine Dragon. At that time, the demon race did exist, but it was very weak. In that case, she must know something that no one else knew. This would be the greatest thing she could rely on to obtain the most important thing. Now she was hiding it from Neptune Emperor. Their hearts are linked together, Lingxi suddenly said. Long Chen looked carefully and saw that there were ice threads coming out from the dragon's and snake's hearts, and then they were connected. Those ice threads were completely inconspicuous at first. But at this moment, everyone found a few golden words under the ice sculpture. 3 lives love thread, dual sword amalgamation. Clearly, this ice sculpture represented the love between the divine dragon and the little snake. Could the 3 lives love thread in the words be the ice threads that connected the 2 hearts? The ice threads were only a part of the ice sculpture, and the 3 lives love thread should be something else. As for the dual sword amalgamation, it was hard to figure out what it meant. Everyone was silently chanting the 3 lives love thread and then circled around the ice sculpture. They did not dare to touch the ice sculpture for now. Finally, Neptune Emperor tried once, but before he could get close to the ice sculpture, he was bounced back by the power of the rules. There seemed to be an invisible controller here. Only when they went around the ice sculpture did they see something new. It was a door. A door surrounded by deity heart fire. The door wasn't big, and looking inside, they could see that there seemed to be a city inside. It was a city formed by mirrors, and they could only see the tip of the iceberg for now. But everyone was sure that this mirror city was the true end of the 3 lives secret realm. The truly important place. The ice sculpture in front of him might just be giving him a hint. Long Chen did not know what the purpose of entering the 3 lives secret realm was, but now he finally understood. Clearly, the 3 lives God Stone and the Karma Sacred Stone were related, and the 3 lives God Stone and the little snake in the ice sculpture were also related to the Blue Devil tribe. Now that a divine dragon had appeared in the 3 lives secret realm, if Long Chen's guess was right, it was the divine Tao Heart Dragon of Virtue and Karma Dragon. This was an ancestral dragon that controlled punishment. His appearance was like the Tao he controlled, representing justice and the Tao of emperors. He had knives, spears, swords and shields of punishment. It was just an ice sculpture. Although it looked lifelike, it could not represent the real ancestral dragon. Perhaps the real ancestral dragon would definitely be many times more powerful than this ice sculpture. But the most important thing now was to enter the city in the mirror. Fate of next life, city in the mirror. The deity heart fire formed 6 words under everyone's feet. From the sea of previous life, to the stone of present life, and then to this fate of next life. The sea god emperor and Lu Ji looked at each other, then quickly passed through the deity heart fire and entered the city in the mirror. The 3 lives secret realm would not open for no reason. In the end, there must be a magical existence waiting for them. Are we going in? Qin Xingyao asked. Long Chen looked around, and his gaze finally landed on the ice sculpture. We only have one choice. Because at this time, the entire mirror started to collapse, and the Empyrean god's heart fire appeared below. Obviously, if they didn't enter the city in the mirror, they would fall into the Empyrean god's heart fire like Emperor Xiao, be burned for a year, suffer for a year, and then turn into ashes. No one could bear such a consequence. Therefore, the 4 of them could only enter. Long Chen looked back, and the ice sculpture had already disappeared into thin air. But his divine Tao heart refining dragon must be waiting for him in the depths. This time, it was very likely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart refining dragon without using the Karma Sacred Stone. In other words, this was the only way to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart refining dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them entered the city in the mirror. They were in a city made up of mirrors. The ground, walls, and even the sky were filled with endless mirrors, filled with their mirror images. When they entered the city, because of the reflection of the mirror, they could be found on almost every mirror. That scene was truly unbearable. The city in the mirror was densely packed with mirrors. In front of them, there was only one path that led to the deepest part of the city in the mirror. However, both sides of this path were filled with the deity heart fire. The deity heart fire was incomparably hot. Even if it didn't burn them, passing by them, even the sea god emperor wouldn't be able to last long. However, the symbol on their palms still existed. As long as a man and a woman held hands together and formed a light film, they would probably be able to pass through the path of the deity heart fire and head towards the depths, reaching the final place. When everyone entered, there was actually a white deity heart fire burning on every mirror. The surrounding temperature rose once again, and in the mirror, each of them seemed to be burning. The atmosphere between the 6 of them was strange. At this time, the sea god emperor and Lu Ji didn't continue to advance. Instead, they turned back to look at Long Chen and the others. They planned to eliminate any obstacles and competitors before advancing. From the moment they saw the ice sculpture, the sea god emperor and Lu Ji knew that there would definitely be something here that would allow them to dominate the eternal sacred realm. It would allow the sea god emperor to become an existence on par with Ling Huang. Chapter 2358. Neptune Emperor and Lu Ji were not anxious at all. Now that they were in the 3 Lives secret realm, they had plenty of time to eliminate all their opponents and walk into the deepest part of the city in the mirror with peace of mind. However, just thinking about killing this human genius still made them a little excited. After all, if this continued, he would have no problem becoming the 2nd Eternal Dragon Emperor. Back then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was almost the ruler of the entire Eternal Sacred Realm. His strength was unfathomable. If you want to blame someone, blame the 15 Dragon Emperors for being too confident and letting him come here. Blame yourself for being too bold and greedy. You actually dared to barge into the 3 Lives secret realm of the sea race. You're simply looking for death. Neptune Emperor stood behind Lu Ji with a smile on his face, but his heart was already filled with dense killing intent. Long Chen naturally knew what they were thinking. Now that he was faced with such a crisis, there was nothing he could do. He was here for the divine Tao heart refining dragon, and the 3 Lives secret realm was a great opportunity. If he were to let it go, something good would fall into the hands of the Sea clan. As for what would happen to the past life ocean and the stone of present life after coming in, Long Chen had no way of knowing. Fortune came from danger. This crisis was enough to be fatal. Even the strongest sea emperor of the sea race could only adapt to the situation in this situation. Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao were also a little flustered. They originally shouldn't have come in, but almost all the demigod martial artists had come in. They wanted to help Long Chen, but they didn't expect the stone of present life and the sea of past life to have such a round of selection. They were filtered out and ended up facing Lu Ji here. What was more helpless was that Qin Xingyao's life was still in Long Chen's hands. Neptune Emperor was too strong. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He could only think of other ways. Although he had always been very relaxed from the sea of past life to now, it was also this 3 Lives secret realm that had almost forced him into a dead end. As expected, Lu Ji did not directly target Long Chen. Instead, she said to Qin Xingyao, "I haven't finished what I wanted to say." "Qin Xingyao, you actually lied to me. This really makes me very angry." Qin Xingyao said seriously, "We are only in a business relationship, not a real husband and wife. I am a human, not a member of the sea race, so it is normal for me to work for the human race." The blue succubus was a big problem. Long Chen could only lower his voice and say, "Lord Lu Ji, please take out the blue charm. Our 2 races have formed an alliance and Qin Xingyao has decided to return to the human race. Now that 3 days have passed, you should fulfill your promise. After all, a good relationship is good for both the human race and the sea race, isn't it?" Now that they had not shed all pretense of cordiality, he could use this method to test the other party's resolve. Lu Ji suddenly giggled and said, "If you want me to let Lan Mei come out, it's very simple. You only need to agree to one condition of mine. It won't harm the relationship between our 2 races." But to Qin Xingyao, this was just a small punishment. After all, he betrayed me, didn't he? Before you came, although he was a human, he was also a member of the sea race. What condition? Qin Xingyao was not at ease. The other party was a woman famous for being vicious. Now that she had something on him, she would definitely not let him off easy. They had not shed all pretense of cordiality yet, but it was obvious that she was teasing him. Neptune Emperor's expression was also incomparably playful. To them, Qin Xingyao was not the key was Long Qin. Clearly, Neptune Emperor had not truly made up his mind. Lu Ji's purpose of making things difficult for Qin Xingyao was still Long Qin. She was provoking Neptune Emperor, making him make up his mind to kill Long Qin. After all, to kill Long Qin with his identity, it really required a lot of courage. He needed to face the wrath of the 15 dragon emperors of the human race. Basically, it was a fight to the death. The only hope was the final treasure of the 3 lives secret realm. Although it had not appeared yet, Neptune Emperor firmly believed in its existence. He could ask Long Qin and the others to stay here and not move. However, what happened in the 3 lives secret realm would be leaked, which was somewhat disadvantageous to Neptune Emperor. After all, Long Qin and the others had also seen the statue. At least, the other 4 sea emperors were not to be trifled with. They also wanted a piece of the pie. Lu Ji announced her condition. She smiled and said, "It's very simple. As long as your woman can hold on and stick close to this mirror, for about an hour, I will keep my word and take the blue charm away from this body." Hearing this, Qin Xingyao's eyes turned red. The other party was obviously playing with and torturing him. Long Qin was also burning with anger. To be honest, although Neptune Emperor was powerful, he hated Lu Ji more. She was provoking Neptune Emperor to make a move, leaving him no other choice. Her courage was even greater than Neptune Emperor's. Such a condition was nothing more than torturing them. "No, Lu Ji, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, just come at me. How about this? I will bear the Empyrean fire, how about it?" Qin Xingyao hurriedly said. Those mirrors were burning with Empyrean fire, which was very hot. Not to mention getting close to them, even getting close to them would have to bear the most intense heat. With Zhong Yuyao's body that had just recovered, it was impossible for her to bear it. Of course not. If she's not willing, then forget it. However, this does not rule out the possibility that I will take your life at any time. Lu Ji still smiled faintly. As if she was talking about something insignificant. This woman was a bit perverted. Long Qin could see that she was a bit emotional, even crazy. Perhaps it was because Neptune Emperor chose her on the stone of this life, which caused her to tremble a lot. In any case, she was already not normal at this time. She punished Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao like this because she wanted to find joy. "I promise you." Unexpectedly, Zhong Yuyao did not say anything else and directly strode forward. Her love was as resolute and straightforward as her footsteps. "No." Qin Xingyao was about to pull her back, but he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He had to endure it. He was not an ultimate mystical dragon, and it was already very good for him to cultivate to this level as a super mystical dragon. Therefore, he did not have a second life. "Let her go. Doesn't she love you? You've been with the marine species for so many years. She has to pay the price, right?" Lu Ji said casually. Long Qin knew that if he made a move, he would face Neptune Emperor. This man was still struggling and hesitating, but he only needed an opportunity to make a move. He was very dangerous. His eyes were locked onto her. "Benefactor, don't worry. What's so hard about this bit of pain?" Zhong Yuyao's expression was very calm. She asked Lu Ji, "This time, you have to keep your word." Lu Ji laughed and said, "Don't worry. Although I'm not a man, I keep my word. As long as you can bear with it for an hour, I will let him go." Under the control of the blue demon, Qin Xingyao was also very difficult for Long Qin. Qin Xingyao's weakness was his weakness. He did not expect that his trip to the 3 lives secret realm would fall into such a situation. Right now, the Sea God Emperor was like an explosive. Standing behind Lu Ji, he could become a fatal weapon at any time. Whether he could survive or not depended on his fate. It was not that if he chose to surrender now, the other party would let him go. In a situation like Long Chen's, the sea god emperor did not dare to offend him. If he wanted to offend him, he could only kill him. Otherwise, there would be a day when he would be retaliated against in the future. At this time, Qin Xingyao was blocked. Zhong Yuyao had already moved her body close to the flame in the mirror. As soon as she got close, the Empyrean heart fire flew onto her body and instantly drowned her. Although this kind of pain was not as good as Emperor Xiao's, it was still very terrifying. However, this woman did not even make a sound. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. She knew that as long as she could hold on for an hour, her husband would be able to offend her, and her benefactor would no longer be controlled by Lu Ji. Everything depended on herself. Therefore, even in the Empyrean heart fire, she was not afraid in the slightest. Through the flames, one could see her eyes. She looked at Qin Xingyao with a peaceful gaze, filled with endless gentleness and love. That was the deepest love that had arisen from countless years of being together. It was Qin Xingyao who had endured humiliation time and time again just to extend his life. Husband, I suddenly understood a principle. Zhong Yuyao said a sentence with difficulty in the flames. What? Qin Xingyao's face was covered in tears as he asked with a trembling voice. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter if I live or die. The woman in the flames endured the extreme pain and said. Qin Xingyao trembled. He nodded and said, I understand. This is the best outcome for us. With just a glance, they knew all of each other's thoughts. Zhong Yuyao gradually cried out in pain. At this time, Qin Xingyao walked towards her step by step. Lu Ji shouted coldly, don't even think about using that method to save her. That method referred to the two of them putting their left hands together to produce a golden-silver light membrane. Qin Xingyao acted as if he didn't hear anything, but he didn't do as Lu Ji said. Perhaps it was because he was disdainful. He moved closer to Zhong Yuyao and the two of them hugged each other tightly. They endured the burning of the heavenly god heart fire together and endured the most painful pain in the world together. A flame born from the body of a deity. Lu Ji's eyes widened. Her conditions did not include Qin Xingyao being burned by the Empyrean heart fire. What were they doing? Sharing joys and sorrows, was this how they felt? There were too many things she did not understand. This time, he could not help. Long Chen was very regretful. In fact, he could not even protect himself at this time. Clearly, Neptune Emperor's determination to kill them was getting stronger. He could not escape first because Qin Xingyao and the others were still here. He believed that if they really had to fight, he could still hold on for a while and let them go first. Right now, he could only wait for Lu Ji to keep her promise and take the blue charm out of Qin Xingyao's body. Time passed quietly. Chapter 23:59. Qin Xingyao and Lu Ji felt as if they were bathing in fire. They didn't hold their left hands together, but they relied on their will and the warmth between them to ask for a chance of survival. They understood that the blue charm in Qin Xingyao's body would be a problem for their benefactor, Long Chen. That was why they were so determined to have Lu Ji take it away. Apart from that, they really had no other choice. They are suffering so much so that I can have greater freedom to fight against these two. Long Chen knew. Although they hadn't reached the depths of Mirror City, the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. If there were no surprises, Neptune Emperor's wavering heart was gradually being led by Lu Ji. It was very likely that the essence blood of the divine Dao heart refining dragon was in the depths of Mirror City. If Neptune Emperor obtained it, then the consequences would be uncontrollable. Neptune Emperor was a formidable person, and his strength would bring great trouble to the entire Eternal God domain. It would be fine if Long Chen was alone. But there were 3 people by his side, and they all needed his protection. Lu Ji hadn't expected them to do what she said. She and Qin Xingyao had been together for many years, and she had a deeper understanding of Qin Xingyao's love for this woman. Now, this woman had used her actions to prove that she could also do anything for the people she loved, even if it was unbearable pain. It seemed like they had lost, but they had actually won. After an hour, when they collapsed in front of Lu Ji with their last breaths, Lu Ji was already speechless. Perhaps she had never experienced such feelings since she was young. Their deep love was like a slap to her face. Lu Ji, I hope you can keep your promise. When Long Chen helped him up, Qin Xingyao looked at her with a profound gaze. Humph, Lu Ji snorted coldly. Although she was scheming and ruthless, she still had this bit of integrity, at least on the surface. In reality, if Neptune Emperor had really made up his mind, the blue charm wouldn't be of much use. From the Sea God Emperor's heavy and rough breathing, she could tell that the Sea God Emperor was about to make a move. Lu Ji crooked her hand and a small blue snake rushed out from Qin Xingyao's chest and fell into her hand. The heavenly god heart fire brought more pain, it was a nightmare. After a short period of recovery, Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao also recovered. Seeing that the two of them were no longer a burden to Long Chen because of blue succubus, they finally smiled in relief. However, even though the blue charm had been removed, the real competition had only just begun. This was an opportunity. As he helped Qin Xingyao and Lingxi up, Long Chen grabbed one of them with one hand and retreated abruptly. Lingxi, who was behind him, quickly hugged his waist. He brought the three of them with him and crashed into the passageway that was filled with God's fire but led to the depths of Mirror City. In that instant, Lingxi had already stretched out her left hand and grabbed Long Chen's left hand. Long Chen used his arm to clamp Qin Xingyao and held hands with Lingxi. A layer of light immediately appeared on their bodies. This allowed them to avoid being injured by the god's heart fire. Even within the flames, they could still maintain a certain speed. Shake hands. Before Long Chen entered, he also reminded Qin Xingyao. The two of them completely didn't expect that Long Chen would take such a risk at this time. In reality, Long Chen deeply understood that in front of a treasure, no matter who it was, they would go crazy, especially Neptune Emperor. If they waited for him to take the initiative to make a move, it might be too late. Before entering the heavenly god heart fire, he and Zhong Yuyao held each other's left hands under Long Chen's guidance. The four of them relied on Long Chen's own strength to rush into the passage. Because there were four of them, their speed was naturally affected. Qin Xingyao turned his head and saw that Neptune Emperor was like a bolt of lightning. He was holding Lu Ji with one hand as he chased after the four of them. His speed was even more ferocious. Although Long Chen had the initiative and was very fast, they would catch up to him sooner or later. At that time, they would have to fight. From the baleful look in Neptune Emperor's eyes, today would definitely be a battle to the death. This number one emperor of the Sea clan had already made up his mind. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he would thoroughly kill Long Chen. If he didn't kill Long Chen, he wouldn't be able to obtain the treasure in peace. In the future, Long Chen might easily take revenge on him. Bringing 3 people and still wanting to outrun me? Don't you think it's very funny? Neptune Emperor's sinister voice resounded. Qin Xingyao turned his head and could already see the sharp teeth of the other party. Long Chen, we can't implicate you. We've already implicated you too much. Qin Xingyao said anxiously. Don't talk nonsense. Long Chen wouldn't give up on them. He knew that the current situation was dangerous and that it would be very difficult to find a way out. However, he wasn't someone who would easily admit defeat. As long as he resisted, there would definitely be a chance. If there wasn't the danger of death, how could there be nirvana during rebirth? At this moment, Neptune Emperor was getting closer and closer. As far as the eye could see, there was already a vast deity heart fire in front of him. There was no way out. This time, I've forced myself into such a dead end. Serves me right. It seems like I was too impatient. However, there are still so many unstable factors in the primeval troll and the battlefield of the deities. How can I not be anxious? Long Chen's eyes were dark red as he constantly looked for a new breakthrough point. If it wasn't for the strict selection of the sea and the stone of present life in his previous life, he wouldn't have become Neptune Emperor's only target. This was all fate. It had nothing to do with choice. He could only do his best and do his best. If he wanted to be safe in everything, it would have been the safest for him to stay in Biyao town. Therefore, that kind of life wasn't suitable for him. However, what kind of price would he have to pay for this close shave? Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, Long Chen respected them and felt that they deserved a better life. They should be together sweetly and not die. Ever since Long Chen had helped Zhong Yuyao recover, the two of them had always been duty-bound to help. No matter how dangerous it was, Long Chen didn't want to abandon them. Revolving Star Shift Design. Lingxi gripped Long Chen with one hand and used the Immortal Lord Realm technique with the other. Now she had the ability to use a stronger attack. This time, Neptune Emperor happened to step on the Immortal Lord Realm technique. What is this? The Sea God Emperor exerted great strength and crushed the Big Dipper constellation shift formation. As a result, they were transferred for a short distance, but they quickly caught up. Under the opponent's powerful stomp, Lingxi was shaken and battered. Her face was pale. Although the revolving star shift design had some effect, it was no longer effective against Neptune Emperor. Chen. It's all right. There was no end to this path. Long Chen thought he could reach the other side quickly, but he was still in a sea of fire after so long. Don't think of leaving. In the distance, the Sea God Emperor laughed. In an instant, he crossed a very long distance, almost arriving behind Long Chen. He raised his fist. As long as he punched out, it was estimated that Long Chen and the other three would be sent flying. Within the range of the heavenly deity Heart Fire, if the two of them were not close together, it would be very dangerous. They would not be able to turn the situation around. Long Chen naturally sensed it. He could only grip the three hanging on him tightly and do his best to change directions. However, someone else had chosen another method before him. It was Qin Xingyao and his wife. Long Chen only used his arm to hold them, and did not restrict them. If they wanted to break free, it would be a piece of cake. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Long Chen suddenly thought of what they said. If they could die together, it would be the greatest happiness in life. They had experienced a long time together and were already satisfied. After Zhong Yuyao was poisoned, she did not want Qin Xingyao to face the lonely life alone, so she persisted. But if there was a chance to die together, and they had to die together, they would be like moths flying towards the flame without any regrets. They were grateful to Long Chen for giving them the chance to reunite. This action made them feel no regrets. Benefactor, don't waste our lives. When they suddenly broke free from Long Chen and rushed towards Neptune Emperor, Zhong Yuyao said this. Her voice was not nervous at all, as if it was a trivial matter. No. Long Chen clenched his teeth. When he turned around, the two of them had already escaped from his control. They were behind Long Chen, and in front of the Sea God Emperor. They had transformed into angry divine dragons. Of course, at this time, their hands were still clasped together, and they would never separate. The appearance of the two divine dragons instantly blocked Neptune Emperor's path. They were entangled together, facing death calmly. Their eyes were incomparably resolute. They used their strongest attack to clash with Neptune Emperor's fist. Under the huge tremor, they were shaken by the other party's violent power. The dragon scales on their bodies exploded, and they were covered in blood in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The two bodies were still entangled together, rolling in the deity Heart Fire. Scram. A figure was like lightning, crushing them, not putting them in his eyes at all. But at this moment, before the two died, they completed a yin-yang formation, and then turned into a sky full of light, blocking Neptune Emperor's path. Everything happened in an instant. When Long Chen turned back, Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao were already seriously injured. But their eyes were without any regrets, and there was even tranquility and anticipation. They won a chance to escape for Longchen, and this chance was exchanged with their lives. The sea god emperor was blocked once again. The savage nature of the deep-sea giant beast was truly revealed. His eyes suddenly turned deep blue, and there were actually two oceans within them. Those two oceans were violently surging and rumbling. Suddenly, two rays of light shot out and pierced Chen Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao's body. Chapter 2360. They were still entwined together. Two blue ice dragons, vivid and lifelike, snuggled up to each other. Their left hands were also clasped together in front of their chests. They had fallen to the ground, but they still raised their heads and glared angrily ahead, in the direction of the sea god emperor. There was no fear or dread in their eyes, only peace. Just as Chen Xingyao had said, this was the most perfect way to end things. In their hearts, there was not the slightest bit of regret. What they were most afraid of was not death, but that one of them would die first, leaving the other behind. They only wanted to finish this life together, and now they had done it. Long Chen's appearance and Zhong Yuyao's resurrection were unexpected to them. They were grateful to this young man from the bottom of their hearts, and wanted to help him get what he wanted, so they had come without hesitation. They did not want to be a burden, which made them especially uncomfortable. Fortunately, at the last moment, they had finally found the opportunity to help. They were extremely grateful to Long Chen. He could have escaped by himself, but he had stayed here because of the blue succubus. Even if he escaped, he had brought them along. So this time, even if they died, they did not have the slightest bit of regret. They were only worried that they would not be able to help Long Chen. Because he was too young. Compared to the number one emperor of the sea race, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he was still rather immature. They chose this way, and it is also the release they want. Everyone had to die one day. As long as he had no regrets, it would be fine. If Zhong Yuyao had died from poisoning and left him alone, it would have been a huge regret. But now, even though both of them had passed away, he had no regrets. Heaven and earth could bear witness to their feelings. From them, Long Chen could learn many more things. As he rushed forward, he looked back at the entwined ice sculptures. Although he had thousands of reasons to convince himself not to be sad, not to be angry, to convince himself that this was a good ending, all of them were useless. His eyes were still bloodshot, and he was still very angry. He wanted to tear the sea god emperor, who had caused all this, apart. He would take revenge. He was powerless to face it today, but as long as there was a chance of survival. Perhaps it was because things had been too smooth for him ever since he had returned to the dragon god domain. Even the black llama beast hadn't been able to bring him any real danger of death. Therefore, he had become much more relaxed. But at this moment, he understood once more that there was always someone stronger out there. No matter the situation, he could not afford to be careless. Long Qinglan was invincible in the world back then, and yet, he still died in the end. When he was in Biyao town, how could he have known that the outside world was so big? He had yet to stand at the peak. Chen, don't blame yourself too much. They will be fine. Although Lingxi had tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but comfort Long Chen. Long Chen's killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. It's fine. Let's survive first. He had already passed the age of hot-headedness. Although there were 10,000 thoughts in his heart urging him to kill his way back, he didn't do so. If he wasted this opportunity that Chen Xingyao and the others had created with their lives, then he would truly be worse than a pig or a dog. Really. For example, I feel that if I die with you right now, it won't be a big deal. At the very least, we were once in love, and we were together. I won't be afraid. With you by my side, there's nothing I need to be afraid of. It's just that I have some regrets. You still have many responsibilities to bear, so you can't die. I can't die either. She said this very seriously. Ever since she had followed Long Chen to the eternal god domain, the core of her life had been this man. Apart from that, in her heart, there were many things that weren't that important. Long Chen didn't reply. He had a slight advantage in terms of speed, and this was within the range of the heavenly deity Heart Fire. That was why the Sea God Emperor hadn't caught up to him yet. Why haven't we reached the end yet? The ice statue that Chen Xingyao had turned into was no longer there. When Lingxi looked behind her, she saw that the Sea God Emperor had already appeared. He hurriedly sneered, his sharp teeth terrifying. Lu Ji, who was in his arms, was like a poisonous snake, coiling around the Sea God Emperor's body. Her sharp and sinister eyes were even more terrifying. Long Chen, don't waste your efforts. You're unlucky. I really didn't think that I would have the guts to kill you. I didn't think that this day would come. There were simply too many coincidences for this to happen. If the Three Lives Secret Realm didn't exist, if there were other people around, the Sea God Emperor wouldn't have dared to do this. You're really too terrifying. I also never thought that there would be a young man who could make me so afraid. Being able to live like this is already a kind of realm. The Sea God Emperor's voice was getting closer and closer. Chen Xingyao had only fought for a chance for Long Chen, but he hadn't really given him a way out. You can't kill me. One day, you'll regret what you've done. Although I'm young, I've faced certain death thousands of times. Do you think I'm going to die? Long Chen's voice was much calmer than the Sea God Emperor had imagined. The cold attitude in his eyes was full of contempt, which made the Sea God Emperor's heart shake violently. You've already killed those two. Even if you let him go now, he'll take your life in the future, Lu Ji said in his ear. Yes. The Sea God Emperor nodded heavily. He caught up again, the distance between them shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Sea God Emperor could attack, but Long Chen still hadn't reached his destination. This city in the mirror was almost 10 times bigger than he had imagined. The heavens want me dead. He smiled helplessly. However, it was obvious that he couldn't escape anymore. Blindly facing the Sea God Emperor with his back might be even more dangerous. In this empty area of the heavenly deity Heart Fire, he chose to fight. This was the way of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Seeing that the Sea God Emperor was about to catch up, Long Chen suddenly stopped and turned into a dragon. Blood mist filled the air, and the ancient blood spirit dragon's body burst out, blocking the Sea God Emperor's path. Facing such an expert, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. In his left dragon claw, Lingxi sat on his dragon palm, her left hand still held with his palm. Because of this, Long Chen wasn't afraid of the heavenly deity Heart Fire. How tactful. The Sea God Emperor stood in front of him. Although he was in human form, his aura surpassed Long Chen's. If he turned into a beast, he would definitely be more terrifying. However, facing a junior like Long Chen, he didn't need to do so. This is the Supreme Dragon. This is the first time I've seen you transform into a dragon, right? It seems to be similar to that Hung Long. Haha. The Sea God Emperor looked very relaxed, but in fact, his heart was restless. He took deep breaths. Although he was a little hesitant, Lu Ji would remind him every time, letting him know that if he didn't act now, he would lose this opportunity. Young man, you are too arrogant, and your luck isn't good. Today, you have fallen into such a situation. You can't blame me. You are just like your father, with terrifying potential and monstrous battle prowess. Unfortunately, you are short-lived. I really don't understand what the human race is thinking, to actually let a genius like you out. Why do you need to talk nonsense? Long Chen lightly knocked on the ground. It seemed that the ground was empty, and the ground was a mirror. However, he didn't know what was below the mirror. This was very important. He tried secretly, and with his own strength, it seemed like he couldn't break the mirror, but it seemed to be about the same. The Sea God Emperor's strength was almost at the level where he could break the rules, so he should be able to do it. There was a restriction in the sky, and there was no way to escape on the ground. Long Chen could only look down. Perhaps there was a chance underground. However, he still had to rely on the Sea God Emperor. He didn't dare to show this discovery at the moment. If this was his only chance, he had to use it at the most suitable time. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Now, this was his only chance. I haven't fought for a long time. The sea god emperor used his sharp tongue to lick his sharp teeth. The majestic sea in his eyes set off huge waves, and a storm swept across. The surrounding divine heart fire was blown away by him. His strength was comparable to that of the Dragon Emperor, and it brought absolute suppression to Long Chen. Of course, if he were to fight against Long Chen, it would be a crushing defeat. In this entire world, the only one who could completely defeat the Sea God Emperor was the Spirit Emperor. The human race and the demon race experts could only fight against the Sea God Emperor in a stalemate. Facing such an opponent, the challenge to Long Chen was too big. However, he didn't give up, and he didn't show weakness. Now, he was stimulating the strength in his body, and burning the divine fire, allowing himself to reach his strongest state. That blood-red flame shot up to the sky. Useless resistance. The Sea God Emperor planned to kill Long Chen once and for all. He knew that Long Chen probably couldn't be killed by simple divine abilities or Tao techniques. At this moment, he gathered a punch. That was the Sea God's Tooth's most famous vast ocean emperor fist. Only the ruler of the sea race could use this fist. This fist was connected to the entire Sea God's domain. There was once a king of the Sea God's Tooth race who used this fist, and a quarter of the Sea God's domain seawater was blasted into the sky. Of course, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, the vast ocean emperor fist's ferocity was still famous among the major races. Even the Dragon Emperor would probably be wary of this fist. This was the ultimate fist that the Sea God Emperor would only use against an opponent of his level. When this fist was formed, it seemed to control the entire Sea God's domain. Just this fist was enough to shatter the earth, topple the mountains, overturn the seas, and cover the sky. It represented the majesty and dominance of the sea race's emperor. The Sea God Emperor was only in human form, so this fist seemed very small. However, behind him, there was a deep-sea beast that was several times larger than Long Chen. It was a crazy shark, and it suddenly rushed forward, as if it had rushed out of the endless abyss to show its arrival. Boom! The 10,000 death claw that Long Chen had been accumulating for a long time collapsed in front of this vast ocean emperor fist. This was simply crushing, and it caused huge damage to Long Chen. At that moment, his dragon scales exploded, his bones broke, and his internal organs shattered. His entire body was a bloody mess, and he almost lost his life. If you want to communicate with a lunatic, add me on WeChat, Fenking Yang. Chapter 2361. This was the difference between him and a warrior at the level of Dragon Emperor. Neptune, Great Demon Lord, Dragon Emperor, and the others were basically in the late stage of the Nine Palace Tribulation. They had been in this realm for a long time. They were at the peak of the reincarnation realm and had passed the 18 major tribulations. In theory, they could all become gods. Long Chen's true realm was the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was already quite good for him to be able to fight evenly with someone like Lu Ji, who had just passed the 9 Palace Tribulation. Back then, he only destroyed Lu Ji's poison sacrifice Dao tool and did not really injure this woman. Now, he had no chance against Neptune Emperor. If Long Chen was given a little more time, the situation would not be like this. Of course, he wasn't in a life-and-death struggle. He was looking for a final opportunity. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge. Qin Xingyao and the others had died to buy time for him. Although they had died easily, Long Chen wasn't at ease. But for now, he could only hold back his killing intent. The vast ocean emperor fist almost shattered Long Chen's body. Even Lingxi, who was on his dragon claw, was affected and almost seriously injured. For a long time, Long Chen had not really suffered such a serious injury. The Sea God Emperor was very satisfied with his punch, but he was still a little surprised that this punch didn't kill Long Chen. Even if it was Lu Ji, there was a certain chance that she would be killed by this punch. It seems that this young man is really a terrifying genius that the human race has never seen before. Neptune Emperor's sharp teeth cracked and he smiled faintly. But at this moment, his strange smile froze. Because he saw that the blood-colored flame on Long Chen's body suddenly turned into a green flame. It was a flame with majestic life force. It quickly enveloped Long Chen's body. Lingxi was also in the flame of life. Long Chen had already used the flame of life to its maximum extent. Their injuries were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short moment, a brand new Long Chen appeared in front of Neptune Emperor again. He was seriously injured before, but now he had returned to his most perfect state. Such a divine ability simply made the sea god Emperor gasp in amazement. His heart trembled again. He knew that killing Long Chen here was a crazy thing to do. However, in his current state of madness, this was the perfect time to do such a crazy thing. At other times, he wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Back then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had already caused all the experts in the world to feel despair. If Long Chen were to reach his level, he would definitely cause people to feel even more despair. While trembling, Neptune Emperor no longer needed Lu Ji's reminder. His killing intent had reached its peak, and the surroundings were filled with killing intent. In his ocean-like eyes, waves and storms surged and roared. That was his inner world. Long Chen realized that this would be the moment of life and death. Chen, I'm here with you. It's a pity that I can't help you. Lingxi was not nervous. Instead, she kept encouraging him. She had seen many deaths, but she believed that Long Chen would be able to do it. Godly Sea Steadying Needle. At this moment, Neptune Emperor waved his hand. In his thick arm, a golden rod appeared. There were complicated patterns on it, and both ends were black. Clearly, this was Neptune Emperor's Tao treasure. From its name, this was a divine item that could guard the entire Neptune's domain. Those complicated patterns were all Tao patterns. Densely packed Tao patterns. Clearly, this was the most terrifying Tao treasure of the sea race. It was even the Tao treasure with the most Tao patterns. Although it wasn't an unbounded Tao treasure, it was basically confirmed to have more than 900 Tao patterns. Its power was very close to that of an unbounded Tao treasure. This Tao treasure led the entire Neptune's domain and controlled the lives of billions of people. It had peerless majesty and dominance, like a king descending upon the world. All Tao treasures had to submit. Neptune Emperor's killing intent soared. He didn't even want to say a word. He directly rushed into the sky. The godly sea steadying needle expanded in his hand, stirring up the wind and clouds. Even the deity's heart fire was swept away. If the vast sea emperor's fist could shake the entire Neptune's domain, then a wave of this godly sea steadying needle would probably cause huge waves hundreds of meters high. The rod smashed down. That godly sea steadying needle suddenly flickered with a radiance as bright as the sun. It was even several times more intense, instantly drowning everyone's vision. If this kind of intense light were to shine on the dragon sacrificial continent, it would practically cause the entire continent to disappear and turn into ashes. Die. Neptune Emperor's heart was undoubtedly still trembling. However, he had already thrown caution to the wind. At this stage, there was no longer any room for him to stop. A peerless killing intent descended from the sky. Long Chen might have been waiting for this moment. He could feel that this power had simply exceeded the limits of what his body could withstand. If there were no accidents, if he was hit head-on, he would definitely die instantly. His goal was to let Neptune Emperor hit the ground. Because the depths of the ground seemed to be empty, that might be his only chance. Since he couldn't move in the sky, even Neptune Emperor could only jump for a while. He didn't dare to dodge too quickly. If he did, Neptune Emperor would change the direction of his attack in advance. He was enduring and gambling. Finally, when that godly sea steadying needle had already descended on top of his head, he enveloped himself with the fire of life and used space-time reversal at the same time. The space-time reversal contained his greatest understanding of the Tao of time. There was also the power all over his body. This was a power that could almost affect Neptune Emperor's godly sea-steadying needle. Boom. Even Neptune Emperor himself didn't know what had happened in that instant. What he felt was that the instant before his Tao artifact hit Long Chen, it was shifted slightly. In the end, he still hit Long Chen. And just as he expected, although his rod was slightly off, it still smashed onto Long Chen's dragon head. It didn't make his head bleed, but the godly sea-steadying needle could directly penetrate the primordial spirit. Neptune Emperor believed that this life of Long Chen's was more or less over. The remaining power smashed onto the ground that was burning with the deity heart fire. Rumble. An even louder explosion rang out. The ground shattered, creating a huge crack. The mirror exploded into countless pieces. It seemed to be extremely sharp, and Neptune Emperor could only dodge slightly. He seems to have been knocked into the ground. Lu Ji hurriedly said. The ground is actually empty. The Sea God Emperor also did not expect this. He put away the sea-calming divine needle and flew towards where Long Chen was. He saw that the mirror floor below had countless cracks, and there was a huge hole in the middle. It was caused by the Sea God Emperor's attack. Long Chen had already disappeared. They looked at the edge and saw that the deity heart fire was burning below. It was just like the place where Emperor Biyao had encountered before. The number of deity heart fire far exceeded the number of Mirror City, and they didn't even know how deep it was. Falling from this place, under the heavy encirclement of the deity heart fire, unable to soar into the air, then he will never be able to get out. Furthermore, my previous move basically pierced through his primordial spirit, so he should be dead. Neptune Emperor said with certainty. Right now, there was only the blazing deity heart fire below, and nothing else. It wasn't that Neptune Emperor didn't want to kill them all, but the deity heart fire below was unfathomable, and he didn't dare to jump down. Furthermore, if he walked forward, he would be able to reach the depths of the Mirror City. Is he sure he's dead? Lu Ji couldn't help but ask. He has that green flame, so I can only use this sure kill method. Don't worry, I can see that his primordial spirit has already been shattered, and there's the deity heart fire below. So what if there's a woman? As long as Long Chen dies, the other one will die without a doubt. If they continue to fall like this, do you think they can still hold each other? Hearing Neptune Emperor's words, Lu Ji was relieved. You're amazing. Lu Ji looked at him coquettishly, her posture was extremely charming. Huh, little demoness, after you take the treasure and leave this place, I will announce to the entire world that from today onwards, we can be together openly. As he spoke, he began to tease Lu Ji. How annoying. Alright, I've taken care of these small flies. It's time to go inside. Lu Ji rebuked and patted his thick chest. If it wasn't for the deity heart fire around them and this was a crucial place, Neptune Emperor would probably have executed them on the spot. They held each other's left hands and took a step forward, heading towards the depths of the Mirror City. Long Chen had succeeded slightly. At least he wasn't dead yet. It was just that under the impact of the sea-calming divine needle, the void dragon's primordial spirit was greatly affected. Although it didn't collapse, it was still in a very confused state. The fire of life could heal physical injuries, but it was very difficult to heal primordial spirits. Fortunately, the primordial spirit of the void universe dragon was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the Tao item with more than 900 Tao patterns. Below was the deity heart fire, and he didn't know how high it was. In a daze, Long Chen could only feel that he was constantly falling, surrounded by incomparably hot flames. That was definitely the deity heart fire. Long Chen also experienced that fatal pain. This was the pain that Emperor Biyao had endured for a year. He had already transformed into a human and was slowly falling. The more he floated down, the less likely the Sea God Emperor would be able to find him. Then, he would definitely be safe. The primordial spirit suffered heavy injuries, but there would always be a time to recover. Long Chen had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep to recover from the injuries on his primordial spirit. Everything outside could only be left to Lingxi, who was currently hugging him and falling with him. She was the only thing he could rely on at this moment. Although he wasn't completely out of danger, he had finally found a way out. In this vast deity heart fire, Lingxi hugged Long Chen and held his left hand together to resist the burning of the deity heart fire. Chen. She discovered that Long Chen was already asleep. Although she was a little flustered, she knew that she had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting him at this time. Chapter 2362. Although the Sea God Emperor's attack was not much different from the Dragon Emperor's, the destructive power was enough to destroy a large area. For example, in the mountains around the Eternal Dragon City, the Sea God Needle had hit Long Chen. If it was an ordinary expert, their primordial spirit would have been shattered. But first, Long Chen had used space-time reversal to cause the Sea God Needle to deviate slightly. Second, his primordial spirit was the body of a void cosmic dragon. Not to mention the Sea God Needle, even a higher-level limitless Tao artifact might not be able to shatter Long Chen's primordial spirit. In terms of his current realm, he was actually still considered a young dragon. When he reached the God Spirit realm, which was the true dragon realm, he would only become a youth from a young dragon. The growth period of an ancestral dragon was very long. When he truly reached adulthood, he would surpass all living beings and reach a level that far surpassed the primordial god Dijun. Of course, even a young dragon was not something an ordinary person could kill. Even if this ordinary person was the #1 Sea Emperor in the entire Eternal God realm. But in the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, this was just an ordinary creature. In his deep slumber, his heavily injured primordial spirit began to recover. During this period of time, Long Chen had already lost consciousness. He could only vaguely sense Lingxi's existence, but he had no idea what she was doing. He only knew that her body was pressed tightly against him. That warm and soft embrace came from the woman he was protecting. When he started to wake up, it meant that he had almost recovered. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. The Sea God Emperor didn't know that his primordial spirit was actually an ancestral dragon. Of course, he didn't expect him to survive in this place. In fact, when Long Chen had just fallen asleep, they had already landed on the ground. Little she. Long Chen was shocked and sat up from the ground. His first feeling was that he didn't find Lingxi by his side. This made his heart instantly jump to his throat, but very quickly, he opened his eyes wide and saw everything around him. He was in a colorful, small light barrier with butterfly wing patterns. The light on the light barrier was rotating, and it had an incomparably gorgeous color, making people feel very comfortable. Outside, it was the blazing Empyrean God's heart fire. The Empyrean God's heart fire soared into the sky, covering the entire area. It was even more than what Emperor Biyao had endured back then. Long Chen realized that his and Lingxi's left hands had already been separated. This meant that the divine heart fire should have been burning them. But now he was fine. However, the butterfly-patterned light barrier was still trembling. It was clear that it was on the verge of collapse. Chen, a soft sound came from above. Long Chen suddenly looked up and saw a colorful butterfly fluttering above his head. The light on her body was connected to the light shield that protected Long Chen. The butterfly seemed to be very weak and was clearly on the verge of collapse. Little she, how did you become like this? Long Chen's expression changed. He knew that it must be because he was unconscious, and the golden symbol on his left hand had dimmed. It was no longer as effective as before. Therefore, Lingxi must have used some immortal Lord Realm technique to protect him under the burning of the Empyrean God's heart fire. This was the Empyrean God's heart fire that even the Sea God Emperor and the others couldn't do anything about. Lingxi had actually protected him for so long. Needless to say, she must have used a secret technique that surpassed her own limits, and that was why she had turned into a butterfly. Use the flame of life to save me. Lingxi's weak life sounded. It was clear that she had used all of her power, causing her to overdraft her life force in the end. That was why she had turned into a butterfly. Long Chen hurriedly urged his fire of life, using the purest fire of life to light the butterfly. The butterfly began to glow with a dazzling color, and under the urging of the fire of life, it began to shine with a new brilliance. The surrounding light shroud also stabilized. Long Chen watched anxiously. At the same time, he checked his left hand. Fortunately, because he had fainted, the golden symbol that had dimmed previously was now glowing again. Chen, don't worry. I'm fine. Lingxi's voice was no longer as weak. Previously, she had been on the brink of death. Long Chen couldn't believe it. If he had woken up a little later, she would have been dead. Perhaps it was to keep him alive that she had persevered until now. He relaxed a lot. Under the nourishment of the flame of life, Lingxi's aura grew stronger. When it reached a certain limit, she reverted to her human form and landed in Long Chen's arms. Long Chen first held her left hand, and the light shroud that resisted the Empyrean god's heart fire finally formed again. Lingxi didn't need to force herself anymore. She was finally safe for the time being. The woman in his arms looked at him calmly, but she could not hide the tiredness in the corners of her eyes. She had not fully recovered, so Long Chen continued to use the fire of life to nourish every aspect of her body. I thought you were dead. Lingxi hugged him, her eyes brimming with tears. Her shoulders couldn't help but twitch. She couldn't imagine how she had survived this period. Long Chen hadn't recovered, and even if she had used the Immortal Lord Realm technique at a high level, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. If not for Long Chen waking up at this time, she would have been drowned in despair before long. I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. Long Chen caressed her smooth back. This woman, who was as soft as water, triggered the deepest anger in his heart. Today's matter was not over yet. Although he had lost this time, as long as he did not die, what belonged to him would still belong to him. You don't have to apologize to me. It's not a big deal. I'm just thinking that you must have a lot of things to do. You haven't figured out what happened to your father. I don't want you to die here with me so soon. Lingxi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said softly. Long Chen helped her up and smiled faintly. You did very well this time. I'll reward you well when we get back. Don't come begging for mercy then. Under such circumstances, this joke pulled Lingxi's mood out of her sorrow. She looked at Long Chen reproachfully and said, This is a reward for yourself, right? In your dreams. Let's think of a way to get out of this place. What more could a man ask for in his life to have such a loving wife? Love was mutual. When Long Chen gave her protection, she also gave Long Chen warmth, and followed him until death. This was the bottom of the city in the mirror. Long Chen stood up and looked around. It was a vast expanse of flames, but the ground was still a mirror. The flames had come from this mirror. There were many mirrors erected on both sides of him. In fact, the place he was at was a passageway that could go forward or backward. This should be the front, and this should be the back. When Lingxi fell down, she could still vaguely remember some of it. Forward or backward? How much time has passed? Long Chen was more concerned about this question. It's only been a while, not even half an hour. In this place that was filled with the heart fire of the heavenly god, she could only hold on for so long. Fortunately, Long Chen recovered quickly. But in Long Chen's world, it seemed like a long time had passed. He nodded and looked ahead, saying, I just don't know if this passage leads to the same place as the Sea God Emperor and the others. Lingxi said nervously, He's so powerful, do we still have to fight him head-on? Long Chen shook his head and said, Of course not. It's just that there's no way to go back. Moreover, it's not a head-on confrontation. This time, I'll be even more careful. Moreover, it's uncertain whether I'll meet them again. He was filled with anger and hatred. Success required courage, and he had the courage to come here, so he would not retreat at this time. Of course, he also had an intuition. Something in front of him was calling out to him. This time, he had obtained a chance to live, and there was no turning back. I support you. Lingxi held his arm and said sweetly. Lil Shi, I'll make sure that the three of us live on, Long Chen said. There are no three. Lingxi was startled. At this time, Long Chen caressed her smooth belly with his hand and said, Of course it's this little one. Stop it, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for your strange bloodline, someone else's child would have been born. Who said that? That's because I'm mighty. Just wait and see, when my child is born, it will definitely shock the heavens and make the gods weep. As for now, it's better to hide first. I haven't had enough of you yet, nonsense, nonsense. Lingxi blushed, she did not want to play with him anymore. This was the warmth of love, allowing Long Chen to forget his anger and hatred, allowing him to face this setback calmly and take revenge calmly. If he was alone, he would have been blinded by anger and hatred. Women are like water. The two of them followed the tunnel and headed forward. At this time, I wonder if the two of them have reached the deepest part. The Neptune Emperor is powerful, and Lu Ji seems to know the most about this place. The snake in the ice sculpture is probably the ancestor of the Blue Devil tribe in the Divine Dragon era. If it was something else, they might be able to obtain it, but if it's the inheritance blood of the Divine Dao Heart Dragon, they probably don't have the qualifications. The ancestral dragon's blood essence was not something that could be easily obtained by anyone. From now on, Long Chen would be even more careful. He wasn't in a rush, and he advanced secretly with Lingxi. He knew that even here, there would still be danger. Now, the responsibility on his shoulders was even greater. Not only for the two of them, but also for the future and the tiny life in Lingxi's womb. Long Chen had never been a father before. When he thought about the future, he looked forward to it from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted a child, so he could only succeed in this adventure. Lingxi would help him relieve the pressure. Chapter 2363. 3 Lives Sacred Stone, 3 Lives Secret Realm. Past life, present life, future life. Past life could refer to countless reincarnations, and future life could refer to countless reincarnations in the future. Adding them all together, it might be an eternal life. From the very beginning, Long Chen had the feeling that this place was open. In fact, he had even discovered that the ground was empty. This was an opportunity that others had left for him. It was also a test for him and Lingxi. 3 Lives Secret Realm was a test of love from the start. Perhaps someone was manipulating it from behind the scenes. Perhaps there was a supreme rule that had been set long ago. Then, it would change according to the character of the person who came, changing the rules of the game. After understanding this, Long Chen was not afraid. Because if it was as he thought, the love between Poseidon Emperor and Lu Ji could not be counted as love at all. That kind of relationship was a mixture of deep desires, benefits, power, and vanity. There were very few true feelings. Qin Xingyao and Zhong Yuyao's feelings could be countless times deeper than theirs. But they were dead. This meant that strength was also very important. Only a couple with the purest feelings and tyrannical strength could obtain everything in the end. He and Lingxi were more compatible than Poseidon Emperor and the others. Therefore, he believed that even if he could not obtain it, Poseidon Emperor and Lu Ji would not be able to obtain it either. Moreover, they must have thought that he was dead now. He and Lingxi advanced in silence. He did not dare to be negligent. He knew that there would be other tests. He did not tell Lingxi his thoughts. After all, it was just a guess. His and Lingxi's feelings had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. They did not need to be tested. There seems to be no Empyrean heart fire ahead. Lingxi said in surprise. Although the two of them could resist the Empyrean heart fire by clenching their fists, it would still affect them a little. It would be much better if they reached an open area. Be careful. Long Chen was not too happy. The two of them continued forward. As expected, they could see an open area through the gaps of the flames. It seemed that they had already walked out of the Empyrean heart fire and were about to reach their destination. Will we be faster than them? It's a pity that we can't fly on the ground. Otherwise, we would be able to go up. But it seems like we can't break the mirror in the sky. Lingxi's imagination ran wild. There's a door. The two of them passed through the layers of flames. Now, there was no more flames after a meter, but there was a door blocking their way. Previously, he had identified a type of green smoke and passed through the passageway. There was also a door behind the ice sculpture, which led to the city within the mirror. The door in front of him was exactly the same as the other one, but it seemed to be closed. In front of the door formed by the heavenly god heart flame, there was a thin line that looked like a spider web, blocking the two of them. The thin line flickered with a sharp and tenacious light. Let me try to split it. Just as Longchen finished speaking, Lingxi pressed his hand lightly. She smiled coquettishly and said, "This is a very ancient sealing design. It's recorded in the Immortal Lord Realm technique. I can solve it. Watch me. Be careful. It's fine." Lingxi was very happy to encounter something she was good at. This way, she would be able to help. She didn't want to be by Long Chen's side and only be able to let him protect her while she couldn't help at all. After being on Tian Long Star for so long, Lingxi had learned many of the more basic things in the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Today, this sealing design was indeed not a problem for her. One by one, the thin lines disappeared in her nimble hands. A total of 100 thin lines disappeared in less than a quarter of an hour. It's done. Lingxi revealed a sweet smile that could move one's soul. However, at this moment, those thin lines that had disappeared converged into rays of light, forming a few extremely ancient characters on the door. Those characters were extremely twisted, and disappeared in a flash. Longchen couldn't see them clearly at all, but Lingxi was stunned on the spot. Her entire person seemed to be stunned. What's wrong? You recognize these words? Longchen asked, seeing that she was a little strange. No, I don't. Go quickly. Lingxi quickly recovered her smile. She was not a scheming person. Usually, if she had something on her mind, she would not be able to hide it from Longchen. But this time, she did not say it. Longchen knew that she must have understood the words, but could not tell him. Then let's go. He pulled Lingxi's left hand, and was about to step towards the door. Lingxi's body was stiff. Just as Longchen was about to step through the door, she seemed to be ready to break free from Longchen's arm. It seemed like she wanted Longchen to go in alone. At this critical moment, Longchen quickly retracted his foot and quickly turned his head, only to see that the girl's eyes were already filled with sparkling tears, but they had yet to flow out. Longchen's sudden action of retracting his foot was out of her expectations, so she quickly wiped her tears, afraid that Longchen would find out. However, how could her thoughts escape Longchen's eyes? Why are you crying? Longchen hugged her and whispered in her ear. No, I just feel very happy to be with you. Lingxi dodged his gaze a little. Is that so? Longchen leaned close to her ear and said, Then you go first. No way. Lingxi, on the other hand, fiercely resisted. She used all her strength to struggle free from Longchen's grasp. However, she was suddenly startled. She raised her head and looked at Longchen. Her eyes were red and tears flickered. She asked, You know everything. Longchen actually did not know what those words meant. But he guessed it. Is it true that this door can only allow one person to pass through? The other person will be left in the Empyrean heart fire forever, just like Emperor Biyao. He will suffer for a year and then turn into ashes. His gaze was like the blazing sun as he looked at Lingxi's tear-filled eyes. So you can understand it as well. Lingxi held back her tears as she helplessly looked at him. She hoped that Longchen wouldn't be able to understand it. If that was the case, then things would be easier to resolve. One person could escape with his life, while the other would have to suffer for eternity. Right now, she didn't have too many pursuits, but she knew that Long Chen had many responsibilities and missions. If she was the only one who understood it, she would choose to send him away easily. Only one of them could survive, and the other would have to suffer severe torture. This kind of choice was almost impossible. If it wasn't for her true love, if it wasn't for the fact that she had already engraved the other party's name into her bones, Lingxi would definitely not choose to remain silent. With her personality, it was already not easy for her to be able to hold back after seeing these words and not collapse on the spot. If it were someone else, such as the Sea God Emperor Lu Ji, any one of them would be able to read it and quickly let him pass. Long Chen took a deep breath. He hugged the woman in his arms with incomparable strength. Now, all his words were stuck in his throat, and even a word would tremble. In order to let him live, she was willing to endure such pain, and she didn't want to tell Long Chen about it before it happened. This woman gave him a way to live, and secretly tricked him to go over first. Her love was so strong, and she didn't look back. What else was not worth it? In this life, wasn't this what people wanted to have no regrets? The warmth in his arms made him choke. He had always been changing, but Lingxi had never changed. She was still the same, treating him as everything in her life. I don't understand it, I guessed. In the end, Long Chen held her beautiful face and said affectionately. If he wasn't smart enough to observe, any careless man would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. It had to be said that the Three Lives Secret Realm was a very abnormal place. The stone of present life made the Sea God Emperor choose one of the two, causing the abandoned Emperor Biyao to end up in a miserable state. And at this moment, Long Chen was actually forced to choose one of the two lovers. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lingxi was a little stunned. It turned out that he was just guessing, but now he was sure. Chen, listen to me, you need to live more than I do. Lingxi hurriedly cried. Shut up. Long Chen reached out and held her down. Xiao Shi, calm down, you can't be confused. Think carefully, where are we now? This is the Three Lives Secret Realm, inside the Three Lives Divine Stone. What does the Three Lives Divine Stone symbolize? Eternal love. From the beginning, the Three Lives Secret Realm tested this, so you have to believe that what we are facing is not despair, but a test. In other words, if we don't know how to give up for each other, we will all truly fail and die. He used these words to make Lingxi ponder. Then, he said seriously, think about it carefully. Why is it that you can understand words that I can't understand? Isn't it precisely because of this test? Also, from another perspective, if you stay here, you won't have a chance to survive. However, I'm different. I'm stronger than you, and I have the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence. It's impossible for me to die so easily. Moreover, have you forgotten that I have two lives? I won't die so easily. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, I'm more suitable than you to stay here and accept this challenge. No. Lingxi was first coaxed by him, then she shook her head like a rattle drum, saying, I can believe you at other times, but not now. You're lying to me, you must be coaxing me. I'm not a child, I'm not that gullible. She was rarely so emotional. She wrapped herself around Long Chen like an octopus, staring at Long Chen with tearful eyes, which made Long Chen's heart ache. However, Long Chen knew that no matter if he had to go through this test or if he would really be tortured here, he had to stay here. Lingxi would definitely die if she stayed here, but he had a chance of survival. Now, no matter how he explained it to her, she wouldn't believe him. Remember, I know you love me, but I also love you. My love for you is no less than yours. To me, your life is much more precious than mine. You have to take good care of yourself. In the future, don't do such a stupid thing, or I will never forgive you. For Long Chen, throwing Lingxi over was a simple matter. Chapter 2364. The door was right in front of him. With his strength, he could easily throw Lingxi over. He was different from Lingxi. He should be the one to accept the challenge here. It was very likely that he would be burned in this place for a year like Emperor Shi, and then turn into ashes. But even so, he would not regret his actions today. Of course, if it was Lingxi, she would not regret it. Perhaps she was just a little afraid and trembling. He believed in his intuition even more. That's right, it will definitely be fine. This is not a dead end, but a test. He was already prepared to face the challenge. Under the powerful attack of the Sea God Emperor, he, Long Chen, had not died yet, so how could he die here? This was just the last hurdle for him to reverse the situation. He believed so firmly. When Lingxi's palm and his palms separated, the Empyrean god's heart fire surged towards him like a berserk demon. At this moment, he finally understood what Emperor Shi, Qin Xingyao, and the others were enduring. It was a type of flame that burned the body and even the primordial spirit. It would not leave any burn marks on the body, but the pain would always be there. For Long Chen's current body, there really weren't many flames that could make him feel this way. Chen, Long Chen. Lingxi rolled on the ground and immediately got up. Perhaps her tears had already flowed out, but she was not crying right now. Instead, she was extremely angry, and after being thrown out by Long Chen, she actually did not hesitate to look at Long Chen with anger, and even rushed towards him. She had already passed. Since this door could only pass through this person, it shouldn't let her come back, right? Halt. Long Chen endured the burning of the Empyrean god's heart fire and shouted at him. No, you're a bastard. She bit her pink and tender lower lip. Her entire person had changed. She was no longer delicate and adorable like before. Instead, she was stubborn, angry, and tenacious. At this time, Long Chen's words were useless to her. Perhaps, to her, today's choice was a transformation. Over the years, she had gotten used to Long Chen's protection. She was used to him leaving everything for her to survive. But this time, she couldn't stand it. She couldn't stand his domineering and self-assertive personality. Stop right there. Now that the door was still open, Long Chen could only scold him again. However, something that he couldn't understand happened. Lingxi actually went through the door and came back. Long Chen was stunned. He could only feel a woman heavily colliding into his body, causing him to almost fall down. His left hand was forcefully grabbed, and then the deity heart flame retreated. At this time, a slap actually came flying over, heavily slapping his face, emitting a paw sound. This was the first time in history that Lingxi had slapped him. That crisp sound, as well as the burning pain on his face, caused his entire body to quiver. At this moment, the feeling directly seeped into his bones. Perhaps, it would last for the rest of his life, he would remember it clearly. Lowering his head, he saw that she was using her bloodshot eyes to stare angrily at him. Her chest was heaving up and down violently, as though there was too much anger that hadn't been released. Long Chen was a little lost, he even thought that he was dreaming. Was this real? Why did she hit him? He stared at the woman in his arms in a daze until tears appeared in the corner of her eyes again. After that, those sparkling tears gushed out like a broken dam. We agreed to live and die together. How can you bear to let me live alone? She sobbed, saying these words in front of Long Chen. Long Chen completely woke up. His throat felt a little blocked, he didn't know what he should say. His way of doing things had always been so domineering. He originally thought that it was enough to treat her well, but this seemed to be wrong. Yes, he didn't consider Lingxi's feelings at all. If his life was the price for her suffering for a year, then what was the point of living? Living was torture. So, Lingxi came back. I'm sorry. Out of all the words he could say, he could only say one sentence. He admitted that he had made a mistake this time. Long Chen originally thought that once he went out, he wouldn't be able to come back, but what was going on now? I forgive you, but there can't be a next time. Lingxi said resolutely. After a period of time, the two of them finally eased up. The door in front of them didn't disappear, it continued to exist. Lingxi's entry and exit didn't cause any changes. This door simply made the two of them struggle in their hearts, but in the end, they still hugged each other. If we can't go back, it doesn't matter if we spend the rest of our lives here hand in hand. Lingxi said seriously. I know, I promise I won't do it again. Don't put on that serious face anymore. You even dared to hit me, you've been quite angry recently. Long Chen pinched her face and teased. Annoying, don't touch me. Ling, she said angrily. Her anger had yet to dissipate. Looking at the two of them holding hands, Long Chen kind of understood what these two symbols meant. Man and woman, staying together. Perhaps, when they were together like this, without any regrets, the two of them could also be considered one person. This door could only allow one person to pass. Long Chen suddenly had this kind of idea. He deeply understood the meaning of these two symbols. It wasn't for them to sacrifice themselves for others, but for them to face difficulties together. This was the game rule set by the designer of the Three Lives Secret Realm. But Long Chen wasn't playing a game. Everything he did was the deepest thought in his heart. I have an idea. Hearing this, Lingxi hurriedly hugged him tightly, worried that he would suddenly throw her out again. Her soft and tender skin was tightly pressed against Long Chen. Her chest was pressed down, and the soft but elastic part was full of temptation. Let's go together. Whether we live or die, we'll accept it. Long Chen said. Okay. Lingxi nodded. This was the result she wanted. Long Chen simply closed his eyes, and so did Lingxi. She hung tightly on her man, while Long Chen held her hand with one hand and her waist with the other. Without saying anything, he sprinted towards the door. At that moment, their hearts were pressed together, and he could even feel the trembling of the other's heart. Their palms were tightly held, and the two symbols glowed, shining on them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every time they landed heavily on the ground, they had no regrets, and they didn't give up. They moved forward courageously. They wanted to break the rules, not follow them. At that moment, they were no longer two people, but an inseparable whole. Swoosh. Long Chen knew it would be like this. When he believed in everything, even the gods and the rules would make way for him. He succeeded. When the gold and silver symbols on their palms began to dissipate, they had already passed through the door and left the sea of fire of the Empyrean heart fire. They no longer needed the protection of the two symbols. In reality, the two symbols had long been embedded in their hearts. Opening his eyes, he saw a mirror. Behind him was the sea of fire, and in front of him, there seemed to be a flight of stairs that led upwards. But when their eyes met, Long Chen didn't know what to say. The only thought he had was that if it wasn't for the restriction of this location, he would have torn her clothes and made love to her. Only then would he be able to completely vent his feelings. It's over. Long Chen gently patted her back and said softly. It's not over yet. I haven't forgiven you. Lingxi became mischievous just like that time in Biyao village. This was originally her nature. It was just that after stumbling and experiencing too many things, she became more mature and gentle. That flight of stairs was the escape route. Perhaps it led to the same place as the Sea God Emperor and the others. We really came out together. What's going on? Didn't you say that only one person would pass? How could you lie? Lingxi turned her head to look at the door and said angrily. Long Chen smiled. He knew that this was the design of the Three Lives Secret Realm. It seemed that the Three Lives Secret Realm wasn't as abnormal as he had imagined. It still left a way for Long Chen to survive. At this moment, the door started to disappear. The door gradually merged and formed a white dot of light. It seemed to be the purest energy. It didn't have any attributes. It was pure, flawless, and had a refreshing fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. At the same time, it was very powerful. It was a very majestic energy. Although it looked like a small dot of light, if the energy in it was released and exploded, it could probably destroy the entire ancient god of martial city. This seems to be Heaven Yuan Qi. Lingxi said in surprise. What is it? It's a very ancient energy. It's the purest energy in the world. It doesn't have any attributes. It should be considered the most complete fusion of the 5 elements origin energy. It's the most balanced fusion of the 5 energies. Moreover, it requires 50,000 portions of the 5 elements origin energy to produce 1 portion of Heaven Yuan Qi. Its advantage is that it can be absorbed by any warrior to increase their strength. Although it can't speed up the samsara calamity, it can help people advance from the early stage to the late stage. Such a large mass of Heaven Yuan Qi. Is this my reward from the 3 lives secret realm? Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. The rules of the 3 lives secret realm were changing all the time, as if there was a ruler controlling everything. For example, at this moment, he sent the crucial Heaven Yuan Qi to Long Chen and Lingxi, who had passed the test. That pure white power was simply intoxicating. It trembled slightly and changed into various shapes in front of Long Chen. It was a little mischievous. Big brother Chen, hurry up. With him, you should not end up in such a miserable state when you face the sea god sovereign again. Last time, you really frightened me badly. Don't worry. Long Chen was ready. Chapter 2365. The vast Empyrean god's heart fire burned from the mirror on the ground and spread into the distance. I've already moved such a long distance, but I still can't see anything. It's clearly a straight line. Is this mirror city playing with me? The sea god emperor stopped in his tracks and looked around with cold eyes. Ever since they killed Long Chen, they had traveled at least 10 times the distance in this direction. At this time, they still hadn't reached the end. Back then, Long Chen thought that the mirror city wasn't big and that they would be able to escape very quickly. It's right in front, don't worry. Lu Ji said coquettishly. That soft voice immediately dissipated the anger in the sea god emperor's stomach, and his entire body went numb. He hugged her waist and laughed loudly. With you by my side, no matter how long the road is, it won't be long. The two of them continued forward. The sea god emperor was filled with heroism. Although killing Long Chen was a big problem, he believed that as long as he made a big discovery in the 3 lives secret realm, whether it was in the Sea clan or the entire eternal life divine realm, he would definitely have the power to rule. If I can reach the level of the eternal dragon emperor, that would be even better. His heart was filled with joy. Lu Ji's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Only when she lowered her head would she reveal a trace of gloominess. She had defeated Emperor Shi Yao and instigated the sea god emperor to kill Long Chen and the others. Of course, she was very satisfied. Therefore, most of the time, she smiled happily. There seems to be something ahead. Do you see it? The sea god emperor finally let out a trembling voice. Really? Lu Ji also raised her head excitedly. Sure enough, in the sea of fire in front of her, she saw a huge palace. That should be the end of the road in the Mirror City. We've finally arrived. At the end of this place was an ice palace. It was a palace, and it was also a hollow ice sculpture. It was extremely huge, and it was probably more than enough for the sea god emperor to enter in his original body. At this time, the sea god emperor could no longer wait. He picked up Lu Ji's graceful body and flew towards the ice palace. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the entrance of the ice palace. It was very empty inside, and there was no deity heart fire. Go in. The sea god emperor stared inside and let go of Lu Ji. He didn't even look at her and directly walked inside. To him, the things inside the ice palace were definitely more enticing than Lu Ji. It was very spacious inside, and one could see everything at a glance. The interior of the ice palace was very smooth. There was nothing on the ground except for 2 items. One of them was in the center of the ice palace. It was a smooth disk with a diameter of about 10 meters. The disk was glowing with a misty light, illuminating the item placed on it. Neptune Emperor and Lu Ji's gazes immediately landed on the item on the disk. The Sea God Emperor was already standing in front of the disk, and Lu Ji was still not far behind him. The Sea God Emperor's eyes were shining, and behind him, Lu Ji, who had a pleasant smile on his face, suddenly changed. He put away his smile and his expression became cold with a trace of mockery. This was actually directed at the Sea God Emperor. Perhaps the Sea God Emperor never thought that the woman he chose was looking at him with a mocking gaze. They had actually seen the item on the disc before. It was 3 transparent threads, almost as thin as a strand of hair. They were crystal clear, and if not for their sharp eyes, they wouldn't have been able to see them. It was these 3 thin threads that had the power to excite the Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji. This was because before they entered the city in the mirror, they had seen an ice sculpture. On the ice sculpture, the heart of the divine dragon and the little snake was connected by such a thin thread. Although the ice sculpture was formed by threads of ice, the feeling it gave them was the same. They believed that this was definitely what the threads of ice wanted to express. The thing that had once connected the divine dragon to the ancestors of the Blue Devil tribe. In front of them, the 3 thin threads gradually changed, combined, and formed 4 big words. 3 lives love thread. The Sea God Emperor couldn't help but shout. Of course, he didn't know what it was, but as someone at the level of the Sea God Emperor, he could tell the value of this thing just by looking at it. Although he hadn't seen its specific effects, it was already better than he had expected. After all, this was clearly something that had been passed down from the Divine Dragon era to the present. Something from that time should at least be as terrifying as a limitless Tao artifact. 3 lives love thread, 3 lives love thread, the Sea God Emperor's hands trembled. At this time, he had already ignored everything. His gaze was fixed on the 3 lives love thread. He half knelt on the ground, stretched out a hand, and carefully touched the 3 transparent threads. Behind him, Lu Ji wasn't in a hurry at all. She was even full of anticipation. She was looking forward to the Sea God Emperor obtaining the 3 lives love thread. At this moment, the Sea God Emperor stopped and turned around. Sensing his movements, Lu Ji's expression had already changed. She smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is this not easy to deal with?" The Sea God Emperor was puzzled. According to Lu Ji's temper, she should have fought for it herself. How could she be so obedient? However, after turning around, he no longer had any worries. He guessed that his action of abandoning Emperor Xiao and choosing her had probably moved her. He had already thought that she had decided to follow him wholeheartedly. It's a small matter. Just you wait. When I become stronger, I will immediately make you the new Sea God Emperor. The Sea God Emperor laughed heartily. His heroic spirit reached the clouds. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 lives love thread. What he didn't see was that at this time, his body was already emitting bursts of green smoke. This green smoke was stained by a fake Lu Ji when he first came down from the stone of this life. Among the 6 people, only the Sea God Emperor himself had been hit at that stage. However, nothing had happened after that, so the Sea God Emperor had already forgotten about it. When he touched the 3 lives love thread, the green smoke on his body suddenly boiled. After being stained by the 3 lives love thread, the originally motionless 3 lives love thread suddenly became violent. Like a poisonous snake that had been awakened, it went along the Sea God Emperor's arm, instantly wrapped around his entire body, and then tightened. Ah! The Sea God Emperor let out a mournful howl. This kind of painful howl was even more painful than when Emperor Xiao was burned by the Empyrean God's heart fire. The more green smoke he encountered, the tighter the 3 lives threads tightened, deeply tightening the flesh of the Sea God Emperor, and it was far from that simple. Even his power, his primordial spirit, and so on were all controlled at this moment, turning him into a cripple. He couldn't even move and could only roll on the ground. Even the Sea God Emperor couldn't break free from the 3 lives love thread's sealing power. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this thing was. Furthermore, it wasn't a Tao artifact. Lu Ji, save me. The sea god emperor turned pale with fright. He screamed in pain while calling for help. At this time, a beauty stopped in front of him and looked at him with a smile. Lu Ji. The sea god emperor struggled, enduring the pain of the 3 lives love thread. He stared blankly at Lu Ji, who had a smile on her face. It was hard for him to imagine why such a situation would happen. Why did the 3 lives love thread suddenly go berserk? Why did Lu Ji, who was just snuggling up to him, suddenly become so unfamiliar? What's going on? The sea god emperor roared. His red eyes were extremely fierce, and his sharp fangs were enough to scare most people. Lu Ji covered her mouth and laughed for a while, then said, "Do you still not understand? Do you want to ask about the 3 lives love thread or me? I'll tell you about the 3 lives love thread first. Why did it treat you like this? That's because when you first came to the mirror, even I didn't recognize you, you were already eliminated. From that moment on, you were destined not to obtain the 3 lives love thread. The green nightmare chi entered your body, and it was at this moment that it activated the 3 lives love thread to trap you." At this moment, her expression was a little sinister and sinister. It was not like her charming self from before. The sea god emperor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He really didn't expect that the green smoke would have such an effect. Moreover, Lu Ji already knew all of this, but she didn't tell him. Before he could ask, Lu Ji seemed to know what he was going to say. She giggled and said, "Have you forgotten? I was the one who opened this 3 lives secret realm, so I naturally know many things that you don't know. Also, the little snake in the ice sculpture is the ancestor of my Blue Devil clan. Everything I know comes from her. I even know how far it is from the entrance to here, and I already know what's inside." The sea god emperor really didn't think so much. He thought that he had controlled Lu Ji, especially after he abandoned Emperor Xiao. However, the truth now was a huge blow to him. He realized that he didn't understand this woman at all. She knew so much, but she didn't tell him. She pretended to be very dependent on him along the way. It was obvious that she had already planned for him to end up like this. This was a huge blow to the sea god emperor. He still couldn't react. All of this was like a dream. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and still couldn't figure it out. You're just a woman. Even if you obtain this 3 lives love thread, you won't be able to do anything for a long time. Also, now that Long Chen is dead, if I can't get out, then the human clan will settle the score with you. Lu Ji, why did you do this? I even killed Emperor Xiao for you. Isn't that enough to express my love for you? This was what he didn't understand the most. He felt that he had treated this woman better than ever. Even when Lu Ji used a scheme to deal with Emperor Xiao, he gave up on his wife and chose her. He thought that this would move her. After hearing these words, Lu Ji laughed out loud. Chapter 2366. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched, so there was no need to say anything. Although the sea god emperor was heartless, Lu Ji was also sinister and vicious. In the end, the sea god emperor lost to Lu Ji, and he could only say that he deserved it. He naively thought that he could control Lu Ji and subdue her, but in reality, he was far from it. When I leave this place, I will leave the sea god region and take this 3 lives thread with me. At that time, who can find me? Lu Ji had already made preparations for herself. Isn't it just imprisoning me? What else can you do? The sea god emperor struggled to stand up and looked at her coldly. The 3 lives thread was still tightening, almost splitting his flesh into several pieces. I know more about this place than you do. Lu Ji's toes tapped lightly, and her entire body floated forward. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the sea god emperor. Her eyes were sinister, and with a flick of her finger, the Sea God Emperor landed on the disc where the 3 lives thread was placed. Amidst Lu Ji's laughter, the disc began to spin, and then sank downwards. At this moment, the disc split open from the middle, and a circular passageway appeared below. Below the passageway were countless Empyrean gods' flames. This was simply a bottomless pit, and it was filled with Empyrean gods' flames. When the disc opened, the Empyrean god's heart flame had already burned the Sea God Emperor's body. Without Lu Ji's silver symbol, he suffered the same pain as Emperor Xiao. No matter how powerful he was, the pain he suffered was about the same. The Empyrean god's heart flame contained the laws of the gods, and even the Sea God Emperor couldn't withstand this kind of pain. Obviously, Lu Ji was going to throw him down. If he was thrown down, the Sea God Emperor would have the same fate as Emperor Xiao. No, Lu Ji, you must have misunderstood. Don't be like this, I truly love you. For you, I even abandoned Yao Ling. Do you know how painful and conflicted my heart was at that time? But for you, in order to let you survive, I abandoned her. It's all for you, you can't do this to me. The Sea God Emperor was truly anxious. He didn't want to end up like Emperor Xiao. However, he couldn't escape the 3 lifetimes love thread. Who asked him to have so much dark green qi in his body? His struggle and begging only got a cold sneer from Lu Ji. This woman had a heart of stone and would never allow him to control her. Now was the time to break away from him and soar. Once she obtained everything in the 3 lives secret realm and escaped the pursuit of the human race, she would become an existence even stronger than the Sea God Emperor. That would be the time for her to return and rule the sea race. Lu Ji, I swear, as long as you let me go, I can forget about everything. In the future, I will treat you with all my heart and protect you. This 3 lives love thread is also yours. I will not fight with you for it. I love you so much. Why can't you understand my heart? Do you have a heart? Lu Ji asked indifferently. Now, in front of her, the Sea God Emperor did not even have the strength to resist. With the 3 lives emotion thread binding him, it was impossible for him to take human form. Go obediently, sea folk. One day, I will return and rule this world. And as long as you, Silver Crescent, are here, I will forever be a woman, your plaything, isn't that right? Goodbye, how should I put it? Yes, we will never meet again. Amidst the Sea God Emperor's desperate cries, she pushed the powerless Sea God Emperor into the bottomless pit filled with God's heart fire. She knew that this cave was very, very deep. Under the burning of the God's heart fire, if he fell deep enough, even without the control of the 3 lives emotion thread, it would be impossible for the Sea God Emperor to come up. He would only be like Emperor Xiao, enduring a year of torture before disappearing from this world. Good baby, come up. Lu Ji was filled with anticipation. She was the only one who had not been affected by the dark green qi since she arrived here. The 3 lives emotion thread treated her as its master. She knew that after the 3 lives emotion thread dealt with the Sea God Emperor, it would return. The Sea God Emperor's cries of pain gradually deepened until they could no longer be heard. Presumably, there was an endless abyss below, the most brutal torture. After about a quarter of an hour, 3 sparkling and translucent threads flew up and landed in Lu Ji's hands, hanging down softly. This is the 3 lives emotion thread. It appeared on the ice sculpture, the thing that connected the divine dragon and the ancestor of my Blue Devil clan together. Lu Ji's eyes were somewhat blank, but her heart was filled with endless excitement. Although she didn't know what this 3 lives emotion thread was, she had already seen it with her own eyes just now. It could even easily control an expert like the Sea God Emperor. If she could control this 3 lives emotion thread, how terrifying would it be? Would there still be anyone in this world who could be her match? Of course, she knew that the reason why the 3 lives emotion thread took the initiative to imprison the Sea God Emperor was because of the dark green qi on his body. This information had appeared in Lu Ji's mind when she had just opened the 3 lives secret realm. Those were all images, bits and pieces, but they helped her a lot. However, she had pretty much used all the things she knew. Now that she had taken the thread of 3 lifetimes, she didn't even know how to get out of this place. There were actually only 2 things in the entire ice palace. The first was the 3 lives emotion thread in the middle. The second was a large rock at the end of the ice palace. It was formed from ice, and its color was darker than the ice palace. Why does this ice rock look like the sacred karma stone? Could it be the exit? Now, in the entire Mirror City, she seemed to be the only one left. It really wasn't easy to become the final winner. She walked in front of the ice rock and tried to break it. She found that the ice rock was very hard. With her strength, it seemed like she couldn't break it. This made her very distressed. In the images she saw, there was no way to get out. Damn it, they're all dead. Why can't I get out? Lu Ji rubbed her forehead. She was a little distressed. She wanted to recall the images she saw at the beginning. Her gaze fell on the 3 lives emotion thread in her hand. She thought to herself, do I have to use this 3 lives emotion thread? But I don't have any way at the moment. At this moment, someone suddenly said, why don't you let me try? Lu Ji almost subconsciously agreed. However, when she reacted, she was instantly shocked. She thought that everyone was dead, but now someone suddenly spoke. This gave her quite a fright. However, she reacted quickly. Her entire body was filled with killing intent. She looked around vigilantly, especially at the entrance of the ice palace. What made her incredulous was that there were 2 young people standing at the entrance, a man and a woman. They both had a head of black hair. The man was handsome and demonic, and his bones were filled with killing intent. The woman was like an immortal, incomparably ethereal and serene. The appearance of these 2 people caused Lu Ji to be momentarily stunned. She immediately came to her senses and said in shock, the 2 of you are actually not dead. Didn't your primordial spirit get shattered by the Sea God Emperor's sea calming godly pillar? This kind of shock almost made her speechless. That's right, the people who came here were, of course, Long Chen and Lingxi. They came up from the underground staircase and directly arrived at the entrance of the ice palace. In fact, they came even earlier. When Lu Ji schemed against the Sea God Emperor, they quietly watched from afar. However, the 2 of them were too focused and did not notice them. At the beginning, Long Chen was not confident that he could deal with the Sea God Emperor. However, when he saw that the Sea God Emperor was actually crippled by Lu Ji, he could only say that the heavens were helping him. Indeed, people with evil hearts and no conscience did not have a good ending. This was the heavens punishing them. Long Chen and Lingxi had stayed together all the way, going through life and death together. From them, one could see what true love was. As for the Sea God Emperor and Lu Ji, they schemed and killed each other. They did not deserve to come to this place. After Long Chen passed the test and obtained the Heaven Origin Chi, it was the best proof. He was very excited. What excited him was not the sacred stone of 3 lives, but the stone in front of Lu Ji. It was exactly the same as the sacred stone of karma. In other words, this was the real sacred stone of karma. If not for entering the 3 lives secret realm, Long Chen would not have known that the sacred stone of karma was actually here. In that case, the inheritance blood essence of the heart refining dragon should also be here. In the middle of the ice stone, through the ice, one could vaguely see a black and gold egg. The black and gold matched the 2 words, black and yellow. If they wanted to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the heart refining dragon, they had to pass through Lu Ji. They had come a step too late. Now that Lu Ji had obtained the thread of 3 lives, it might be a big problem. However, fortunately, she did not know how to use it. Under Lu Ji's shocked and incredulous gaze, Long Chen walked into the vast ice palace. His eyes were like torches as he stared at the woman who had almost obtained the final victory. Unbelievable. In such a situation where death was certain, you still survived and came to this place. It's really unbelievable. Lu Ji sneered. She looked at Lingxi, then looked at Long Chen, and said in a cold and mocking voice, the affection between lovers truly makes one envious. However, it's not like I haven't experienced love before. It's just like that. There will come a day when the two of you will realize just how foolish and laughable you all are. Cut the crap. In the last battle, I couldn't completely comprehend your moves. Today is a good chance. Not only do we have to determine victory, but we also have to determine life and death. Long Chen had Lingxi stand to the side. Now that he was facing Lu Ji instead of Neptune, it was at least much easier. Lu Ji's sneer gradually disappeared. She raised her brows. What a joke. Last time was just fooling around. Do you really think you can be mentioned in the same breath as me? That poison sacrifice thing is just something I use when I'm fooling around. My Blue Devil clan dominates the world. If you really want to die in pain, then don't blame me. This was a battle of life and death. Lu Ji would definitely use a killing move that was impossible to defend against. Chapter 2367. When the Three Lives Secret Realm opened, the 6 Ocean Emperors brought dozens of people in. They experienced the Sea of Previous Life, the Stone of Present Life, and finally came to the Ice Hall of Afterlife. After many eliminations, it finally evolved into a battle between Long Chen and Lu Ji here. All of this seemed a little mysterious, but in fact, it was already destined. This time, Long Chen would naturally do his best to defeat the other party. Firstly, she blocked his path to take away the inheritance blood essence of the divine Dao heart-refining dragon. She was his last enemy on this trip to the Sea God region. Secondly, it was Lu Ji's instigation that made the Sea God Emperor determined to kill him. That time, Long Chen almost fell into a state of eternal damnation. A woman like Lu Ji could even kill her own mother, Emperor Xiao, and the Sea God Emperor. Now that Long Chen saw that she had obtained the 3 lives love thread, she would definitely not let Long Chen live. Therefore, this was a fight to the death. There were very few women who could do what Lu Ji did. She was ruthless, even more than the vast majority of men. The Sea God Emperor fell for her trick in the end, which showed how terrifying she was. This time, Long Chen really didn't expect that his final enemy would be her. Perhaps what Lu Ji didn't know was that Long Chen was already different from the last time he fought her. The 3 Lives Secret Realm gave him a gift at a critical moment. The heavenly origin Qi allowed him to quickly reach the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, approaching the 7-star tribulation. Although he hadn't reached the supreme level of the Dragon Emperor and the Sea God Emperor, he was very confident in dealing with Lu Ji now. The only thing he was afraid of was her poison and the 3 lives love thread. At this moment, Lu Ji directly transformed into her original form in front of him in the ice hall. A thick smoke swept past, and the black mist immediately spread rapidly, enveloping the entire ice hall within her control. It was a deadly poisonous gas. Now that the God Nation was sealed and the rules were in place, Long Chen had to protect Lingxi in the face of a ruthless woman like Lu Ji. Therefore, when she revealed her original form, he also transformed into a dragon. The body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was about the same size as her original form. Lingxi was right next to the horn of Long Chen's dragon head. The fire of life surrounded her, protecting her from the poisonous fog. This was the safest place on Long Chen's body. The divine dragon soared in the ice palace. Long Chen's dragonification caused the golden and black egg in the sacred karma stone to tremble slightly. Clearly, this egg had something to do with dragons. In front of Long Chen was a giant sea serpent. This sea serpent was very slender, and there were 2 colors on its body, black and blue. These 2 colors were ring-shaped, alternating between blue and black. From the head to the tail of the serpent, it looked very magnificent. From head to tail, every part of it looked perfect. The Blue Devil race had many beauties, and Lu Ji was at the peak of beauty. Of course, she was the most venomous one. Facing Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon, the Blue Devil serpent could use its venomous eyes to face it without a trace of fear. Instead, it gave Long Chen a cold feeling. The two giant beasts quickly began their final battle in the Ice Palace. In terms of strength, Long Chen should have surpassed her. From the very beginning, he had directly suppressed Lu Ji's Blue Devil Serpent. After a few clashes, Lu Ji was directly at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ji did not specialize in strength. What she excelled in was venom. In the midst of the battle, a blue ray of light attacked from the shadows and burrowed towards Long Chen's body. It was the blue charm. Once the blue charm entered one's body, one's life would basically be controlled by Lu Ji. The blue charm was one of her killing moves, and she had directly displayed it at the beginning of the battle. Be careful. Lingxi discovered the tiny blue charm. Long Chen also discovered it. Dozens of blood-weeping dragon souls suddenly burst out of his body. The blood-weeping dragon rushed down. The blue charm did not have much resistance outside its body and was directly torn apart by the blood-weeping dragon souls. However, Lu Ji's expression did not change from beginning to end. Indeed, at this moment, the blue charm exploded and filled the sky with blue blood. The surrounding blood-weeping dragons were slightly stained by the blue blood, and their flesh and blood burned and instantly turned to ashes. The blue blood was surprisingly much more than before. It covered the sky and swept towards Long Chen. The small blue charm actually descended like a downpour. All the blue raindrops were about to fall on Long Chen's body. The Blue Devil race's killing moves were like this. Poison was what they were most proficient in. However, it was just a blue charm. Long Chen had many ways to deal with it. He could not dodge, nor could he dodge. However, he only needed to use spacetime reversal to force the blue blood rain back, and it even fell towards Lu Ji. The poison in front of him all returned. The Blue Devil snake let out a series of sharp hisses. That bright red snake tongue kept sticking out, stabbing towards Long Chen like a blade. When fighting against such an opponent, Long Chen could not rush forward and fight head-on. He could only be cautious and look for a chance to kill his opponent. Are you afraid? The blue charm's poison is just child's play. Next, I'll let you see my Blue Devil race's true poison, soul eroding. This was the soul eroding poison. This poison came from the black part of her body. At this moment, the black part of her body turned into liquid and surrounded the blue part. The entire Blue Devil snake turned into the purest, poisonous snake in front of Long Chen's eyes. Only the black poison was left on her body. He could freely change the shape of his body. Under her, even the ice hall of the Three Lives secret realm made sizzling sounds and emitted thick smoke. When the Blue Devil race used the two poisons known as the God-slaying poison, especially Lu Ji, even the 6 ocean emperors did not dare to approach them. This was because once they came into contact with even a little bit of it, even the 6 ocean emperors would not be able to completely resist the poison. It might even cause their flesh and blood to corrode. The soul-eroding poison was said to be able to corrode all living beings. If one was hit with enough soul-eroding poison, even Ling Huang would die. The soul-eroding poison targeted the physical body and was enough to destroy it. The snake formed by the poison was Lu Ji's body. She swam in the ice hall and surrounded Long Chen. Then, she quickly attacked without mercy. Even from afar, the smell of the soul-eroding poison was enough to make Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. However, he had the fire of life. The fire of life could allow him to isolate these things. When the soul-eroding poison covered the sky and covered the earth, Long Chen's body also ignited with the fire of life. In fact, facing the poison, as long as his fire of life could resist it, there would be no problem. Of course, there was also the counterattack. Boom! The venom that filled the sky crashed into Long Chen's body. It was as if countless black blades were going to break through the fire of life and drill towards Long Chen's body. It was extremely crazy. Although Long Chen was hit by the Blue Devil snake's first attack, he quickly stabilized himself. Go to hell. Lu Ji's entire body wrapped around his body, and countless soul-eroding poison surged towards his body. Is that all? The attribute of the fire of life was like a nemesis to Lu Ji. As long as he blocked her poison, it would not be difficult to defeat her. Long Chen's dragon claws and mouth unleashed the power of the 14th sacrifice. The sun, moon, stars, wind, clouds, and thunder exploded. Under such a close distance, all of them bombarded the blue devil snake's body, sending it flying. Lu Ji let out a blood-curdling scream as she crashed into the ground, returning to the appearance of the blue devil snake. There was still a large amount of god-eroding poison stuck to Long Chen's body, turning into countless black snakes that drilled into Long Chen's body without any regard for their lives. Some of them even broke through the fire of life and rushed into Long Chen's body. It was a poison that could directly penetrate his dragon scales and corrode his flesh and blood. The soul-eroding poison was indeed extraordinary. If he didn't have the fire of life, it would not be easy to deal with Lu Ji. Right now, the amount of soul-eroding poison that had entered his body was, after all, a small amount. Under the burning of the fire of life, it was quickly cleaned up, and the rest of the soul-eroding poison outside his body was also extinguished by Long Chen. Lu Ji's poison attack this time could be considered a complete failure. Under the bombardment of Long Chen's 14th sacrifice, she had also suffered a certain amount of injuries. When Long Chen got rid of the soul-eroding poison, the blue devil snake became afraid. Its insidious eyes were still staring at Long Chen, and there was only killing intent in its eyes. This flame of yours is truly miraculous. If it wasn't for it, 10,000 of you wouldn't be a match for me. Lu Ji said with incomparable confidence. So you're at your wit's end. Long Chen closed in again. In reality, as long as he could resist her poison, he would be able to gain the absolute advantage. However, he did not dare to attack forcefully, because the 3 lives love thread was indeed something that made people uneasy. If it wasn't for the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, Long Chen would probably focus all his attention on the 3 lives love thread. The insidious blue devil snake lowered its head and coiled up its body. Its flesh and blood tensed up, probably preparing for a new attack. Flames, ha! When the soul-eroding poison was unable to display its effects, Lu Ji was not frightened. Although she had suffered a certain amount of injuries, she still had a greater chance of winning. It was a poison that was even stronger than the soul-eroding poison. The blue devil snake had 2 types of soul-eroding poisons, water and fire. Among them, the water poison was known as soul-eroding. As for the fire poison, it was known as soul-burning. The soul-burning came from the blue color of her body. At this moment, her coiled body shot towards Long Chen like an arrow that had left the bow. On her body, the blue color turned into flames and spread ferociously, instantly engulfing the black color. The previously black poisonous snake had instantly turned into a blue flame snake. The deep blue color looked very similar to the flame of life on Long Chen's body. However, it was both life and poison. The water poison corroded the spirit and corroded the flesh. The fire poison burned the soul and burned the primordial spirit. Chapter 2368. Clearly, this soul-burning poison was targeted at the primordial spirit, and the fire of life shouldn't be able to resist it much. From the soul-eroding poison to the soul-burning poison was a huge problem for anyone. To Long Chen, the soul-burning poison should be countless times more difficult to deal with than the soul-eroding poison. After all, this kind of poisonous fire was rather special. It didn't affect the body, but the primordial spirit. In the entire Blue Devil clan, only Lu Ji could use these 2 types of god-slaying poison to such an extent. Buzz! The serpent burning with blue flames and the divine dragon burning with green flames collided with each other at this moment. Chi-chi! The burning and collision of the 2 types of flames did not cause too much noise. That was because these 2 types of flames did not have scorching or offensive properties. The flame of life was only a form of expression. In terms of time, it could also turn into water, wind, and so on. The soul-burning poison was just a type of poison. The blue and green flames fused and collided. Compared to the soul-eroding poison, the soul-burning poison was easier to penetrate into Long Chen's body and directly pounced towards Long Chen's primordial spirit. After the flames entered Long Chen's sea of consciousness, they transformed into thousands of blue vipers that tore at the primordial spirit of the Void Universe Dragon. As for the others, even if they were cultivators with the same strength as Long Chen, once their sea of consciousness was invaded by the soul-burning poison, there was basically nothing they could do. The soul-burning poison could devour their Yuan spirit in a very short period of time, directly leading to death. All these years, Lu Ji had relied on this soul-burning poison to reap countless lives. Until now, there weren't many people who could make her use this soul-burning poison. From this battle, it could be seen that she hadn't displayed her true strength in the previous battle. At that time, if it was a battle of this level, Long Chen might not have been able to win. But now it was different. He had already reached the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation. The increase in his realm had led to the growth of the 3 ancestral dragon bodies, including the growth of the Void Universe Dragon's primordial spirit. This was a battle of willpower. When the soul-burning poison invaded Long Chen's sea of consciousness, Long Chen's 10,000 death claws also pierced into the other party's body. Although she looked like a giant flaming snake on the outside, as if there were only flames on her body, in reality, her flesh and blood still existed. As long as it existed, the 10,000 death claws would be able to display its terrifying power. Now, the dragon and snake were completely entangled. They were gambling on who could last longer and who would die first. Now, tens of thousands of little blue snakes collided directly with the Void Aeon Dragon's primordial spirit. This soul-burning poison was quite brutal. It bit the Void Aeon Dragon's primordial spirit and caused a certain degree of injury to Long Chen. The pain of the soul was much more unbearable than the pain of the body. The soul-burning poison directly injured Long Chen's soul. He was almost dizzy. However, his 1,000 death claws had also pierced into his opponent's body. If he wanted to win, he had to be more patient and ruthless than his opponent. Lu Ji was a very ruthless woman. She was inferior to Emperor Shiyao and the Sea God Emperor, but she had buried the two of them. However, Long Chen was also one of the best. However, he did not expect that Lingxi, who had been neglected, would help at this time. She used the sword-controlling divine art to stab her butterfly illusory sword into the eyes of the devil blue snake that was right in front of her. This accident caused the devil blue snake to cry out in pain. It seemed that her eyes were her weakness. At this moment, Long Chen endured the pain of his primordial spirit and exerted all his strength. The 10,000 death claws were about to tear the devil blue snake in half. Rip! Long Chen threw the devil blue snake away and it ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. The soul-burning poison did not leave with it, but the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon was not to be trifled with. Without a supply, the blue snakes were quickly annihilated. However, Lu Ji, who had been hit by the death claws, was not so lucky. The power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's wrath of the death claws was hidden in her body, causing her serious injuries and pain. One attack almost tore Long Chen apart. Now, she was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Her huge snake tail was twisting. One of her eyes was bleeding, and the other was staring at Long Chen. The injuries caused by the death claws were not that easy to recover from. To be honest, the soul-burning poison also caused Long Chen to be in a slightly unconscious state. However, it was undeniable that his primordial spirit was very powerful. The opponent's soul-burning poison had a limited effect, and it was very difficult to truly kill him. After 2 confrontations, the result was Lu Ji struggling on the ground, while Long Chen still had his full strength. The difference between the two was very obvious. To Lu Ji, Long Chen was simply her nemesis. He was stronger than her in every aspect, and at the same time, he could resist her 2 great poisons. She lost. Long Chen's divine dragon body descended on her head. He was naturally afraid of her, so he did not get too close. Lu Ji was a sinister and cunning person. Only by killing her, Long Chen might be able to look at the Karma sacred stone with peace of mind. At this moment, the devil blue snake's blood had already stained the ground, but she could not help but laugh. The sound was a little creepy. I'm really laughable. Alright, I can't deny that I'm no longer your match. It seems that during the time you disappeared, your strength had a major breakthrough. Before the battle, Lu Ji did not believe that she would lose to him after displaying her poison technique. Now I believe it. No wonder that Silver Crescent guy is so afraid of you. He is indeed worth being afraid of. She was a little deranged. She transformed from the devil blue snake back into her human form and lay at Long Chen's feet. Her body was also covered in blood, and the death claws were still destroying her body. Very scary. But I don't think you're that noble. You look perfect right now, but one day, you'll become like Silver Crescent. You'll become no different from other men. Perhaps Qin Xingyao will be the only one in this world. It seemed that she actually approved of Qin Xingyao. Of course, this approval was not enough for her to spare Qin Xingyao's life. But you killed him. Long Chen had also transformed into his human form. If the other party hadn't mentioned this, he wouldn't have been so angry. The deaths of Qin Xingyao and his wife were greatly related to her. Long Chen, it's a pity that you came in here. Lu Ji staggered to her feet as the 3 lives love thread appeared in her hand. Sure enough, she hadn't admitted defeat yet. From the beginning to the end, she had never felt that she would fall to Long Chen after defeating Emperor Shi Yao and the Sea God Emperor. Your mistake is that you were a step too slow and didn't snatch the 3 lives love thread first. You can't imagine how powerful it is. Lu Ji's eyes were red as she giggled crazily. The 3 lives love thread was stained with some blood and glowed with a faint light in her hand. Long Chen had personally witnessed it imprisoning the Sea God Emperor, and the Sea God Emperor was also unable to move. If he was imprisoned, Lu Ji would probably be able to easily throw him into that bottomless pit. At this time, he transformed into his human form and stood together with Lingxi's delicate hand. Facing Lu Ji and the 3 lives love thread, there was no fear on his face at all. He stretched out his hand and hooked it at Lu Ji, saying, "Come, make your move. Let me see the power of the 3 lives love thread." Lu Ji's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at the 3 lives love thread in her hand. She was trying to pour her power into the 3 lives love thread. She had succeeded. It was as if the 3 lives love thread was under her control, just like herself. Like a snake, it gently swayed in her hand. It drew a perfect curve. Long Chen's contempt made her feel even more resentful. She discovered that she could finally communicate with the 3 lives love thread. You will regret it. Lu Ji couldn't help but sneer. For a beautiful woman like her, even a sneer was so moving and full of endless temptation. She wanted to see even a little bit of her reverie in Long Chen's eyes. But it didn't exist. Just obediently let the 3 lives love thread control you. She activated the 3 lives love thread and kept urging it to trap Long Chen. The 3 lives love thread really moved, shooting towards Long Chen and finally falling into Long Chen's hand. That was Lu Ji's last resort. But when she saw the 3 lives love thread finally fall into Long Chen's hand and weakly hang down, her eyes widened, as if the whole world had collapsed. At that time, her mind was blank, and the sneer on her mouth froze. It looked like a wonderful irony. Finally, she knelt on the ground, her hands supporting her, her whole body trembling. She muttered, "Why? Why?" The 3 lives love thread was such a terrifying thing. Why didn't Long Chen do anything? He wasn't afraid at all. Because this was the 3 lives secret realm, the 3 lives love thread. From this name, although it definitely didn't belong to Neptune Emperor, it also didn't belong to Lu Ji. It belonged to 2 people. 2 people who passed all the tests. When Lu Ji took out the 3 lives love silk, he felt its kindness towards him. At that moment, he knew that it belonged to him. It was just that Lu Ji had temporarily occupied it. It made it think that Lu Ji was the one it was waiting for. When a more suitable person appeared, it would return to its true owner. All of this was what Lu Ji wanted to know. But Long Chen wouldn't tell her. She didn't deserve to know. Neptune Emperor is waiting for you. Long Chen still couldn't use the 3 lives love thread, so it shouldn't be used to imprison people. After losing the 3 lives love thread, Lu Ji no longer had the power to resist in front of Long Chen. When Long Chen threw her towards the disc cracked open. Seeing that she was about to fall, she woke up and cried, "You should just kill me." If it went down, it would be a terrifying torture. It was Lu Ji who caused the torture of Emperor Biyao and Neptune Emperor, but Long Chen was a different person from her. He hated this woman, but he had no interest in torturing her. Therefore, the god-slaying sword appeared in her hand. Lu Ji was still severely injured. She closed her eyes, but just as Long Chen was about to make a move, she immediately opened them and asked anxiously, "I want to know, why did I lose?" "You lost to yourself." If she hadn't turned herself into this, without family or love, only madness, she wouldn't have ended up like this today. Therefore, she lost to herself. Long Chen wouldn't forgive someone who deserved to be killed because she was pitiful. Chapter 2369. Lu Ji had calculated everything, but she had left out Long Chen. Just as Long Chen had said, even if the little snake in the ice hall was an ancestor of her Blue Devil tribe, she had only taken advantage of it. Because the 3 lives secret realm really wanted to filter out people who were loyal, passionate, and tenacious. Lu Ji and Neptune Emperor were not such people, so they were destined to fail from the start. Because of this, she had been defeated, despaired, and killed by Long Chen. She had once been one of the geniuses of Long Chen's father's generation who had been closest to the eternal Dragon Emperor. When Lu Ji died in pain and despair, the ice hall had finally quietened down. To Long Chen and Lu Ji, being able to make it to the end was no different from a dream. From the start, the 6 Neptune Emperors had completely suppressed him, and this was indeed the sea race's world. Neptune Emperor had almost consigned him to eternal damnation. Of course, the most precious thing was still the woman he was holding hands with. After this experience, they understood even more what it meant to share life and death together. The two looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were filled with deep emotions. Thousands of words, but a look was enough. "Come take a look at this sacred karma stone." Long Chen held the 3 lives threads in his hand. There were a total of 3 strands, representing his past life, present life, and future life. He walked in front of the sacred karma stone. When he got closer, even the dragon jade seal on the great void universe dragon's primordial soul seemed to have a reaction. It emitted a black and gold light, just like the light of the dragon egg in the sacred karma stone. The sacred karma stone also seemed to come to life. If there were no surprises, the 4th ancestral dragon's blood essence that Long Chen had seen should be hidden here. Every time he inherited an ancestral dragon's blood essence, it would bring him a huge transformation. Primordial blood spiritual dragon, void universe dragon, Tai Chi life form dragon, and now the divine Tao heart refining dragon. Ordinary people could only inherit one type of blood essence, but with the dragon jade seal suppression, he had already inherited 3 types of ancestral dragon's blood essence, and now there were no conflicts. Instead, they fused with each other and lived in harmony. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the mysterious dragon jade was. Even though he had inherited the essence blood of the heart-refining dragon, Long Chen knew that the most precious thing he had was still the dragon jade seal. He believed that one day in the future, he would be able to unveil the mysteries of this thing. That was definitely the most precious thing in the entire dragon sacrificial realm. A body of slaughter, a primordial spirit, and a being in a divine kingdom. Where would the divine Tao heart refining dragon take his essence blood? Apart from his physical body, primordial spirit, and divine kingdom, Long Chen couldn't think of any other parts of his body. If it had been in the past, he would have thought that giving it to Ling Shi would have been a good choice. But now, he could more or less guess that it had something to do with Long Qinglan's design. He also wanted to see what kind of mystical things would happen when he gathered the inherited blood essence of 10 ancestral dragons one day. However, the problem now was how to break open the ice rock in order to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the heart-refining dragon. Lu Ji didn't seem to have found a way before. Of course, she thought that this was the exit. Long Chen reached out a hand and placed it gently on the ice rock. He didn't feel cold, but warm. But it was undeniable that he couldn't break it open with brute force. Will I need to use the 3 lives love thread? According to the rules of the 3 lives secret realm, only those who obtain the 3 lives love thread can come to this place. Lingxi stood at the side and sized up the sacred karma rock with her big, lively eyes. That makes sense. The 3 lives love thread was very valuable. Although it wasn't a Dao treasure, it should be more valuable than many Dao treasures. After all, it was something left behind by the divine Dao heart-refining dragon. He held on to the 3 lifetimes emotion thread, and his consciousness permeated every nook and cranny to see if he could make contact with the 3 lifetimes emotion thread. This was a mysterious item, and it could not recognize a master like a Dao artifact. Whether or not he could use it would probably depend on its mood. However, what surprised Long Chen was that the first time he touched the 3 lives love thread, he learned one of the ways to use it. It should be the first way to use it. What surprised him was that the 3 lives love thread didn't actually belong to him. Instead, it belonged to him and Lingxi. 2 people were needed to truly use the 3 lives love thread's power. 3 lives love thread, dual sword amalgamation. So this is what it means. This was what he saw under the ice sculpture. Now that he obtained the new secret technique, Long Chen remembered it. Lu Ji and the others had probably forgotten about it. What does it mean? Lingxi asked curiously. Long Chen said, to put it simply, this 3 lives emotion thread can connect us together. All of our powers will converge and fuse together. Although you are much weaker than me right now, when you use the 3 lives emotion thread to connect with me, you will be able to use the same power as me. It is almost equivalent to me having a powerful clone. The 3 lives emotion thread can also use the balance of yin and yang to accelerate the recovery of our powers. This was already heaven-defying. Long Chen knew that this thing's function wasn't as simple as binding people. You must be joking, Ling Shi was a little startled. Although Long Chen's explanation was simple, she could more or less understand what he meant. Her god's blood itself had the ability to harmonize yin and yang with Long Chen, and they could mutually complement each other. The love thread of 3 lives had connected them together, amplifying this effect and allowing them to complement each other even faster. This was understandable, but it actually allowed her to use Long Chen's power. This was too mystical. To be honest, Long Chen found it hard to believe at first. Li Xuanji had transformed into a yin demon and become a part of his body. This was a miracle that had happened, but the love thread of 3 lives was clearly of a higher level. It could allow Long Chen and Li Xuanji to fuse together to an even higher degree, allowing them to unleash the same power. At the same time, it could also produce a stronger recovery ability. Of course, only when the 3 lives love thread was connected together would it have this effect. Do you know where this 3 lives love thread came from? Long Chen was still in a state of deep shock. Lingxi shook her head. He said, this is the tendon of the divine way heart-refining dragon. He should have extracted it and connected it with another weak creature, allowing it to use its own power. This weak creature should be the ancestor of the Blue Devil tribe, or perhaps the high and mighty ancestral dragon fell in love with a weak, insignificant little snake. That's why the 3 lives God Stone was born, and that's why the 3 lives secret realm was born. Although I don't know what exactly happened, it should be a beautiful love story. What do you think? So romantic? As a woman, Lingxi loved to listen to this kind of story the most. Of course, most of this was just Long Chen's guess. From the dragon and snake snuggling together on the ice sculpture, it shouldn't be too far off. At this time, Long Chen's gaze fell from the 3 lives love thread to the ice stone. He said, "We have to first use this 3 lives love thread to connect us together, then use an attack called 3 lives death tribulation to break this ice stone. Only then can we obtain what's inside, the divine way heart refining dragon's blood inheritance." 3 lives death tribulation? Is it very powerful? Long Chen smiled and said, "Think about it. The 3 lives love thread gathers our power together, allowing you and I to use the same level of power. Then the 2 of us work together to complete this move from the ancestral dragon. I guess the resulting power will be much stronger than my 10,000 death claw. Perhaps from today onwards, this 3 lives death tribulation will become our greatest killer move. With our current level, perhaps even the Sea Emperor and the Dragon Emperor will be afraid of us." So powerful. Lingxi had wanted to help Long Chen for a long time. The 3 lives love thread had given her hope. In fact, as she grew stronger in the future, the increase in power she would bring to the 2 of them would be even greater. Just think about it, if Ling Shi and Long Chen were not too far apart from each other, how terrifying would they be when they used the love thread of 3 lifetimes to link together? The 2 could not wait to try it out. Using the 3 lives love thread to connect, the 2 would truly become one person. One person with 2 attacks. This was the true twin swords amalgamation. Lingxi had the support of great power, and could also use Immortal Lord Realm techniques. That would be even more terrifying. Right now, they sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, 5 meters apart. Under Long Chen's control, the 3 threads hovered in the air. First, one end extended towards Long Chen, targeting his chest, his heart. The 3 lives love thread trembled slightly, and then at a certain moment, it glowed with a faint light. In an instant, it pierced into Long Chen's body, piercing his heart, and entangling with him. There was a slight numbness and a slight pain in the process. But just like love, there was both bitterness and sweetness. Long Chen felt like he was being grabbed by a hand. And then the other end of the 3 lives love thread extended towards Lingxi. Lingxi was already prepared. Whoosh! The 3 lives love thread pierced in. After entangling the 2 completely, it turned into a faint light and disappeared. But it still existed. Long Chen could clearly feel its presence, just that others could not see it. At this moment, there were many wondrous changes. He had already completely connected with Ling Shi. Compared to the fusion they had when they woke up, this fusion was even deeper. At this moment, he realized that Lingxi's body was like his own. He could even control it to a certain extent through the 3 lives love thread. It was the same for Lingxi. Under the connection of the 3 lives love thread, they had truly reached a level where they could not be separated. And then it was the fusion of power. In terms of strength, Lingxi was much weaker than Long Chen. However, she had the god's blood, which played a huge role in the connection between the 3 lifetimes emotion threads. The 3 lifetimes emotion threads were like the meridians in their bodies. They could be directly transferred from Long Chen's body to Ling Shi's body, allowing the 2 powers, the yin and yang powers, to completely fuse together. This made the power in Long Chen's body even more majestic, and also gave Ling Shi unprecedented terrifying power. Chapter 2370. On the whole, there was no change in the total amount of strength between the 2. They were just blending and complementing each other. But because of the 3 lifetimes emotion thread and Lingxi's own blood of Goddess Su, her strength recovered much faster than when Long Chen was alone. This meant that one portion of strength could be used by 2 people. Although Lingxi might be confused for a period of time and have problems with control, as long as she did well, the help she could provide to Long Chen was unimaginable. The 3 lifetimes emotion thread had actually fused them into one person, and it was a perfect fusion. It was something that the immortal Tao Heart Dragon had personally created. The immortal Dao Heart Dragon could make the Blue Devil tribe ancestor use his strength, and Lingxi could use Long Chen's strength. The difference between the immortal Dao Heart Dragon and the little snake would definitely be even greater. The wonders of the 3 lifetimes emotion thread could not be felt by outsiders. In fact, others could not even feel the existence of the 3 lifetimes emotion thread, and did not know that they were connected. To outsiders, there seemed to be no problem with them sitting opposite each other. Those with higher cultivation levels might be able to feel the same strength in them. However, the connection of the 3 lifetimes emotion thread was a drain on their minds, and should only be used in battle. Lingxi had not reached the heavens in a single step, and she needed to improve on her own to use the 3 lifetimes emotion thread to help Long Chen to a greater extent. Of course, she could learn more advanced Immortal Lord Realm techniques in advance. However, the most important thing now was to cultivate the 3 lifetimes trial. The 3 lifetimes trial could be fists, palms, fingers, or even sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. The 3 lifetimes emotion thread could be a sword, and this was probably related to the sword on the forehead of the immortal Dao Heart Dragon. Long Chen had the god-slaying sword, while Lingxi had the butterfly illusory sword formed from the fusion of the old and new stellar nuclei, which had more than 700 Dao patterns. When the 3 lifetimes emotion thread intertwined, Lingxi could basically use the full strength of the stellar nucleus. 80% of Goddess Su's blood and Long Chen's daily nourishment allowed her body to be strong enough to withstand the power. Of course, it was precisely because these energies were no different from her own that they wouldn't go berserk under Long Chen's control. That was why she was able to utilize them freely. Long Chen gave her some time to get used to it. Lingxi was a very perceptive person when it came to cultivation. With Long Chen's help in controlling it, it didn't take long for her to be able to use it. It was obvious that she was very happy. Her wish had always been to help Long Chen, and this 3 lifetimes threads had helped her a lot. Therefore, when the two of them studied the 3 life and death tribulations together, they seemed to be especially passionate. Long Chen was naturally excited because the divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon's inheritance blood essence was right before his eyes. The threads of 3 lifetimes, twin sword harmony. They used the gray god slaying sword and the butterfly patterned butterfly illusory sword as the twin swords, transforming the 3 life and death tribulations into one sword technique. The attribute of the 3 life and death tribulations was related to the two's mixed emotions. For the time being, it was called love. However, there was another attribute. Long Chen guessed that it should be karma and punishment. The 3 lifetimes was about loving and guarding each other. The death tribulations was the punishment of heaven, the punishment of sin, the judgment of morality, and the retribution of karma. They had to use the 3 lifetimes threads to fuse with each other. The two's hearts were connected, and there was no distinction between them. Their hearts were connected, and only then could they execute this technique perfectly. The 3 lifetimes part was not a difficult problem for Long Chen and Lingxi. They could easily comprehend this Tao. However, the death tribulations part required time, especially for Long Chen. At this time, he was the one who needed to understand what karma was the most. The dragon of morality and karma was also the dragon of punishment. The strict ruler and enforcer of the law. What kind of rules did he control? He controlled the judgment of morality and could distinguish between good and evil. What kind of cause and what kind of effect would be created? Everything would have its own retribution. What he represented was different from the primordial blood spiritual dragon. He represented justice and order. In this world, many people took on such roles. For example, the 15 dragon emperors. They controlled justice and order in the dragon god realm. Even in a small place, a small town, like Biyao town, why did they establish a town lord's office? It was to establish order. The heart-refining dragon was the embodiment of justice and the protector of order. During the era of the divine dragons, there were billions of divine dragons living in a world that was countless times larger than the dragon sacrificial continent of today. During that golden age, there was also endless chaos, with countless evil dragons wreaking havoc. If there wasn't a true guardian of order to adjust things, then the entire era would definitely be in chaos. And the heart-refining dragon was such a character. In fact, the other ancestral dragons rarely showed themselves like this. For example, the Void Infinity Dragon rarely appeared in the eyes of all dragons. Long Chen had also protected order before. He also had his own justice in his heart. Although he was the embodiment of massacre, he did not kill indiscriminately. He was not a homicidal maniac. The core of his path of massacre was protection. Therefore, he could understand this feeling. He could imagine that the heart-refining dragon might be different from the other ancestral dragons. The so-called death tribulation should be the judgment of evil. It was the judgment of those who destroyed order. This was the power of justice and the power of suppression. With this premise, Long Chen explained to Lingxi and guided her patiently. The two of them walked further and further on this path. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had actually spent a month in the Three Lives Secret Realm. The changes in the Three Lives Secret Realm had also spread to the outside world. The 15 Dragon Emperors could not contact Long Chen. However, 1 month was not a long time. This matter was decided by Long Chen himself. Therefore, they were still observing. Because of the orders of the 6 Ocean Emperors, no one among the Sea Clan dared to barge into the Forbidden Zone to check out the situation. Now, the 3 Lives Sacred Stone and the Sacred Stone of Karma were very quiet. And on this day, Long Chen and Lingxi had basically understood the 3 life and death tribulations. Now that they stood up, they looked at each other and smiled. Because their hearts were connected, they were full of tacit understanding. Just like between Long Chen and Li Xuanji, he did not need to speak. He could call out to Lingxi in his heart and let her hear everything he said. Long Chen could not wait to break this ice rock. He and Lingxi stood in front of the ice rock. They turned sideways and back to back. They raised the god-slaying sword and the butterfly illusory sword in their hands. The 3 lives threads of love entangled the two of them. Rise. 3 life and death tribulations. There was no brilliance, no grandeur. There were only 2 beams of sword light that fused together as they unleashed their attacks, transforming into a formless beam of sword light. That was a terrifying power that Long Chen had never seen before. The triple life and death tribulation had almost drained him and Lingxi dry. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying this attack would be if it was targeted at any other opponent. The invisible sword light shot towards the ice rock. This was a sword of judgment. There was no way to dodge it. It was the punishment of sin. The 2 swords combined and 1 sword pierced the heart. This was not the way of the sword, but will. Ding. There was a soft sound. The 3 life and death tribulations hit the ice rock and disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. Did it fail? The two of them stared with wide eyes. Long Chen held the long sword in one hand and Lingxi's palm in the other. Cracks suddenly appeared on the sacred karma stone. Then, suddenly, it shattered and turned to dust. It disappeared from the ice temple. That was the destructive power of the 3 life and death tribulations. The only thing that was fine was the black and yellow dragon egg. The dragon egg fell gently, and before it hit the ground, Long Chen caught it. The 4th was the ancestral dragon's blood. Holding the dragon egg, Long Chen felt as if he was dreaming. Back then, he had been fooling around in Biyao town. He would never have imagined that he would become a super god spirit that he could not have imagined back then. It seemed that every time, he had been accompanied by Lingxi. It was Lingxi who had unlocked the seal on the dragon seal. That had allowed Long Chen to receive the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood. When Long Qinglan had given Long Chen the ancient void dragon's blood in the kingdom of chaos, Lingxi had been with him. In the systems of chaos, the 10 stars aligned, and the Tai Chi spirit dragon's blood was born. She had been with him then. This time, he had gone into the 3 life secret realm. He had gone through life and death with her, and he had received the god path heart dragon's blood. Long Chen was very happy, and Lingxi's face was full of happiness. This was their joint effort, and the 3 life secret realms reward was for both of them. Come on, I'll let you hug me. Long Chen could not help but laugh. No. What if I become a dragon warrior? I don't want to end up like you. Lingxi dodged. Right now, the 3 life secret realm looked the same. When Long Chen received the black and yellow dragon egg, he had 2 questions to think about. First, how to turn the dragon egg into the blood. How to combine it, and where to combine it. Second, how to get out of the 3 life secret realm. At this time, before he could think any further, the black and yellow dragon egg in his hand began to change. It turned into a gold and a black light, and gradually melted. From a dragon egg, it became a drop of gold and a drop of black inheritance essence blood, each taking up half of the dragon's essence blood. The God Path Heart Dragon's blood. It had finally appeared. It seemed like he had to quickly combine it himself. Long Chen had originally planned to leave the 3 life secret realm after the dragon egg had stabilized. It seemed like there was no time for that now. However, he was depressed. His physical body, primordial spirit, and kingdom of gods had all been occupied. Where should he go next? Suddenly, the black and yellow inheritance essence blood headed for his heart. Good and evil follow the heart. These were the words that he suddenly felt in his mind. At this time, Lingxi had already pulled away the 3 life threads. She knew that the 4th blood would be inherited from Long Chen's heart. This was what she thought, the God Path Heart Dragon, of course it would cultivate the heart, that was the truth. Chapter 2371. There was no strict dividing line between good and evil. Morality was the same. As a ruler, how could one distinguish between good and evil? Everything depended on one's heart. But the most important prerequisite was whether the heart was good or evil. If it was evil, then good and evil depended on one's heart. Many evils could be classified as good. In the era of the dragon god, all good and evil depended on the heart-refining dragon's own judgment. One could find its true meaning from its name. The heart-refining dragon. The Tao of punishment, the Tao of good and evil, and the Tao of karma. As a ruler, he had also advanced on these paths to train himself. He did not seek absolute justice, only a clear conscience. This was good and evil according to one's heart. And the heart-refining dragon's inherited blood essence was a form of training for the heart. Therefore, the place it went to was related to Long Chen's heart. In this process, the mysterious dragon Jade had played the most important role. It was probably ruling over everything, allowing Long Chen to inherit the heart-refining dragon's heart. In truth, the heart had been a part of the physical body from the start. But at this time, the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodline had been safely withdrawn. The heart had already transcended the physical body, becoming an existence independent of the physical body, just like the God Nation and Yuan Shen. It was the amalgamation of Long Chen's thoughts, emotions, knowledge, and good and evil. It was no longer a part of the physical body, but it was deeply connected to it. That was because the blood vessels in his heart connected all parts of his body, vaguely controlling and restraining the physical body. The heart-refining dragon was also restraining the ancient blood spirit dragon. Right now, the ancient blood spirit dragon was still the most effective for Long Chen. However, with the appearance of the divine path heart-refining dragon, the ruler of justice, everything might change. It was also the beginning of a new transformation for Long Chen. That drop of inherited blood essence fused with his blood-colored heart. Pop. The heart began to change, alternating between gold and black. The gold shone brightly, the black serene. The 2 colors connected the entire body through the bloodline. Golden and black dragon scales appeared on the heart, and the interior of the heart also underwent a massive transformation. 7 heart chambers appeared. This was the 7 orifice heart. Right now, Long Chen had only inherited the inherited blood essence and could not fully use it. Therefore, he did not know what the seven-orifice heart was. Next was the formation of a brand new seal. That was the Karma Dao seal. It condensed in his sea of consciousness and landed next to the Time Dao seal. The Karma Dao seal was also black and yellow. It was constantly changing. The gold represented morality, judgment, and righteousness. The black represented karma, mystery. When Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon and the Tai Chi life-form dragon, his physical body hadn't undergone any changes. However, this time was different. With his heart as the core, he felt the power of the heart-refining dragon of the divine Tao surging through his entire body, bringing him a new transformation. The mysterious dragon Jade was undergoing these changes in an orderly manner. Finally, new dragon scales appeared on his body. The divine Tao heart-refining dragon used swords as dragon horns, sabers as dragon claws, spears as dragon tails, and shields as dragon scales. Now, the dragon scales that appeared were fine, orderly, and domineering. Golden light flickered, and black light was deep. They possessed an even greater defensive power. Every single dragon scale was like a shield, like a Tao artifact. The gold and black colors were evenly distributed. Compared to the monotonous blood-colored scales of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the black and yellow dragon scales were even more dazzling. However, this was not the key. The key was the other changes. First of all, his palms were now covered with dragon scales. His fingernails had suddenly turned into blades that were 20 centimeters long. The sharpness of the blades was probably similar to that of the god-slaying sword. This was a part of Long Chen's body. As he grew, it would become even stronger. Then, the tail, even though it was in human form, it had a long, slender, tough dragon tail. The tip of the tail was the sharpest spear, and the dragon tail itself was like a long whip. Next, a long sword pierced through his scale-covered forehead. Black as the center, gold as the blade. Brilliant light flowed and was filled with extreme penetrative power. The physical transformation of the primordial blood spirit dragon was also a killing machine, but it was more of a killing intent in its temperament, not in its appearance. If they were to compare killing intent, the primordial blood spirit dragon would definitely win. However, the might of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon lay in its dignity and righteousness. This was a power that was the opposite of the ancient blood spirit dragon, a power that could strike fear into the hearts of evil. Because it was rooted in the heart, when Long Chen transformed into a dragon, he could also transform into the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. In reality, Long Chen could also transform into the void cosmic dragon and the Tai Chi living dragon. However, the appearance of the Tai Chi living dragon was too obvious, and it was easy for others to guess. As for the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, there was no record of it in the history of the dragon god domain, nor was there a karma dragon city built for it. The first step of the fusion was over. Long Chen hid the dragon scale and stood up. Now that the heart of karma and the seal of karma had formed, he had completely inherited the blood essence of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. However, the true Tao of karma belonged to the divine Tao heart-refining dragon's mystique, and he still had to slowly explore and cultivate it. To be honest, he had already inherited a lot of things, and needed more time to laugh. His understanding of the Tai Chi living dragon was very ordinary, so he still had a long way to go. He was now at the beginner level of the Tao of life and the Tao of karma. However, the inheritance of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon's blood essence had brought about a qualitative leap to his body. If he was said to be an unprecedented genius before, then he had now surpassed his previous self and reached an even more terrifying height. In the past millions of years, probably only Long Qinlan, who had inherited the void universe dragon's blood essence, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, after this time, he would surpass his father even more. When Long Chen digested the divine Tao heart-refining dragon's power and stood up, Lingxi was looking at him with big, watery eyes. She said in surprise, "Chen, you're a little different." Long Chen was stunned. He looked down at the ground and saw that his appearance had changed. In the past, he had been too heavily influenced by the ancient blood spirit dragon, so his eyes were slightly red, his temperament was evil, and there was a strong murderous intent between his brows. However, this murderous intent had lessened, and now there was a kind of dignity and vicissitudes of life. These were all brought about by the divine Tao heart refining dragon. He smiled. Ever since he had inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, his will and personality had been too heavily influenced by the ancient blood spirit dragon. However, from now on, he would probably undergo a major change. Now that his heart had become the body of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, he would have his own principles and bear the responsibility of the divine Tao heart refining dragon. Distinguish between good and evil, and protect the order of time. Let's think of a way to get out of here first. Even though he had obtained the divine Tao heart refining dragon's blood essence, there didn't seem to be any major changes here. Don't tell me I'm going back from where I came from. Lingxi was a little worried. Probably not. Long Chen thought that perhaps the Three Lives secret realm was waiting for him to inherit the blood essence. He was just thinking about it, and he didn't expect it to actually come true. Suddenly, the entire Three Lives secret realm exploded. This was an annihilation type of explosion. It wouldn't hurt anyone, but it destroyed the entire world. Long Chen hurriedly protected Lingxi in that instant. In the next instant, countless explosions rang out, and the entire ice hall turned into ashes. At this juncture, he could only protect the two of them. Then, the force of the explosion pushed him out. It was as if he had rushed into the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out incessantly. Although the explosions were violent, they didn't last long. In fact, in just a short instant, Long Chen could already feel the presence of seawater. Seawater. He looked around and realized that he was already in the sea god domain. Behind him, there were still violent tremors. Looking back, he saw that the Three Lives divine stone and the sacred stone of karma had exploded into ashes and disappeared forever. Just now, it was the explosion of the Three Lives secret realm, and also the explosion of the Three Lives divine stone and the sacred stone of karma. Just like after being attacked by the Three Life and Death tribulation, not a single powder was left behind. However, in this explosion, it wasn't just Long Chen and Lingxi. There were also others who were sent flying one after another. Long Chen looked around. They were all people who had fallen into the sea in his previous life. As expected, they still survived, but they were only released now. If they all died, then the sea race would really be finished. Explosion. Long Chen was shocked. Emperor Biyao and Emperor Neptune were imprisoned by the heavenly god heart fire. Now that the heavenly god heart fire had disappeared, then they, sure enough, among the dozens of people who came out. Long Chen saw the 4 ocean emperors who had fallen into the sea in his previous life. Then, he saw Emperor Neptune and Emperor Biyao, who might have been struggling in the heavenly god heart fire a moment ago, in despair. When they first came out, they were still in their original bodies. However, at this moment, they had already stabilized and transformed into human forms, staring blankly at everything around them. Everyone's minds were blank. I didn't expect the Three Lives secret realm to not even kill them. Fortunately, I didn't throw Lu Ji into that bottomless pit, but killed her. Emperor Biyao shouldn't have died, and it's a pity that Emperor Neptune didn't die. However, they don't know that the Three Lives thread has fallen into my hands. As for the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, they probably don't even know. Long Chen was quite relieved. As for whether Emperor Neptune would still deal with him, this was outside the Three Lives secret realm. He wouldn't dare to make a move even if he had 10 guts. At this time, if he saw that Long Chen was still alive, he should be the first to be afraid. Long Chen's gaze swept across. Suddenly, he saw something else. It was 2 ice sculptures. They were Qin Xingyao and his wife. They had been frozen by Emperor Neptune and had already lost their life aura. He didn't expect the Three Lives secret realm to disappear and shake them out. Three Lives divine stone, karma sacred stone exploded. The divine item that had been passed down for millions of years suddenly disappeared just like that. The sea race found it hard to believe. He hadn't spoken to everyone for a long time. The sea race's plot had ended, and he would immediately enter the main theme of this volume, Eternal Riot. The sea race's plot was to pave the way for the following. The plot also began to advance triumphantly. In August, Madman would focus on losing weight and writing more words. Writing books, youth had turned into fat. Looking at himself in the mirror, he really wanted to be angry. In the blink of an eye, he had become an uncle. Fortunately, his dreams were still as plump as his body. It seemed that he had no regrets. Chapter 2372. The disappearance of these two sacred objects would inevitably bring about a huge upheaval to the entire sea race society, causing unimaginable panic. It would affect the entire sea race for a long time. Most of the sea race were grieving and in pain because of this. However, for the 6 ocean emperors, 4 of them had been eliminated in the sea in their previous lives. They all placed their gazes on Emperor Biyao and the Sea God Emperor. Emperor Biyao's cold gaze landed on the Sea God Emperor. The Sea God Emperor was still immersed in the pain of the Empyrean God's heart fire. He suddenly remembered that he should look for Lu Ji. However, with so many people present, it was clear at a glance that everyone had come out. Only Lu Ji was not here. She must have taken the good stuff and escaped. The Sea God Emperor clenched his fists, his heart filled with killing intent. He had never been in such a sorry state in his life. He had actually been tricked by a woman, and he had even lost so miserably. If word of this got out, it would probably make people laugh their teeth out. His prestige and reputation as the Sea God Emperor would basically be completely destroyed. Lu Ji, no matter where you flee to, I will find you. If I don't torture you for eternity and let you die a horrible death, how can I be willing? The Sea God Emperor was about to go crazy with anger. The 3 lives love silk was such a precious item, yet it was lost and taken away by Lu Ji. Also, under the burning of the Empyrean God's heart fire for a month, how painful was that? When had he ever suffered such a terrifying torture? All of this was thanks to Lu Ji. I gave up Yao Ling's life for her. Yao Ling, thinking of this name, the Sea God Emperor felt a bone-chilling gaze cast on his back. Turning around, he saw that it was his wife, Emperor Biyao. At that moment, the Sea God Emperor felt a deep pain. He didn't have the face to face this woman. He still remembered how desperate Emperor Biyao was when she was deceived and abandoned. To a woman, there was probably nothing worse than this in the world. What made him even more worried was that Emperor Biyao did not attack him. She acted as if nothing had happened and smiled faintly at him, but this was a kind of indifference that went deep into his bones. The current Emperor Biyao had completely changed into a different person. Even though the Sea God Emperor felt that his battle prowess would not be inferior to the other party, he still felt a deep sense of fear. Of course, the other 4 ocean emperors didn't know what happened between them. They surrounded them. The second ocean emperor, Ba Shenhuang, asked, "Big brother, what happened? Why did the 3 lives secret realm explode? What happened after that?" He took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, "Maybe you don't believe me, but Lu Ji used a scheme to deceive me and Yao Ling, causing us to fall into the 3 lives secret realm's deity heart fire and be burned for a month. I think she should have obtained that treasure in the end. Obviously, all of us are here, but she is not. She should have left." What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This 3 lives secret realm was opened by Lu Ji. This woman has a sinister personality and is extremely secretive. She definitely knows many secrets of the 3 lives secret realm, but she did not tell us. Big brother, you guys are too careless. You actually fell into her trap. It seems that we have to pass down the order to capture Lu Ji in the entire Sea God realm. They were actually skeptical of the Sea God Emperor's words. They also suspected that the sea god emperor had taken away the item and then killed Lu Ji to frame her. Of course, they didn't dare to be sure. However, it was difficult for the sea god emperor to fake his hatred and dense killing intent. If it wasn't for what he had described, the usually calm, mature, and domineering sea god emperor wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Hearing the sea god emperor's words, Emperor Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know the truth. Now that she knew that the sea god emperor had been tricked by Lu Ji, she only wanted to laugh. This was too ironic. Yao Ling, please forgive me, okay? I was also deceived by that witch, and my eyes were bewitched. That's why I ended up like this today. I hate her now, and one day, I will catch her and make her live a life worse than death. In the following days, let me atone for my sins to you. I am willing to accept your punishment, I just hope that you don't tell anyone about it. Secretly, the sea god emperor had no choice but to beg this woman. What he was most afraid of was that Emperor Xiao would tell the truth about the stone of this life. In that case, even the 4 sea emperors beside him would probably abandon him. At that time, he would lose all his face. Emperor Xiao didn't answer him. It was as if she didn't hear him. She turned around and left, heading towards her palace. No one knew what kind of resentment she had in her heart. Today was just not the time to erupt. The look in her eyes when she left made the sea god emperor's hair stand on end. Fortunately, she didn't say anything about the stone of this life. I will tell the 4 brothers about the details. Don't worry, everything I said is the truth. I swear in the name of the number 1 sea emperor that if I really get anything, I will definitely share it with everyone. The most important thing now is to find Lu Ji. Other than that, the 4 sea emperors had no other choice. They couldn't search the sea god emperor. They were eliminated from the beginning, so they couldn't blame anyone else. Long Chen looked at these scenes as if he was watching a show. The most fortunate thing for him now was that he had killed Lu Ji before. Now that the sea god emperor had framed her, he was safe. No one knew what he had obtained in the 3 lives secret realm. The sea god emperor thought that if Emperor Shi didn't say anything, no one would know about the stone of this life until he saw Long Chen. There were too many people around. He was only focused on looking for Lu Ji before, so it was inevitable that he would miss something. He completely believed that the vast sea emperor fist and the sea calming divine needle could completely kill Long Chen. However, the youth in front of him was completely unharmed. Even his temperament had changed drastically. He was even more tyrannical than before, reaching a more perfect state. The sea god emperor was a little terrified. Obviously, although Long Chen had fallen into the heavenly god heart fire, he hadn't truly died. The sea god emperor had still underestimated him. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sea god emperor, there's no need to be so surprised. Didn't anything special happen between the 2 of us?" The reason why the sea god emperor dared to kill Long Chen was that he felt that he could reap huge benefits in the 3 lives secret realm. Moreover, no one knew about it except Lu Ji. When the 15 dragon emperors asked, he could say that Long Chen was killed by the 3 lives secret realm. However, he didn't expect Long Chen to be standing in front of him at this time. Then, the fact that he had almost beaten him to death would definitely reach the ears of the 15 dragon emperors. Most importantly, his growth was heaven-defying. Once he surpassed him, it would be the day of his death. Compared to Emperor Xiao, Long Chen made the sea god emperor's hair stand on end. In fact, Long Chen even knew about the stone of present life, which was enough to ruin the sea god emperor's reputation. The sea god emperor's heart trembled, and he smiled embarrassedly. It's all because of that little bitch, Lu Ji, that little brother Long Chen has suffered. Please stay in our sea race for a while longer, and let this old man express our sea race's apologies. On the surface, he said this, but in secret, he hurriedly communicated with Long Chen. Long Chen, is there any room for redemption? You also know that I was bewitched by Lu Ji at that time. In fact, I didn't want to kill you. It's all Lu Ji's fault, and of course, it's also my fault. If you can let bygones be bygones, I will definitely repay you. The dignified First Sea Emperor was stronger than Long Chen, but he could only beg Long Chen at this time and humble himself. He had to do this, or else he wouldn't have a good life in the future. What can you repay me with to make me forget about this matter, Sea God Emperor? Long Chen laughed coldly. This was a great enmity. Although it was not a matter of revenge now, it was not so easy to make Long Chen forget. The Sea God Emperor was anxious. He could not bear to give away his most precious things, such as the godly sea steadying needle, which was a precious Tao item passed down by the sea race for millions of years. Things that were not precious, Long Chen would definitely not be interested in them. In a moment of desperation, he saw the two mystical dragon ice sculptures, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Xingyao, I only used the sea god's tooth secret technique, Azure Ray, to seal the lives of the husband and wife, stopping the flow of their life. They are not completely dead. In this world, only I can bring them back to life, so let's make a deal. I will bring them back to life in one piece, and the matter between us will be written off. How about it? Is this a deal? Long Chen was indeed very satisfied and happy. He originally thought that Chen Xingyao was dead. No matter what, there was still a huge regret in his heart that he could not bring him back to the dragon god domain alive. Now that he heard the hope of their resurrection, he was naturally very happy. The Sea God Emperor said, No, I'm begging you, I apologize to you. For the sake of survival, the Sea God Emperor could say anything. He understood that after experiencing the tribulation in the Three Lives secret realm, Long Chen would definitely become even more terrifying. Just like now, his strength was probably infinitely close to his own. Such a person must never hate him. All right, I want to see them alive first. Long Chen nodded. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but he did not have the ability to do so now. However, there would be many changes in the future, and no one could be sure. Although it was written off now, there would still be many variables in the future. All right. The Sea God Emperor revealed a smile. The two of them were exchanging pleasantries on the surface. For the Sea God Emperor, removing the Azure Ray was actually a very simple matter. Long Chen could not wait any longer. As he waited, the bodies of Chen Xingyao and his wife, who had turned into ice sculptures, gradually turned into flesh and blood. The vitality that had disappeared also gradually appeared. If not for the fact that their vitality had completely disappeared, Long Chen would not have thought that they were already dead. However, they were still in a state of injury. He hurriedly used the fire of life to make their vitality vigorous, speeding up the process of their recovery. In fact, many people still did not understand what was going on with them, and who was the mystical dragon beside Chen Xingyao. Chapter 2373. As expected, he wasn't truly dead. Seeing him and his wife wake up peacefully, Long Chen was much more at ease. Their love was stronger than gold, and they should have a perfect ending. Chen Xingyao had just woken up and saw all the members of the oceanic race surrounding the two of them. Naturally, he was very vigilant and shocked. He knew where he was a moment ago. He thought he was dead, but now, he was still alive. Uncle Chen. Long Chen and Lingxi came to him at this time. Seeing Long Chen, his restless heart finally calmed down. It's been a month. I'll explain it to you in detail after we leave this place. Chen Xingyao had many doubts in his heart, but now that they were surrounded by so many members of the Sea tribe, he nodded and transformed into his human form with Zhong Yuyao. They stood beside Long Chen, and the two of them leaned against each other. No matter what, they were now sure that they had survived, and the two of them were not dead. This was enough to make them overjoyed. The previous encounter felt like a dream to him. Poseidon Emperor said secretly, Brother Long Chen, I've already saved him. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Saying this, his heart was still trembling a little. The relationship between the marine race and the Yao race was very bad, and the human race and Yao race were the strongest in the eternal god domain. Poseidon Emperor was worried about the revenge of killing Long Chen's descendants, and also worried that he wouldn't be able to resist Long Chen once he grew stronger. That was why he was so useless now. Other than Long Chen, there really weren't many people in this world that could make him so afraid. Alright, the sea sacrifice ceremony this time was very exciting, but now that it's over, should return to the dragon god domain. But Poseidon Emperor, you shouldn't have any objections if I take Qin Xingyao away, right? No objections, no objections. Poseidon Emperor smiled awkwardly. Goodbye. What he wanted was already in his hands. Long Chen naturally didn't want to stay here for long. Once Poseidon Emperor knew that the love thread of 3 lives was with him, he might try again. At that time, he would still bring danger to Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen now had the love thread of 3 lives and the dead knot of 3 lives. He would not be as powerless against this fellow as he was last time. Brothers of the sea race, follow me to send off brother Long Chen of the human race. Sea God Emperor's face was brimming with enthusiasm. Everyone was just putting on a show. The question that everyone was most concerned about was where Lu Ji had gone. She believed that after Long Chen left, the entire sea tribe would be searching for her everywhere. None of this had anything to do with Long Chen. Under the cheerful send-off of the oceanic race, the 4 of them left the vast sea imperial city and headed in the direction of the human race. Of course, they had to avoid the demon race's border. At that time, the sea god emperor's azure rays did not kill you. Later, something happened. The 3 lives secret realm exploded and you were sent out. The sea god emperor was worried that I would take revenge on him in the future, so he used saving you as a condition in exchange. Oh, when Qin Xingyao and Lu Ji had used their lives to exchange for a chance for Long Chen to escape, they never dreamed that they would survive. Now that they knew what had happened, they felt as though it was a lifetime ago. By the way, did you get what you wanted? I heard that they were going to capture Lu Ji. What's going on? Qin Xingyao asked. As long as they left the vast sea imperial city, Long Chen would not be willing to let the fact that he had obtained the 3 lifetimes love thread be leaked. As for the divine Dao heart refining dragon, no one knew about it. Moreover, Qin Xingyao was one of them, so he said, I have already obtained it. As for Lu Ji, I have already killed her. I have shifted their attention to her. Ah. Qin Xingyao and Lu Ji were in disbelief. Qin Xingyao had interacted with this woman for thousands of years and suffered all sorts of humiliation from her. He also knew how terrifying she was. At least in terms of strength, no one could defeat her except for the 6 great ocean emperors. Long Chen was able to obtain the final victory, kill Lu Ji, and keep the Neptune Emperor and the others in the dark. What kind of tyrannical ability and luck was needed to achieve such a perfect victory? In their eyes, Long Chen had become inconceivable. By the way, what are your plans after returning to the Dragon God domain? Long Chen asked. Qin Xingyao said, we have already decided. We will first return to the Devouring Dragon and apologize to Long Chen and the 3 Dragon Emperors. Then, we will decide where to go. Alright, then I will send you to the Devouring Dragon City. Because the Devouring Dragon City was in the west, it was on the way. Next, Long Chen reported to Yang Yu and the 15 Dragon Emperors that he was safe. During this period, they must have been very worried about Long Chen, especially Yang Yu. Although she would not admit it, in her eyes, Long Chen was undoubtedly the most important person in her life. The 15 Dragon Emperors did not ask Long Chen what he had obtained. Instead, they congratulated him. During this period, the Dragon God domain was very peaceful. However, the battlefield of the gods was still mysterious, and the primeval troll of the Devil Star was also very worrying. The 15 Dragon Emperors were not completely at ease. Hearing that Long Chen had succeeded, Yang Yu said, he only left a message for me. I did not expect you to really succeed. It must have been very risky. Long Chen smiled and said, actually, it was fine. It was relatively smooth. It was just a small interlude. Yang Yu said apologetically, "If I go with you, it should be safer. It's just that the Devil Star has been very active recently, and it is not very peaceful." Long Chen was still smiling and said, "I have experienced all kinds of dangers since I was young. You can rest assured that I will not die so easily." The conversation between the two was still a little strange. After all, they were not really familiar with each other. However, the feeling of blood being thicker than water was very strong. It could not be wrong. She was a woman that Long Chen had to protect. Next, Long Chen was eager to return. In fact, he wanted to return directly to the Dragon God planet. However, he still had to send Shen Xingyao off and send his regards to the 15 Dragon Emperors. However, when he left the Sea God domain and crossed the Demon God domain from the starry sky to prepare to return to the Dragon God domain, the entire peaceful world became nervous and chaotic due to the awakening of something. It was a peaceful night. On the Dragon God planet, the 100,000 mystical dragons were living and cultivating happily. This was their pure land. Under the management of Yang Yu, the 100,000 mystical dragons were in good order. When everything was quiet, suddenly, Yang Yu rushed into the clouds and looked at the whirlpool in the sky with puzzled eyes. The brilliant Dragon Emperor and the dark Dragon Emperor appeared by her side. The three of them seemed to have the same expression. There is movement on the Devil Star. It seems like the entire Devil Star is rolling. Luckily, the seal is still there. At this time, Yang Yu ordered, "Quickly, set up the light and darkness protection matrix." The brilliant Dragon Emperor and the dark Dragon Emperor did not dare to be negligent. The two of them transformed into dragons in the starry sky. The brilliant Holy Dragon and the Dark Emperor Dragon were at the north and south poles of the Dragon God planet respectively. The two of them worked together to form a light and darkness matrix that covered the entire Dragon God planet. This change was naturally noticed by all the mystical dragons. They knew that something was about to happen and hurried to protect their juniors. Without a word, Yang Yu stared at the Devil Star with incomparable seriousness. She had already landed in the middle of the light and darkness matrix. An invisible power was born from her body and extended towards the entire Dragon God planet. On the basis of the light and darkness protection matrix, an additional layer of net was added. The Dragon God planet was so close to the Devil Star. If anything happened on the Devil Star, the impact on the planet would be the greatest. Just as she was getting ready, the thing that was supposed to come finally came. In the huge black whirlpool in the sky, a blood-red eye suddenly appeared. It was like a tumbling sea of blood. This eye was terrifying. It was like the motionless magic eye, and also like the eye of hell that Long Chen had used. In the sea of blood, there seemed to be countless resentful souls tumbling. There were billions, or even billions. Countless resentful souls formed the pupil of the eye in the sea of blood. An earth-shattering baleful aura was released from the eye and rushed across the Dragon God planet. In just an instant, it spread throughout the entire eternal sacred domain. Even the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was greatly affected. Although the influence on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was relatively weak, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent itself was already a fragile world. There were only a few people who had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This directly caused unrest among the common people. In everyone's memory, such a terrifying baleful aura had never appeared before, even among the 15 Dragon Emperors. This baleful aura directly spread to the eternal sacred domain, causing everyone to be shocked for no reason. It was as if their life and death had been controlled by someone else. That terrifying feeling caused countless cries for a moment. Everyone was stunned. They looked towards the north, towards the direction of the Chaos Star territory and the Devil Star. A dazzling red light spread from that direction and finally formed a blood-red eye in the sky above the eternal sacred domain. At that moment, the fear of death enveloped the entire eternal sacred domain. But that wasn't all. When that roar that came from the depths of the soul rang out, everyone understood that it was as if a giant beast had awakened. Everyone in the eternal sacred domain heard this roar. That's right, it came from the Devil Star. The roar spread out, and the dragon god planet bore the brunt of it. Just the sound alone was enough to put the two dragon emperors under immense pressure. Fortunately, they could block it a little, making the people on the dragon god planet feel a little better. But their faces were already extremely ugly. That roar spread throughout the world, shaking the universe. Perhaps many people didn't know what it was, but some definitely knew. It was Yi Shui and Meng Hen, who were wandering in the eternal sacred domain. Primeval troll. Ta has awakened. The two's faces instantly turned pale. They didn't expect the primeval troll to awaken so quickly. How could there be such a huge commotion when it awakens? We're in the eternal sacred domain. The commotion was too big. But when the roar came, they didn't have the chance to figure out why it was so big, because their minds were already invaded. Their expressions gradually changed, and finally, they smiled coldly. Chapter 2374. The piercing red murderous aura was like a roar from the deepest depths of hell. It swept through the entire world. Long Chen and the others, who were still hurrying through the endless starry sky, naturally heard this sound. Because Long Chen was eager to return home, Lingxi and the others were in his god nation. This change stunned the four of them. Chen, what's going on? Even though Lingxi was in the divine nations, he could still feel that hair-raising aura. Because this place was relatively close to the Devil's Star, this feeling was extremely strong. There's a change on the Demon Star. It might be the primeval troll. There were only two places in the world that could cause such a terrifying change, the Demon Star or the battlefield of the gods. His brows furrowed deeply. He had long been worried about the primeval troll's change. If the primeval troll called Ta had awakened, Mo Xiaolang would definitely be affected. He had overcome his demonic state with great difficulty, but he didn't know what the situation was like now. Now that they were very close to the dragon god domain, Long Chen continued on his way. And this huge change hadn't stopped yet. When Long Qinglan had sent the demons from the demon star to the dragon god domain, the primeval troll had awakened once. But the commotion that time was like heaven and earth compared to this time. That time, it was like the primeval troll had woken up slightly and fallen asleep in a daze. But this time, it was truly awake and let out an angry roar. Yi Shui and Dream Scar are still in the eternal god domain. Looks like they're going to be controlled again. The seal on the demon star wasn't that easy to break. Although the primeval troll had awakened, it was definitely heavily sealed. There was no need to worry about it escaping for now. What he needed to worry about was what kind of change would happen to the demons on the demon star after its awakening this time. The most terrifying thing was that the seal on the demon star had been removed. Right now, he had to hurry back to the dragon god domain and discuss this change with the 15 dragon emperors. However, Long Chen had actually underestimated primeval troll's awakening this time. The spirit tribe and the human tribe were not greatly affected, but the demon tribe, the sorcerer tribe, and the sea tribe that Long Chen had just left, had undergone earth-shattering changes. The truth was that the humans were similar to the spirit folk in that they both had god kingdoms. Back in the age of the god dragon, the spirit folk didn't exist. It was hard to say when they showed up in the eternal life godly domain, but it was said that the spirit folk were actually a part of the human race that couldn't inherit the quintessence blood of the god dragon. The sea clan was originally a part of the demon clan. In reality, the sorcerer tribe was closely related to the monster tribe. Their original form was a type of giant sorcerer. They were as strong as monster beasts and were like mountains. The demon clan, sea clan, and wizard clan were all part of the beast clan. No one had expected that primeval troll would have such a huge impact on the three beast clans that had never been recorded in history. When the roar reached the beasts, they looked up into the sky. It was an eye formed by a sea of blood. Countless souls floated in it, and then they descended from the sky, surging down. The entire territory of the three beast clans was shrouded in blood, including the Sea clan that was searching for Lu Ji. More than half of the eternal celestial domain was enveloped in a blood-red light. Long Chen could see that the demon's celestial domain was enveloped in red light not too far away. It was as though every single demon was staring blankly at the sky, motionless. What's going on? One person's vision was limited, after all. He couldn't see the changes in the entire demon immortal domain. At this time, more than half of the living beings in the eternal life godly domain were in a strange state. Time seemed to drag on. A full 4 hours passed, and the red light on the 3 divine domains still hadn't faded. Vaguely, Long Chen could already hear roars coming from the demon immortal domain. At this time, he had already left the demon immortal domain and returned to the territory of the dragon god domain. Everyone in the dragon god domain knew him. Seeing his return, the martial artists of the 5 great dragon cities that were guarding the domain came out to welcome him. What's going on with the demon immortal domain? Among them were people from the blood dragon army of Massacre City. Some of them were more familiar with Long Chen, so they boldly came up to ask. Long Chen stood on the land, gazing in the direction of the demon immortal domain. Lingxi and the others stood beside him. At this time, the red light in the sky had disappeared, and everything was quiet again. The commotion on the demon star seemed to have died down as well. It seemed to have become peaceful again. However, everyone still felt uncomfortable, as if there were some disgusting things in the world that they couldn't see. It was like the calm before a storm. It was unusually quiet. I don't know either. Let's wait and see. At this time, Long Chen used star talismans to connect with the 3 dragon emperors of Massacre City. The 3 dragon emperors were also connecting with the other dragon emperors. The 15 dragon emperors were basically connected by many star talismans. I am now at the border of the dragon god domain. Long Chen told them his location. The 15 dragon emperors were discussing. Long Chen, primeval troll has awakened. Although the demon star seal still exists, its awakening this time is more than 10 times greater than the last time. There may be new changes. Although it has disappeared now, it may reappear. Besides, it seems that the demon immortal domain, the Sea tribe, and the Wizard tribe have undergone great changes because of the awakening of primeval troll. You just came back from the demon immortal domain. What did you see? Long Chen told them roughly what he had seen and heard. Do you think that primeval troll can control the demons on the demon star? Can he control the demon immortal domain, the Sea tribe, and the Wizard tribe? Eternal Night Dragon Emperor guessed. That's impossible. These 3 clans don't have any relations with the primordial giant devils. Furthermore, they have many experts. The 4 great demon ancestor cities of the demon clan have a very deep foundation. Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor shook his head. But primeval ogre devils are like gods. If they show up in the outside world, no one in the eternal god realm would be able to stop them, Yang Qi said. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said intuitively. Listening to them, Long Chen already had a bad feeling in his heart. We are bordering the demon immortal domain, but not the Wizard tribe or the Sea tribe. However, the Wizard tribe and the Sea tribe can make a detour through the stars. The part bordering the demon immortal domain is isolated by the heaven fire abyss. As long as we defend a few cities, it will be fine. But if something really happens, it will be the part that comes through the stars. The dragon god domain was in the east, and most of its borders were the stars. With such a long territory, as long as one was an expert, they could rush in from any direction. You're thinking too much. Saying all this now was indeed a little groundless. While listening to their conversation, Long Chen did not stay idle. Most of the people on the defensive line were like him, looking in the direction of the demon immortal domain with vigilance. Generally speaking, there were not many demon immortals who would barge in like this. Their lives were also relatively peaceful. But this time, everyone was on tenterhooks. Because at this time, they seemed to have heard the roars of many giant beasts. Those roars numbered in the thousands, rising and falling one after another. Long Chen swept his gaze towards the depths of the stars. There were countless spots of light there. He had just come from that place. Something's coming. Many of the dragon martialists and martialists from the 72 divine cities who were stationed here shouted in alarm. The martialists from the 72 divine cities were the foundation, and most of them were at the Nirvana realm. The dragon martialists were basically the elites, and their strength was at the reincarnation realm. If Long Chen was not mistaken, the overwhelming number of demon immortals that were charging towards the dragon god domain was definitely the demon immortal domain. Countless demon immortals roared and surged in the direction of the dragon god domain. At a glance, there were no less than 100,000 of them, more than the human martialists stationed here. This was the place closest to the demon immortal domain. Demon immortals, demon immortals. The human martialists had already sensed the murderous aura of the other party and immediately prepared themselves. With a super expert like Long Chen by their side, they were relatively calm. At this time, the 15 Dragon Emperors still did not know. Dragon Emperors, what you guessed has happened. Long Chen said as he looked at the demon immortals charging towards them. He could see that every demon immortal domain had blood-red eyes, and there were ghosts wandering within them. Their bodies were covered with a faint red light, and they were filled with a bloody aura. The murderous aura was very similar to that of the primeval troll. What? The 15 Dragon Emperors were stunned for a moment. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had actually just said it casually. He did not expect that his guess would actually become true. Some changes have happened to them, and they have the aura of demons on them. If I'm not wrong, they should have been influenced by the primeval troll. There are at least 100,000 of these demon immortals charging towards us. The only thing we don't know now is how many of the demon immortals are already under the control of the primeval troll. Long Chen's heart was a little cold. He had a premonition that a war that would engulf the entire eternal sacred realm was about to happen. This would be a riot that had not happened in the eternal sacred realm for millions of years. Today, the endless stream of 100,000 demon immortals was just the beginning. The 15 Dragon Emperors were in the 5 great dragon cities. The 5 great dragon cities had a huge system that controlled the world. After hearing Long Chen's reminder, they instantly became serious. Long Chen, you figure it out first, and then hold them off. We will mobilize the army. All right. The demon immortals before them were not much of a problem for Long Chen. He could handle them alone. However, killing would not solve the problem. 100,000 demon immortals charged towards them, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their actions were similar to that of demons. There was no longer any emotion in their eyes, only killing. Chapter 2375. Looking at the starry sky, the mighty demon army was already attacking. 100,000 demons were pressing down. Because the demon race and the human race had their own experts to suppress them, such a thing had not happened for many years. Most of the demon race that came were the soldiers stationed at the border of the other side. Of course, there were also a large number of demon race members who had joined temporarily. They had no order at the moment. Basically, all of them had already revealed their true forms. 100,000 was not a high number. The number of guards stationed here in the Dragon God domain was roughly the same. However, the other party was like a crazy demon. Their killing intent was too strong, and most of the soldiers on the human side had not figured out what was going on. They were not prepared to fight to the death. If they clashed now, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, who would have thought that such a battle would suddenly happen? The demons are coming at us ferociously. How can we stop them? What's going on? They look like they've gone crazy. If all the demons are like that, how can we stop them? Are we really going to start a war that hasn't happened in a million years? Usually, the winner of a battle would be decided by the experts. Both sides would also make their own choices. But this time was different. almost all the demons were going into battle. There were even many baby beasts among them. They had no combat power at all. Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged into the battlefield without a care for their lives. "We're doomed." Some of the warriors who had never experienced such a huge battle before began to feel afraid. The demons were ferocious, while the humans were gloomy. Before the deployment of the 15 dragon emperors could be spread out, Long Chen would have to hold on here. Fortunately, Long Chen had just returned to this place, otherwise, there would be another battle to the death here, and it would be a massacre. When 100,000 demons covered the sky and covered the earth, Long Chen rushed out alone to face 100,000 demons. Lingxi and the others were not worried. After all, in Long Chen's eyes, these were mostly Nirvana tribulation demons. They were just small fries. It's Long Chen. Yes, with him around, we'll definitely be fine. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the demons into our dragon god domain. Protect our home. Valiantly kill the enemy and protect our homeland. The generals of the garrison found an opportunity to boost their morale through Long Chen. In the dragon god domain, Long Chen had long since become the symbol of miracles. There were even rumors that the 15 dragon emperors were pushing him to become the new dragon emperor of massacre, the supreme ruler of the entire human race. In the past, because of many misunderstandings, they were very disdainful of Long Chen. But now, Long Chen was the person they admired and respected the most. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He needed confirmation. "Friends of the demon race, why are you approaching my dragon god domain with such great fanfare? Could it be that you want to start a war between the two races?" Long Chen's incomparably loud voice swept out, forming a sound wave that was like an ocean wave, causing a large portion of the nearby demon clan members to retreat. This was the power of a true expert. Boom boom boom. At least 70,000 demon race demons stopped their charge. Their blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen. Now that Long Chen was in human form, he was naturally very small to them. At this moment, a bloody mist spread out. Long Chen had transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. That huge divine dragon body blocked their way. In terms of size, he was no longer at a disadvantage. The transformation into a dragon this time also brought an even greater shock to the demon clan. On the side of the demon race, countless giant beasts roared at Long Chen. There were countless races in the demon race. Just the wolf race alone had more than 1,000 species. These 100,000 demon race demons were just a drop in the ocean. However, there were also experts among them. While the weak ones were still roaring, a few experts from the demon race had already torn open a path and walked to the front to face Long Chen. Among them, there was actually a demon beast that had already passed the 8 tribulations. He was the strongest here, and also the largest giant beast. This was a pitch-black divine ape. In this pitch-black starry sky, he seemed to be hiding in the darkness. However, the most obvious thing was that he now had 8 blood-red eyes on his face. From top to bottom, there were 4 pairs. They were filled with a murderous aura as they stared at Long Chen ferociously. On both sides of his torso, there were a total of 8 incredibly thick arms. His flesh and blood exploded with infinite power, and he could easily crush the world. His will was very violent. His voice had an explosive quality to it. "Human race, hand over the 5 dragon balls. Otherwise, the billions of lives of the demon race will be destroyed. Together with all our brothers from the ocean race and the witch race, we will flatten the entire dragon god domain, turn it into ashes, and completely annihilate the human race." The name of this demonic beast should be the 8-armed 8-eyed divine ape. It belonged to the bloodline of the vast Sun Wolf clan. Obviously, this fellow was much stronger than the vast Sun Wolf Lord. The 8-armed 8-eyed divine ape had infinite strength. It could move mountains, fill the seas, and crush stars. It also had eyes that spanned thousands of miles. It had millions of years of history in the demon race, and was the famous demon race war god. His first sentence made Long Chen completely understand the truth. As expected, what they wanted were the 5 dragon balls. The 5 dragon balls were useless to the demon race. Only the primeval troll needed the 5 dragon balls to break the seal of the demon star. Without a doubt, the primeval troll had already controlled the demon race, the ocean race, and the witch race. Regardless of whether it was the number of clansmen or experts of these 3 races, they were twice the number of the human race. If the primeval troll could even influence the great demon lord, the ocean emperor, and the witch race's holy sorcerer, then the entire human race was about to face the most terrifying test. It might even be a real crisis of extinction. Even if the human race was not exterminated, at least millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions would die. None of this was a joke. Once the entire demon race, ocean race, and witch race swarmed into the dragon god domain, even if Long Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would not be able to block all the opponents in the dragon god domain. Moreover, under the control of the primeval troll, they did not know the meaning of death, and only knew how to kill. Moreover, they had no way out. The 5 dragon balls could not be handed over to them at all. Once they obtained them, then the seal on the demon star would be broken. With the number of experts in the demon star and the addition of the primeval troll, at that time, not only the dragon god domain, but the entire eternal god domain, and even the entire dragon sacrificial continent would be completely destroyed. Now, Long Chen could only pray that not everyone in the 3 races was controlled by the primeval troll. If the great demon lord and the others still retained their consciousness, they would definitely not wish for so many of their clansmen to die. If they wanted to destroy the human race, they would also have to pay the price. However, the possibility of this was not high. Clearly, there were many experts on the demon star who were comparable to the dragon emperor, but weren't they still controlled by the primeval troll? The primeval troll was basically equivalent to a living god. Hand over the 5 dragon balls. Otherwise, our demon race army will be the first to trample the human race. We swear that as long as the human race does not hand over the 5 dragon balls, we will kill every single one of them we see. We will definitely leave the dragon god domain with billions of corpses, and rivers of blood. Regardless of the old, the weak, women, and children, we will kill them all without hesitation. Following the furious roar of the 8-armed 8-eyed ape god, all the demon race started to clamor. Under the influence of the will of the primeval troll, they had lost all conscience. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to pay any price. Even if they had to kill all the humans, plunder them, and commit all sorts of evil deeds, they would not hesitate. For a moment, the earth-shattering roar attacked. The demon race's murderous aura was irresistible. That was the power bestowed upon them by the primeval troll. They did not fear death at all. At least in terms of momentum, they firmly suppressed the human race. Hearing this news from the armies of the 3 races, the faces of the human soldiers were very ugly. Whether it was the number of experts or the total number of experts of the 3 races, they were twice that of the human race. With such a fearless will, it was very likely that they wanted to destroy the human race. These words truly meant that under the control of the primeval troll, the entire immortal god domain, with the exception of the spirit god domain, had truly entered a state of chaos. Kill. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape god did not waste any more words with Long Chen. He did not care how powerful Long Chen was. He only knew that he could force the human race to hand over the 5 dragon balls. That was enough. Death? They had no concept of their own death at all. Because at this time, they were just puppets. The roars of the countless huge beasts caused the human clan soldiers to panic. It was not that they were useless, but this matter had happened too suddenly, and the demon clan was not afraid of death. The 3 clans had so many people. Once all of their top experts gathered together, how could the 15 dragon emperors win against the 2 of them? It was very likely that the 15 dragon emperors would be killed. When that time came, the human race would truly be in despair. Many people could already see that day. Even before the battle began, they were already trembling. Many of the people present were only in the Nirvana tribulation realm. In the immortal God domain, they were considered ordinary people. Naturally, they would feel fear, terror, and despair. After all, this was not a fair battle at all. When the demon race charged, not many people had the courage to fight them. They were facing a group of crazy demons who did not care about their lives. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was still a Long Chen blocking their way. Long Chen was hidden in the blood-colored mist, narrowing his eyes as he watched them approach. Perhaps the only way was to get them out of the primeval troll's control. Otherwise, no matter what method he used, no matter how much he tried to dissuade or intimidate them, it would all be useless. But for now, he could not let them hurt a single human. Blood-weeping dragon souls. Facing the demon race's army of 100,000, the dragon scales on Long Chen's body flickered. Blood-colored light exploded, and millions of blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out, drowning Long Chen in an instant. Chapter 2376. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 ordinary demonic beasts to break through Long Chen's defense line. Not to mention a million blood-sobbing dragon souls, they might not even be able to resist 100,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. As Long Chen's strength increased, any of his little slaughter dragons would have no problem fighting against Samsara realm behemoths, despite their small size. With a casual attack, almost every demonic beast was intercepted. Only a few experts like the 8-armed 8-eyed ape could break through the defense of the blood-weeping dragon's soul and reach Long Chen. This scene caused everyone to be shocked at first, but then they were overjoyed. They realized that with Long Chen here, at least for a long time, they would not be in any danger. Brothers, don't worry. Don't be afraid. We humans are the greatest race in the eternal God realm. We've been around for millions of years, and we are the descendants of the divine dragon. For millions of years, we've never lost. When the eternal dragon emperor was here, he was invincible. We're stronger than anyone else, so there's nothing to be afraid of. We have 15 invincible dragon emperors, many experts, and a rare super genius, the future dragon emperor of slaughter. We have Long Chen. With them, what do we have to be afraid of? If you're a man, then don't be a coward. Muster up your courage. Think about what kind of blood flows in your veins. We are the descendants of the divine dragon. Our ancestors once ruled the world. How can we let the demonic beasts and the ocean folk be afraid of us? Today, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you can all watch how our peerless genius repels the enemy. But everyone still needs to be prepared for battle. We're invincible. It's time to shed our blood and sacrifice our lives to defend our homeland. Long Chen advanced triumphantly. With the help of the soldiers, the low morale was boosted. They were very grateful to Long Chen. It was because of his bravery that the humans had new pride and courage to fight. However, Long Chen encountered a troublesome matter. To kill or not to kill? Right now, they were just puppets of the primeval troll, and attacking the human race was not their own will. Furthermore, there were so many of them that if he started a massacre, the eternal celestial realm would definitely become even more chaotic. If this matter ended one day, the Fey race would definitely suffer heavy casualties. By then, even if the primeval troll didn't exist, the hatred would be deeply rooted. To Long Chen, 100,000 was not a small number. However, the problem was that if they were not killed, even if they were injured, they would continue to fight without a care for their lives. Under the control of the primeval troll, no matter how heavily injured they would crawl back up and continue fighting. Letting them go was tantamount to torturing himself. This was a huge problem. Fortunately, there were only 100,000 demons this time. Although they were densely packed, they were still within Long Chen's control. Although the million weeping blood dragon souls would not kill them, they would at least make it difficult for them to move. At this time, the 8-armed 8-eyed ape led a group of demons at least in the 6 paths of reincarnation and charged towards Long Chen. Their momentum was huge. Long Chen had already readied the 10,000 death claws. To the current him, the 8-armed 8-eyed divine ape couldn't even withstand a single blow. The blood-colored dragon's shadow swept out, and all the demonic beasts that pounced at it were struck in the head by the 10,000 death claw. It was just like how Long Chen had dealt with Yi Shui and Meng Hen. He quickly turned back to look. As he had expected, the 10,000 death claws really did have the effect of suppressing the primeval troll. The dozen or so Fey experts trembled, but the blood in their eyes gradually disappeared, and their consciousness gradually recovered. They knew what happened when they were being manipulated. It was just that when they were under the influence of the primordial demon's will, they thought that everything they did was right. How can this be? How can this be? The 8-armed 8-eyed ape and the others stared blankly at the 100,000 demons fighting the weeping blood dragon souls. Their eyes glazed over, and tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. Just what is this demon star's primeval troll? His awakening can actually control the entire Fey race. Is this the end of the world? Although the 10,000 death claws were useful, there was only one Long Chen, and the three races added up had more than 5 billion demons. Even if Long Chen had 1,000,000 doppelgangers, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, experts like the Grand Demon Lord, Holy Shaman, and Sea King would definitely be under the control of the primeval troll. Right now, Long Chen was not their match, and he could not help them recover. The 10,000 death claws could not completely resolve this terrifying crisis. He now understood that this would be an unprecedented upheaval in the eternal sacred domain. You're Long Chen. What do you think we should do? The 8-armed, 8-eyed divine ape came to his side and asked in a daze. The primeval troll is so terrifying that no one can turn the situation around. It's very likely that the Fae, ocean folk, and shamans will all attack the humans. You're asking me what I should do? That's what I should be asking you. He couldn't kill all of the 100,000 demons. Try and see if you can still command them. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape nodded. He had brought a few experts with him. They were the strongest of the 100,000 demons. Everyone, we've lost today. Come back with me. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape roared. The 100,000 demons were already heavily injured. They were confused at first, but the killing intent in their eyes didn't disappear. Instead, it grew even fiercer. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape could do anything he wanted, but he couldn't make them retreat. Seeing this, Long Chen said helplessly, I'll control them first, then you can take them back. This battle must be stopped. Do your best to stop as many as you can. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape nodded. I understand. There will be no victor in a battle like this. There will only be countless casualties on both sides, and only the Devil's Star will benefit in the end. Once we get the 5 dragon pearls and undo the Devil's Star's seal, the eternal sacred domain will be the one to suffer. How could they still think things through? With the 8-armed 8-eyed ape's power, controlling these demons shouldn't be a problem. When Long Chen had injured most of them, the 8-armed 8-eyed ape said, let's do it. The dozen or so of them released their monstrous aura, forming a net that enveloped about 10,000 demons each. The primeval troll has come, and there's nothing we can do. If there's another attack, please show us mercy. If we can survive this, I'm sure the Grand Demon Lords will personally come to apologize. The 8-armed 8-eyed ape sighed. Let's hope we can survive this. In fact, Long Chen didn't have the slightest confidence. He was more troubled than anyone else. He knew that there were 16 Grand Demon Lords, 8 Holy Shamans, and 6 Ocean Kings, while he only had 15 Dragon Emperor on his side. This huge gap was enough to wipe out the entire human race. Usually, this wouldn't happen. Whether it was the Grand Demon Lords, Holy Shamans, or Ocean Kings, they all cherished their lives. But now, there was only one word in their minds: slaughter. Both sides were very distressed. However, at the very least, Long Chen had managed to block the demon race's first attack. Now that the demons had left, the soldiers at the border could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the crisis had only just begun. Looking back, Long Chen saw countless people looking at him with reverence. Perhaps in their hearts, he was already a god. But Long Chen's heart was actually trembling. He thought of that saying, within 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice would perish, and now, under the control of the primeval troll, the eternal riot, was this the prelude, not to mention the mysteriousness of the battlefield of the gods, not to mention the power and terror of the primeval troll, not to mention the enemies behind Long Qinglan's death. Just how many people in the dragon god domain would die from this desperate attack of the three races? How many living beings in the eternal god domain would perish? Long Chen was just one person. Faced with billions of lives, he couldn't save that many. But no matter what, this was still his home, the last inheritance of the dragon god, and the place that his father protected. The people that Long Chen loved, the people he protected, and the people who valued him were all here. As a strong person, he had to shoulder a huge responsibility. Especially after Long Chen inherited the divine way heart-refining dragon's inheritance essence blood, the word responsibility became even more intense in his eyes. His 4 dragon god bloodlines gave him an incomparably strong desire. That was the mission that the ancestral dragon had entrusted to him, to protect this place, to protect their final home, and to save this collapsing world. This was his highest mission. At this moment, Long Chen had a clear realization. A storm was coming, and the world was about to collapse. The world had already begun. As the inheritor of the ancestral dragon, as the inheritor of the previous protectors of this world, what did he need to do? Protecting this home was his deepest desire. But protecting was easier said than done. There were a total of 28 experts comparable to the Dragon Emperor. If they gathered together, even if all 15 Dragon Emperors came out in full force in a battle to the death, while there would be casualties on the other side, only a few of the 15 Dragon Emperors would survive. Once they died, the human race would definitely be finished. Countless people were looking at him. But there was still a deep fear in their eyes, as if they hadn't really recovered from this matter. Long Chen returned to their side. No one said anything, just looked at him in a daze. Long Chen gritted his teeth. From this day on, he had a new mission. This was the mission that his bloodline had entrusted to him, and he would protect this place. The cold wind from the south continued to rush into the starry sky, causing everyone's hair and clothes to billow. The smell of blood in the air was getting stronger. At this moment, Long Chen stood at the highest position. He looked to the west, where the 3 races were already gathering, and the 5 billion lives were ready to attack. Chapter 2377. After the initial panic, Long Chen's presence gave them a huge boost of morale. Everyone's hearts finally calmed down. In the west, 5 billion creatures roared into the sky. They only had one goal, and that was the 5 dragon balls. We can't lose the 5 dragon balls. Everyone should know about the Aurora technique. The 5 dragon balls can unlock the Demon Star's seal. Once the Demon Star's seal is completely undone, not only the human race, but the entire eternal god realm will be under the control of the demons. When that time comes, we will be completely enslaved by others. For the sake of the 5 dragon balls, they had to win this war of chaos. After calming everyone down, the monster race did not launch any new attacks. Long Chen contacted Cruel Dragon Emperor. The Slaughter Dragon City was closest to where Long Chen was. What's the situation? Cruel Dragon Emperor asked in a low voice. Their goal is the 5 dragon balls. It is very likely that the monster race, the witch race, and the oceanic race will all be mobilized. They should all be under the control of the primeval troll. They will attack until we hand over the 5 dragon balls, or until the entire human race is destroyed. Oh. Cruel Dragon Emperor's eyes were sharp. He nodded and said, pretty much what I guessed. Right now, all the warriors in the 5 dragon cities have awakened. We are also ready for battle. Long Chen, hold on for a while. Your position is very important. It is the biggest intersection between the monster race and the human race. Dragon Emperor Kill and I are on our way there. What about other places? Long Chen asked. The brutal blood Dragon Emperor said, now, every dragon city has a Dragon Emperor in command. The armies of the 5 dragon cities have basically turned out in full strength and are rushing to 5 possible battle points. The most important of these 5 points is your position. Then, at the border with the demon clan, there are 3 cities in the heaven fire abyss that need to be guarded. There is also a point in the southern starry sky where the sorcerer tribe may come from. 2 dragon emperors are on their way there. Dragon Emperor Thousand Slays and I are leading the warriors of the Slaughter Dragon City and the Northern Divine City to you. Don't worry. No matter what, we will defend our territory first. As for how to break it, we can only leave it to fate. If there is no other choice, you must not show mercy. He also knew that the human race actually did not want to fight, and even more did not want to kill the demon race, which would result in sin. However, if he didn't kill the other party, he would be the one to die. Who would joke around with the lives of their own people? Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. War, it was ruthless like this. Who would have thought that the awakening of the primeval troll would actually be able to control the 3 races? Who would have thought that they would be so nature-defying? Fortunately, the human race had already reacted, and the 15 dragon emperors had all done their best to avoid it. The attack of the demon race had not yet fully begun, so the killing had not yet been fully carried out. Actually, I am most worried about one thing. The brutal dragon emperor sighed. What? The heaven fire abyss between the dragon god region and the demon god region is very long and can stop many demon races. In theory, as long as we guard these 5 points, it will be fine. However, there is such a long border between the northern and southern starry sky. As long as the other party takes a detour and is not discovered, they can still enter our hinterland. In addition, the experts of the demon race will definitely pass through the heaven fire abyss. As long as one of them enters and starts a massacre in secret, they can cause countless deaths. They are controlled by the primeval troll in order to force us to hand over the 5 dragon balls. They will definitely not talk about morality with us. Long Chen also realized that this was troublesome. He was not afraid of the victory or defeat of these points, but the life and death of the ordinary people. Once the enemy experts sneaked into the hinterland, the casualties would be severe. This was also the reason why there were still 5 dragon emperors remaining in the 5 great dragon cities. Once they left, even the 5 great dragon cities could be taken down. If that is really the case, what should we do? Long Chen could not help but ask. The brutal dragon emperor smiled and said, if that is really the case, we can only use extreme measures, endure the humiliation, and be a coward. I will tell you the specifics when the time comes. Our only goal is to reduce the casualties. All right. They still had some tricks up their sleeves. Long Chen was relieved. Currently, the entire Dragon God region was deployed. The 3 cities above the heaven fire abyss were currently in the middle of a fierce battle. However, because there were already many experts stationed in those cities, there was nothing serious for the time being. What they were afraid of was that the elites of the 4 great demon ancestor cities would make a move. Long Chen also told Yang Yu about what was happening here. Now that the movements of the Devil Star had subsided again, and the red light was spreading, it was exceptionally strange. On the Sky Dragon planet, the 100,000 mystical dragons were also a little on edge. You don't have to worry about us. Without the 5 dragon balls, they can't come out. Once the seal is lifted, there will be no safe place in the world. Long Chen nodded. Yang Yu said again, I also did not expect such a thing to happen. Now among the 3 races, there are a total of 28 Dragon Emperor level experts, all of whom are existences that can bring you fatal killing intent. I will go over to help in a while. Now we still need to see the movements of the Devil Star. Yang Yu was actually very strong, even a little stronger than the Dragon Emperor. She was the true supreme mystical dragon. With Yang Yu's help, she could at least match 2 dragon emperors. Long Chen felt a little more at ease. Don't just focus on fighting, you have to take good care of Lingxi. The child in her arms is yours, so you should understand that it may give birth to a life form with strong vitality. So it will be different from ordinary people, and even beyond your control. Pay more attention to Lingxi's movements. Long Chen could only nod and agree. At this critical moment, he knew how difficult it was. At least for now, he could not leave this place. Once this place was conquered, and the demon clan entered the hinterland of the dragon god domain, the casualties would be really too high. Just a casual move would cause millions of corpses. This was the last land of the mystical dragons, how could it be stained with so much blood? In the next few days, many armies from the god city and the dragon martial artists from the massacred dragon city came one after another. Many human experts gathered around Long Chen. Everyone regarded Long Chen as their core and hope. There were more and more experts here, and gradually, there were hundreds of thousands of people here. Although there were more people, everyone basically knew the whole truth by now. They knew that their opponents were all the living beings of the 3 major races, crazy demons who were not afraid of death. They outnumbered them twice. So, the overall morale was still relatively low. Everyone was even more terrified, as if they could already feel the arrival of the end of the world. Everyone, the disaster has already happened, and it is unavoidable. Before we can completely solve the problem, the only thing we can do is fight to the death. We can only stay here and use our flesh and blood to block them. I don't know how to inspire you, to give you enough courage to face this disaster. In this war, I only know one thing. Behind you is the home of the human race, the place where we have lived and multiplied for generations. It is the root of all of us. Our family, our friends, and many old, weak, women, and children are here, living in peace. However, once we collapse here, once we are defeated, then the demon army will charge in without any restrictions. Although they are not doing it on purpose, they will destroy our homes and everything we have. They will kill all our family and friends. So, even if we die, we cannot take a step back. As cultivators, as long as we are unable to become a god, we will die one day. However, we would rather die here than under the 18 major calamities. We have cultivated for so long, and now, our family and friends, our home, need us to fight. No matter the nature of the battle, as long as their defense line collapsed, hundreds of millions of people would die. Defense was the most important thing. Of course, the most important thing was to stop the 3 races from invading. This could only be done through the primeval troll. This mission was for Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperor. The others had to stop the demons from entering the human territory. They all respected Long Chen. If he was not here, they would not have so much courage and strength. This young man was their greatest hope. By the time he finished speaking, everyone was roaring and shouting for him. Boom! Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon and soared in the sky. This time, he did not transform into a primordial blood spiritual dragon. Instead, he transformed into a divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Golden light instantly lit up the sky. This was the demeanor of a true emperor, an emperor that people would worship. Golden and black dragon scales like a shield, sharp claws like a blade, a dragon tail like a spear, and dragon horns like a giant sword. Under the light of the heart-refining dragon, everyone stared in a daze, forgetting to ask why Long Chen had become like this. The primordial blood spiritual dragon's most terrifying ability was to kill. But the heart-refining dragon was a deterrent, a judgment, a force of justice, and a peerless majesty. What he brought to the masses was a stronger spiritual pillar, a surge of courage in their hearts. This made even more people roar for this divine dragon. The giant sword on his forehead pierced the sky. Following Long Chen's gaze, he saw that it was in the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, the roars of 10,000 beasts once again resounded from the demonic beast's side. This time, it wasn't 100,000 demonic beasts, but several times more than the last time. 10 times, or even more than 10 times. In the depths of the starry sky, endless demons attacked again. This time, they were even more violent and frenzied. This time, they charged into the human territory and began a real massacre. 1,000,000 demons were attacking. If not for Long Chen's previous words, they would have been scared out of their wits. But they were not. Chapter 2378. This was the first time Long Chen had displayed his heart-refining dragon body in front of everyone. The dragon god domain only had 5 great dragon cities. Other than these 5 great ancestor dragons, the dragon god domain had no records of the other 5 of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Now, there were millions of demons, covering the sky and covering the earth. The demons were only being controlled, but it did not mean that they had lost their intelligence. Therefore, they would still organize themselves and attack fiercely, instead of swarming over from the borders of the demons. It had been a few days since the last attack. The demon clan in front of them should be a gathering of the demon clan closest to the border of the demon immortal realm. There were billions of demons, and the ones before them were just a drop in the bucket. Now, billions of demons were heading in the direction of the dragon god domain. But the demon divine domain was too big. For ordinary martial artists, it would take a long time to get there. The strong ones would arrive even faster. The 2 dragon emperors had yet to arrive, so Long Chen alone led the dragon martial artists and divine cities martial artists to defend the dragon god domain's defense line. They formed the sturdiest fortress and welcomed the 1,000,000-strong demon race's charge. This might be the most brutal battle since the start of the war. There was a change in this battle, and that was that Long Chen might no longer be able to hold back. There were simply too many of them, and if he showed mercy to them, then given that they were under the control of the primordial giant devil, they would definitely attack with all their might. That would be showing no mercy to his own people. In the face of the millions of demon race members that covered the sky and covered the earth, roaring and rushing over, all the human martial artists were a little nervous. The only thing that kept them going was the words that Long Chen had just said. It was Long Chen's tall and straight divine dragon body that was standing in front of them. Defend our homeland. Fight. Everyone roared in their hearts. However, at this level, they actually did not need to make a move. If they really needed everyone to attack together, it could only mean that the situation had reached a critical juncture. It was time for a life and death battle. You guys stay here first. I will go meet them alone. No matter how unreasonable Long Chen's words were, no one could refute them. Among the dragon warriors, there were even experts like Qin Xingyao. Although many people did not know who Qin Xingyao was, he was by Long Chen's side and his strength was tyrannical, so for the time being, everyone listened to his orders. Everyone, stand in your positions. Don't let a single fish slip through the net and barge into our dragon god domain. Next, let's see how our human race's proud son of heaven defends against 1,000,000 demons by himself. Qin Xingyao became Long Chen's solid backing, allowing Long Chen to focus on the front. Everyone spread out and guarded the entire line of defense. Looking up, the terrifying black and yellow mystical dragon had already flown into the depths of the starry sky. Compared to the millions of demons, he was as tiny as an ant in front of an elephant, but no one dared to underestimate this ant. Kill. When 1,000,000 demons gathered together, that was a world-shaking power. They could crush everything. The densely packed demons filled Long Chen's vision. There were countless species, but all of them were equally ferocious. Among them, there were even quite a few experts hidden among them. For example, there were many 7-star and 8 trigrams demons. They split up to control this huge army. However, there was still a leader in this army of 1,000,000 demons. Even though he was hidden among the millions of demons, Long Chen could still see him very clearly. This was a demon that had passed the 9 palaces tribulation. Of course, he was not as young as Lu Ji. Like many of the elders in the 5 great dragon cities, he was probably cultivating in seclusion to break through to the late Nine Palaces tribulation and become a big demon lord. Even a demon of this level was completely under the influence of the primeval troll. It looked like this would not be easy. Those 28 peerless powerhouses might already be heading towards the dragon god domain. Long Chen dared to face 1,000,000 demons alone because he had enough confidence in himself. Now, behind him were his family, friends, and home. In front of him, it was a place of madness. He had no way out. To protect them, he could only kill. With his will alone, he was able to make almost all of the demon race focus their attention on him. The divine might of a powerhouse was irreplaceable. At this border, the value of Long Chen's battle strength surpassed everyone else's. Boom boom boom. The 1,000,000 demons had not even arrived, but they attacked almost simultaneously. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the sky was torn apart, the sky was reversed, countless stars were turned to dust, and even the eternal god domain was shaking. What the human clan didn't dare to imagine was that if Long Chen wasn't here, how would they face such a crazy demon clan? Just as the other side attacked, Long Chen was already in front of them. Divine prison of sabers and swords. Just like how Long Chen had quickly mastered the 14th temper attack after merging with the Tai Chi lifeform dragon's essence blood. This divine prison of sabers and swords was the power of the heart-refining dragon. It was an attack built on the innate talent of the body. His dragon claws, his dragon horns. Gold and black, two resplendent rays of light exploded like the sun exploding, instantly engulfing the entire starry sky. The dazzling light even made Chen Xingyao unable to open his eyes, let alone the others. The entire starry sky was suddenly drowned by the intense and terrifying light. At that moment, no one could see anything else. This was the light from the dragon horns, dragon claws, and Long Chen's entire body. The intensity and range left everyone speechless. This was not a simple light, but sword radiance. It should be said that all the light rays that had exploded had transformed into real sabers and swords. When the light seemed to have dissipated, tens of millions of swords and sabers formed a huge prison, surrounding the millions of demons within. This happened in an instant. This was the divine prison of sabers and swords. Every saber and sword shone with black and yellow colors. They were covered in dragon markings, as if there were mystical dragons swimming around. Countless sabers and swords formed an unpredictable and powerful array formation, imprisoning the 1,000,000 demons in a complicated array formation. Every demon was facing a terrifying attack. This was the judgment power of justice. The dragon of morality and karma, but when he killed the demons, his power was a kind of brilliance. Under the illumination of this brilliance, the demons were not used to it. They struggled and wavered. Long Chen's will could even affect the will of the primeval troll in their hearts. However, it was obvious that Long Chen did not belong to the heart-refining dragon, so the degree was lower. However, he still saw a brand new power besides the 10,000 death claws. A brand new hope. Perhaps if I use the judgment power of the heart-refining dragon well, the effect will be better than the 10,000 death claws. Of course, this was just a guess. At least until now, his divine prison of sabers and swords had not allowed any demons to break free from the control of the primeval troll. Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords immediately stopped the 1,000,000 demons from charging forward, trapping them in place. What everyone saw was the tiny Long Chen using billions of sabers and swords to form an array formation, suppressing the 1,000,000 demons. The demons were ferocious. After a brief moment of fear, they actually began to attack. They let out earth-shattering roars. The shrill roars of the beasts brought fear to one's soul. However, when they attacked, their roars soon turned into screams. Long Chen made his move. The divine prison of sabers and swords was activated. At that moment, sword radiance flashed and saber aura shot into the sky. Although there were millions of demons, they were all under Long Chen's control. What everyone saw was rays of sword radiance and saber aura shooting into the sky, piercing through the huge beasts and causing a rain of blood to erupt. The most terrifying thing was that although Long Chen controlled billions of sabers and swords, he could control every single one of them with extreme precision. The first attack of the divine prison of sabers and swords did not kill the demons. Instead, it severely injured them, causing them to lose their fighting strength. No matter how crazy they were, they could charge forward without any regard for their lives. However, Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords was still here. As long as they dared to move, Long Chen would really take their lives. When that happened, there was no way to show mercy. This seemingly tragic battle was, in fact, under Long Chen's control. When they saw the millions of demons in a miserable state while Long Chen was unharmed, everyone was stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock. What followed was excitement, joy, and passionate roars. At that moment, perhaps Long Chen had become their faith. However, 1 million was indeed Long Chen's limit. Any more and he might not be able to control them. Of course, the demon clan would not give up so easily. When the Nirvana Tribulation Realm demons were besieged by Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords, all the martial artists above the 8 tribulations level had risked their lives and rushed out. There were 6 8 tribulations demons from the primitive times. They were all famous beasts among the demon clan. Their strength was not weaker than that of the 8-armed 8-eyed divine ape. Some of them were even comparable to Qin Xingyao and had reached the later stage of the 8 tribulations level. However, they were not as brilliant as the other one. That was the giant beast that had passed the 9 palace tribulations. He was now at the forefront, facing Long Chen. His true appearance also caused a wave of panic on the side of the human race. It was a thunder beast. Lightning burst out from his body and formed a huge network, which was comparable to Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords. It's Jiang Tianlin from the demon clan. Isn't his original body one of the top bloodlines of the demon clan, the Thunder Kirin? Oh, no. Jiang Tianlin is one of the most terrifying powerhouses in the demon clan, second only to the Grand Demon Lord. He once had an amazing battle record, but he has been silent for thousands of years. It is said that he is preparing to break through to the Grand Demon Lord realm. Even he is here. Do we still have any hope? Long Chen is facing 1 million demons alone. If he has to fight the Thunder Kirin and the other 6 giant beasts, can he succeed? No one knew. However, they could not help him now. They could only pray that Long Chen could be more powerful than the Thunder Kirin. Notice, I will take the bus from Shijiazhuang to Wuhan tomorrow. I can't write, so I will not update during the day. The update will be late at night. It may be 1 or 2 chapters. I will pay back what I owe soon. I haven't forgotten the 1 chapter 10 from the bus. After all, I will be back in Wuhan, where I can write in a quiet environment. During this period of time at my father's place, it was rare for the family to reunite. They only reunited once or twice a year. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.